to day 2 of the Tata Steel Chess India Rapid. It was a day of brilliancies, blunders, hits and misses, dramatic chess on day 1, and we're expecting a lot more of that. I'm International Master Tanya Sachdev, alongside me, my good friend, Grandmaster Robert Hess. Robert, you excited about today?
After seeing that promo, I certainly am. The drama is real. So many players nervously shaking their feet during the quicker time patrols, but the fans, they're loving every second of it.
I'm loving every second of it, and it's only going to get more dramatic as we go into day 2. Let's take a look at our standings going into round 4 of the Rapid. And at the top of the leaderboard, we've got 4 players right now, Robert. Raja, Vincent Khamer, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Gukesh leading at the top 10. We've got a pack of wolves at 1.5 points. And today is so important for Arjun and Hari to get moving on the standings.
Yeah, Arjun actually did score a win in that third round. That's important. You want to feel that flow, the momentum. Suddenly you believe in yourself. And for the players at the top, particularly Timur Rajabov, he lost the first game, stormed back with 2 consecutive wins. It felt like he's playing some of his best chess. That game against Abdusattorov, that was nasty.
But he's got to keep that momentum and that form going, because it is an unforgiving 3 games of Rapid that are coming up, and every match is equally tough here. We are live from the National Library. Once again, if you're in Kolkata, you've got to join us. This is our beautiful playing hall. We see the players walking in. They can watch the other games on the background. Pieces are being adjusted. Robert, these are some of the most tensed moments before a game.
Yeah, pieces are being adjusted, but some attitudes also need to be adjusted. And Pantala Hari Krishna, he struggled yesterday. He still seems to be in pretty good spirits, but he wants to rebound desperately today. He has a great opportunity. He's white against the leader, Timur Rajabov.
Yeah, if he can win that game, that would see him leapfrogging up in the standings. And that's what I like about this format. Even sometimes when you have a slow start, you have the opportunity to actually pick up the points, because it is a round robin. It is an each play each. And look at that. This is a fixture that we'll be seeing for many years to come. 2 of the most talented players in the world. Praggnanandhaa with the black pieces, taking on Nodirbek, Abdusattorov. It's go time.
And there are so many eyeballs on those 2 participants because they're 2 of the biggest stars. And speaking of stars, we have Vidit Gujarati. He is older than some of these teenagers here. He is playing Gukesh, but Vidit, we know him very well. We're good friends with him. He was quite upset. Really just couldn't believe that he threw that game away against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
That was the most dramatic game of round 1. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with the black pieces, a whole rook down, managed to swindle somehow and come on top in that one. It was a tough night for Vidit. We saw him at dinner, and you could see the disappointment in him.
Yeah, I'm glad he had his parents there to help comfort him. And for Maxime, it was a completely different set of emotions. I saw him at lunch today. He had a smile on his face. He felt like the Sorkar. He felt like the magician as he was able to evade a loss in a miraculous way.
Absolutely, but we've seen Maxime. He's capable of doing that and a lot more when it comes to speed chess. It is 5 of India's top players against 5 speed chess specialists from across the world. The games have started, and we're going to do a quick opening tour. The first move of choice for Nodirbek Abdusattorov, it's the English.
It is indeed, and I like how you paused there about speed chess, because this rapid time control with 25 minutes plus a 10-second increment, is it speed chess? Is it rapid chess? You know, it feels very long to some of the players, because these days rapid chess often has a 15-minute base time. So it's this territory which gives us great quality games, but also when they're in time trouble, hey, they don't have those minutes to use.
This time format can be incredibly deceptive, because you have to make sure that you keep up the quality of the game but don't use up too many minutes. Your opponent will often have enough time to convert a position if you just make one simple mistake. So it's really important to strike that balance, and though 25 minutes with a 10-second increment every time you press a clock feels like a lot of time at the start, but those minutes, they just fly by. And suddenly you're playing on those last seconds. Robert, is it time to do a deep dive on the opening approaches of the players today?
Let's Let's do it, because in this game, we just had a single pawn traded, and look at that last move from Praggnanandhaa. He took a pawn on d5 with his knight, then he dropped his knight back to c7. You may be thinking, don't my coaches teach me to develop my pieces? But this is a good choice. Just a move ago, this knight on d5 was under attack by multiple pieces from white, and defending it causes some difficulties in some ways, and taking on c3 allows white to take with either pawn, but the b pawn is better because you get an extra pawn towards the center, and that's typically what we want in chess. 2 pawns in the center for white, just 1 for black.
That's important traditional chess wisdom. A rule of thumb, if you can capture and get a side pawn to control central squares, it's what you want. Otherwise, if you capture from a central pawn, you'll end up sort of trading queens and go into an equal endgame. But we don't have any trades there. The players playing for a tensed middle game, keeping the pieces on the board, and Pragg decides to fall back with the knight before developing the other knight. This one's going to be a fun battle between two rivals, and this rivalry we're going to see for many, many years to come. Robert, should we take a look at some of the other games? And I've got my eye on Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the Frenchman with 3 names, who's been really playing some very interesting chess here. And he continues.
Oh, I'm very happy you picked this game, and I know exactly why. First of all, he has way more time than he started with. They start with 25 minutes. He's over 26, gaining those 10 seconds per turn. But also how we got here is fascinating, because in this opening, we had a scotch. This is a romantic style of play. We don't really see this in that many classical games. Wesley So has some games. I know Mamedyarov as well. But this opening is one where white decides to open up the center very quickly, and black, on the other hand, has to make this move, and this is the big one, Tanya. Queen e7, blocking your own bishop. That may seem counterintuitive, but pinning the pawn in the center and causing white to also block his own bishop.
I have to say, Robert, this opening, I love playing it for the black side as well, and this is my response of choice against the Scotch, but definitely promises to be an exciting battle. Still pretty much in opening territory, and we do have a move, a really interesting line, which was made popular by, I think, Levon Aronian when he decided to play the move h4. It has the idea of a rook lift. You want to bring that kingside rook from h1 to h3 and involve it on the attack. You can move it on the king side to g3 in many position, and sometimes even over to the other side if black chooses to go long castle. I've faced this opening with black, and I really like the move queen to e6 here. And the point is that I want to open up space for my bishop to come out. I'm also putting my queen in a spot where it can still target the e5 pawn. And the idea is to complete my development. And, oh, it's on the board.
Yes, he's playing the exact variation that you suggested, queen e6. I love that move as well. And another person who plays the white side of these positions is Jan Nepomniachtchi, the 2-time winner of the Candidates Tournament. And this pawn on e5, is it a strength? It did cause black's knight to evacuate the f6 square, but it's a weakness because it's actually quite easy for black to go after it. Sometimes black plays g6 and bishop g7. Once you castle your king, to which side? I'm not sure yet. You're going to put a rook on e8 and then maybe break with d6. So both sides have their chances in this type of opening.
Yeah, I love it when black actually goes queenside castling and then brings the rooks to the center, attacking that e5 pawn. It's a very dynamic middle game that we reach. White, on the other hand, wants to kick out that knight from d5. We sometimes see the move c2 to c4 before you start to decide where to put that knight from b1. You said you don't know where black wants to castle. White also needs to decide if you want to go with that queenside knight to d2 or to c3, and often white's king has to find a safe square because you have committed a big pawn move on the king side.
That's right. H4 typically doesn't mean you castle kingside behind that, but sometimes you can. So it depends on how this game continues. Vincent's spending a bit more time than Maxime. We know how quick Maxime can play when he's in his comfort zone, but this one will be a really fun battle.
Absolutely, and let's also remind everyone that these are two players who are at the top of the standings right now with 2 points. So a huge game for the tournament. Whoever wins takes a big lead here, and we will come back and check in on it. I see we have another move, and Maxime has in fact decided where he wants to put the knight. You've been talking and stressing about the e5 weakness. That knight can head towards the king side with knight f3 to make sure that things remain intact.
It's simultaneously a defensive and an aggressive move because you protect this pawn on e5, but maybe that knight goes all the way out to g5 for a kingside initiative. These questions are going to be hard for the players to answer. That's why Vincent is in the think tank, and while he continues to ponder his next choice and Maxime seems ready to score another victory, maybe we can hop on over to one of the other games because every game in this tournament feels equally exciting.
And it's not the only game with Harry the H-pawn up the board. As you said, excitement on every board. There is one more where we see the same opening narrative with a very different start. Hari Krishna getting aggressive with the H-pawn as well. So let's bring up Hari versus the current tournament leader, Temur Rajabov. For Hari, a really crucial game to start climbing up on the leaderboard. He needs to... It was a disappointing day one, a disappointing start for the very experienced Indian Grandmaster, and he's showing his ambition today.
Yeah, he is. And this type of position, this setup, we just want to quickly look at the pieces for each side. White has a pair of bishops, the only side with a light square bishop, and for that, black has the knights. And black also has these double pawns. It's clear that a knight took a bishop on this g6 square. And this h4 pawn, it's advancing, but it also stops black from castling very easily. If you castle kingside, you're walking into a vicious attack at some point with the pawn storming up the board. And for black, if you castle to the queen side, you're also walking into a line of fire. So black's king, it's not exactly clear where it finds safety. And for white, for Hari here, simple development. He could break open the center at some point in the near future if he so chooses. But I love the way that white is handling this game. It seems very ambitious play for Hari.
I like it, and I think it's something that is required given Hari's tournament situation right now. He's the only player who's come to Kolkata with a second, so perhaps some sort of very specific opening preparation here by Hari against Temur. You've pointed out all the dangers that exist for black here, so what Temur is trying to do is reroute that knight to the center of the board. Knight e6, a nice spot. You also want to trade as many pieces as possible, so I won't be surprised if we see a bishop to d6. You pointed out this diagonal, which can be so dangerous when black goes queenside castling. I want to get rid of that bishop, Robert.
It's a really, really good idea. And for Rajabov, he played such a good defensive game yesterday against Vincent Keimer. Vincent had the advantage. If you look at the evaluation bar throughout that, it looked like Vincent was in charge. But Temur says, no, I'm going to fight back, maybe sacrifice some material. And here for Hari, I think a big choice is, will he play queen b3? Because that not so subtly offers a queen trade, that after queen b3, attacking this pawn on b7, black would probably be well suited to play queen b6 as well, and then we'll see a stare down of queens. So Hari can choose to play for an endgame type of position, or he can throw his pawns forward. Why not? When you say A, you say B. Let's get these pawns going. You bring your knight out to e6, I just move my bishop back. And Tanya, maybe I'm going a little too far here, but after bishop d6, can I throw in a third pawn with f4? I don't know, the strategic weakness is there, but sometimes you can throw all the pawns up.
Inspired by your chess, if you go f4, I'll go g5. I'm going to start targeting those two pawns. I don't know how this would work out, but I'm loving all the pins in the position. I'm targeting your bishop, I'm targeting your rook at the same time. This could get really fun.
Oh, great line by you there. It's taking advantage of some pins. White is underdeveloped. White's just pushing pawns forward. You can't do that. So instead of this, perhaps White would have to maybe trade bishops and then bring the queen out and think about castling queenside. But both sides likely to get their queens over to the left-hand side of the board.
Absolutely there, Robert. You're right about that one. Both players trying to find safety for their kings. Knight f8 was the last retreating move. You retreat only to go forward in the next move. Knight e6 is coming up. And you were talking about Hari perhaps offering this queen trade. I have to say that Hari is sort of like the Magnus of India when it comes to endgames. He knows how to grind them down. So I won't be surprised if he voluntarily tries to get into this queenless middle game. Queen b3 looks really nice. We will come back to this game, Robert. Let's continue doing our opening tour as the games heat up.
Okay, so we have just a couple of games left to look at. One is between Alexander Grischuk and Arjun Erigaisi, and there's also the game between Vidit and Gukesh. Let's go to that one because those are two Indian stars, fan favorites, and Vidit gets the white pieces for a second game in a row. Can you imagine if he'd beaten Maxime, if he could deliver the knockout, then you get the white pieces again? He'd be feeling really confident. And for Vidit, I do like his position here, I must say. I always like it when I get a knight on e5.
It's such a strong hold in the center. You put your piece in your opponent's camp and take away so many key squares. Not just that, you are hinting towards a potential f-pawn down the board to build more pressure. Imagine if he gets f4, f5 in. That could offer some real play on the king side. So black always has to watch out. There's this plan, and on the other side of the board, there is another plan that we often speak about in the Carlsbad structure, which is the minority attack. The aim is that you got two pawns as white on the queen side. Your opponent has 4 pawns on the queen side, but you're the one who starts pushing these pawns to create a weakness. b4, b5, also a very thematic way to proceed.
Absolutely, and the reason why is because a pawn chain is only as strong as its base pawn, and the pawn on b7 is very hard to get to. But if this pawn ends up like this, and there's only the c6 pawn, you can see a way to attack that pawn. So in this position, b4 is one option, f4 looks like another, and I like Gukesh's last move. He brought his queen to c8, a subtle idea. It's just let's trade off pieces. Let's take control of this f5 square. It looks weird because you didn't connect your rooks, but he's going after the f5 square well before white can push the pawn.
Really nicely pointed out that you want to try and trade white's light squared bishop, which if you just look at the position, you realize is a lot more active than black's light squared bishop. This is an all-Indian face-off, a battle of generations with Vidit, who has been at the forefront of the Indian team for so many years, against Gukesh, who currently is world number 8 with an over 2750 rating. And I know chat's going to be super divided on this, but we've got to ask them who they think is going to take this one. It is Vidit versus Gukesh. Who do you guys think will win this big battle between these two? Gukesh currently at 2 points, leading the tournament. Vidit at 1, but it could have been a different story. So close to winning his game against Maxime.
And Gukesh already beat one of the old guard of Indian chess, or older guard, they're not old, but he beat Hari with the black pieces. So with the black piece against Vidit, can he go 2 for 2 in that dynamic? I don't think Vidit wants any part of that number, but looking at this position, I think that both sides are playing this quite naturally and logically. And so for Vidit, the big question is, will he go for the queen side or the king side? Because we're talking f4 and b4 and maybe an e4 at some moment, but the point is that he has to choose his flank.
And that game on our screen feels like center court. You got Vidit against Gukesh. Look at how focused they are. They are sort of the focus for the entire audience that's there. This is the game that everyone's going to be on the lookout for. Will it be Gukesh taking that lead, or will Vidit bounce back? We will come back to this because it promises to be quite a fascinating middle game. But Robert, let's continue with some of our other games. And I want to take a look at 3 times World Blitz champion Alexander Grischuk taking on Arjun Aragesi. For Arjun, it was a disappointing day 1. He's currently on 1 out of 3. He's had fantastic performances in Kolkata. He's been the Tata Steel Rapid champion, the Tata Steel Chess India Blitz champion, but it was a shaky day for him.
It was, but just by the position that he has right now, you can tell he is ambitious. He's hungry. He did not enjoy any bit of those first 2 losses. He probably did enjoy the finale of the day, round 3 win over Hari. That was a convincing affair. But in this game, I just have to point out that White's king is on f1 and uncastled, and their pawns doubled in front of it. And I played the black side of this exact position. So I would be curious to talk to Arjun at some point, say, hey, what are your thoughts here? Give me some insights. Teach me how to play it better. But just to go through what happened, just so people will say, how is this pawn for White doubled? That after bishop to b7, White typically gets in a fianchetto, challenging the diagonal. And normally you don't give up your fianchetto bishop, but in this specific line, you say, all right, I'm okay with it because these double pawns could be problems for White in the long term.
Really nicely pointed out, and the reason this was possible is because Arjun chose to play the b pawn forward before pushing the more traditional pawn in front of the king forward, opening up the dark squared bishop. But the line that Arjun has chosen against Sasha gives him this possibility to go into this dynamically imbalanced position where he's where he's traded off a very important bishop for the knight. And as you pointed out, that means a doubled pawn. And why Sasha has decided to put that king on f1 and not go castling is because very often we see the h pawn advance down the board, and in that case you very well want your rook on h1.
That's completely true, and in this dynamic, White has a bishop pair. If he had blocked with a bishop, then that bishop that was on b4 could have traded for something. Instead, he said, all right, I'm fine moving my king. I can also hide it on g2. That's the good thing about having double pawns like this, is you have an extra pawn shielding your king. But what the bad part of having double pawns is if these pawns get traded, then White is saddled with an isolated pawn in the center, and can I please adjust my pawn to e3? No, you cannot.
It is a super shield. That pawn structure on the king side will keep the king absolutely safe. You've got the bishop pair. So Arjun needs to make sure that he creates some tactical chances in the middle game. Strategically, it could be big trouble for Arjun, allowing just white to get away with that bishop pair in an opening position. And one way of trying to create weaknesses is to strike in the center. You want to go d5. The dream is that I can create an isolated queen's pawn on d4. I want more targets in trade of giving up my monster light square bishop.
And if you play d5, you would love to continue taking back with pieces on d5 so that you can target the d4 pawn. But there might be tactics to work out just to show that if you start taking with all your pieces on d5, that if the queen takes, you might have a huge issue down this diagonal. You get away with it, you don't lose the rook exactly because you have this check, but when the king safely slides away, you might have to make an ugly move like c6, and you can see the lack of development, the weakness here. White plays simple chess, queen c2, and black is significantly worse. So I think that the timing is just a bit off. Grischuk did the right thing to prevent black from being able to play d5 and take with a bunch of pieces.
Really nicely pointed out there. I am still expecting a central break by black here at some point, but it will be all about getting it in at the right moment. We will come back to this game. We haven't had a look at Nodirbek against Pragg in a while. Do you want to just quickly jump back to that, Robert, or am I missing one of the games?
No, let's go to this game because it was the game we started with, and now that we're here, I had to do a quick material count. It is actually even in terms of the number of pieces, but I was like, where's this A pawn for white? Can I play A3, please? I want to protect my loose pawn, but there is no pawn to... just let me get this one over here.
You're asking where is the A pawn? You might be asking where's the B pawn really soon. With two pieces targeting that, what Nodirbek is counting on is the pressure on the black central pawn of E5. That knight on F3, that bishop on B2. If you can open up that diagonal for the bishop, it would be really strong compensation. And totally understand the confusion between how many pawns are on the board, because white has this 5 versus 4 kind of on the king side, while black has 2 versus 1 on the queen side. Pawns hanging all across. White's knight can jump in further on the board. Knight c5 is a move that you have to watch out. This game is already really complicated.
Extremely complicated, and your move knight c5, that's the first one that comes to my mind. But just to show what could happen to the pawn structure if I decide to take and white takes back, now we have 2 passers here, but white has this 6 on 4 advantage from the C through the H file, and that makes it anyone's contest. We see the eval bar. It was even, slightly better for black. I'm sure at some point we'll shoot back a little bit towards white's center, but I like the passed pawns. At some point, maybe very soon, I'll start throwing them up the board, and that could be trouble if Nodirbek was to play knight to c5.
And look at Pragg. He is taking a break from his own board, taking a look at what is happening across the Tata Steel Chess India Rapid, and we see audience coming in. It is going to be a house full today at the National Library. And Robert, we are looking at knight c5, but my next question was going to be to you, what happens if Nodirbek actually decides to capture that central pawn?
And we see the question mark, and the reason why is knight takes b4 was played very quickly from Pragg. The passed pawns on the queen side, they seem more valuable for the time being than the center, because black's pieces will start staring at white's center, and that could cause a delay in any pushes, whereas black's pawns may be very quick to operate on the queen side. So here I'm a fan of black's position for sure. I think it's a dynamic position where both sides will have chances, but something feels a bit loose about white's position.
And you know what's loose? It's the 2 central knights. Black actually has a big threat here. Black to play, you play f6, and suddenly realize the white knights don't have too many good squares to jump to. Loose pieces drop off, as you said. f6 is a big threat, Robert, and I see the expression on your face. You're surprised.
Yeah, I'm surprised because it's not a move you expect to win a piece, but let's say white makes some careless move like king to the corner. After f6, you see the evaluation bar drop in black's area. Great call by you. Where is this knight going? The only way not to lose a piece is to go knight d3, but then when I take, you have these shattered pawns. If you go knight g4, f5 hits you and wins a knight by force, or by fork, I should say. And if you go back to f3, you're in the bishop's path. You simply win the knight on its square. This is a huge threat that I completely overlooked.
It's a big threat, but you had the intuition, you had the instinct that something is off about white's position. And Nodirbek has paused. He's down to 13 minutes. He's under 14 minutes on the clock. And a big question, how does he answer this? How does he take care of the threat?
A move like queen b3 does not help. I think black just brings that bishop up to d5 and blocks that diagonal. I would be very concerned if I were Nodirbek. I just feel that his construction in the center, these pieces sitting there, they are quite loose as we're talking about. F6 a huge threat. I think that you might even play with like D4 just to keep this knight safe and give yourself the D3 square.
So that you can recapture with the queen and not destroy your pawn structure.
But I still like black because I see those pawns going up the board, and that really would scare me if I were playing from the white side.
What else scares me is Nodirbek's clock here. He's down 7 minutes on the clock, still in the think about how to handle this position. And absolutely right that white has got these two passes in the center, but you can just see that there's more mobility and more flexibility for black on the queen side. It's just easier to get those pawns moving.
Right, because we typically place our pieces aimed towards the center. That makes it very difficult for white to just throw pawns up the board. For example, the D5 square is completely under black's control by 4 different pieces, so the D pawn can't rush up. I think that Nodirbek, he will dig deep right now. You see, he does this. Look at him leaning over the board. He's like a lion. He has so much confidence. He is afraid of nobody. But Pragg, he's just sitting there like, okay, I'm just going to take your queenside pawn, push my own, and you have to figure out the tactics right now because you're the one in danger.
So we can agree that Pragg's the one who's putting the pressure for now in this game, but the Uzbek phenom, we know how resilient he can be in these positions, finding those resources. We will jump back to this. He's got to do it quickly though. Now he's coming under the 12-minute mark. We've been talking about a big threat of F6 on this board. There is another board where F6 has already happened, and I'm going to draw your attention to that. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Vincent, the romantic Scotch that you were talking about, and there's tension in the center here.
Yeah, now these pawns are aimed right at one another. The last move we played was F6, and that's offering a queen trade because white has his pawn protected, but if Maxime so chooses, he can take this pawn F6, and that hurts black's pawn structure to some extent. Just by a pretty quick variation here, I would probably take this queen first so I don't hurt my pawn structure even more. And then when I take on F6 with the bishop, we can see this trade here. Black has an isolated pawn on F6 on the H-file and some issues to deal with on the queen side, but the semi-open B-file gives black certain counterplay. I think that this position is very messy. I would not call it equal. I see the engine saying slightly better for white, but it really would be a battle because both sides have totally different ideas.
It's going to be a very interesting endgame, even though if the queens do go off the board. But we do see a queenside castling there, and we might be seeing the same by black. Well, you need to decide where to put that king. Do you stay in the center? It's going to be a fun one, and it's not really easy to understand how Vincent will proceed here. I would be tempted to just get my king to safety, go with longside castle, and then even look at a break with the d pawn. D6 or D5, always in the air.
I like castling queenside. Vincent probably thinking about this tension on E5 for a moment, just making sure that he shouldn't indeed take. I don't think he should. I think that gives white too much play. And a very simple line is actually if we trade everything on E5, after the queens come off, then this bishop on E5 hits 2 different pawns. That just wins material. So Vincent, looking at that tension there, probably should not release it, and he should instead cast his queen.
He's about to make his move, and I think he did reach out for the king. And as you pointed out, it's time to get the king to safety. That tension still remains. You want that tension to get dissolved on your terms. So taking on E5 was not the right moment. Robert, should we move along and come back to this, as it's going to be a long fight? And meanwhile, Alexander Grischuk has gone with the idea that we were looking at. Let's bring up Alexander Grischuk against Arjun Ergassi. It's an interesting story with Arjun. His chess career arc. He's one of those players who started playing really late. He started when he was 8 years old, which for a professional chess player, I mean, you kind of have to become a grandmaster by the time you're 8.
I heard your interview with Alireza Firouzja, and you were shocked
Yeah.
that he started playing chess in 2012.
Yes.
So Firouzja, Arjun, they started late. Is that the key to success in chess these days, starting at a later age than you'd expect?
That's a good question, because Magnus Carlsen already won his first world championship in 2013 when Alireza Firouzja was just 1 year into playing chess. For Arjun, starting at 8, he became a grandmaster in 2018. In fact, 2018 was his breakout year. He scored 6 noms in that year, the 3 international master noms, and became a grandmaster with 3 noms. So very impressive play. And ever since then, we've seen him improve his chess leaps and bounds. One of the best players in the world right now. coming back to playing against Alexander Grischuk. Speaking of one of the best, 3 times World Blitz champion.
Absolute monster is Alexander Grischuk. He deserves so much praise. We had Vichy on yesterday. We were talking about Alexander. He's saying he always has an opinion, and he always has good moves. That's the other thing that he has. And for Arjun, I think that his reputation initially was he's this great speed chess player. He's a great blitzer. He's really good at bullet chess online, but he's turned into a great classical player. He's all around. And in this position, Tanya, I see you wagging your finger. What do you think is going on?
No, I was going to say that, you know what else Alexander Grischuk is super good at?
Poker.
And what else he's good at?
YouTube compilations of funny videos.
And what else is he good at?
Chess?
And really good fun interviews.
Oh, yeah,
He's got the best answers. We saw that at the opening ceremony as well. The thug life continues on the board and off it. And like we were pointing out, that H-pawn has moved up the board, clearing up space for that rook, and it's not going to stop on H4. Sasha gets the opportunity, that's marching all the way down.
He would love to keep that going, but they often tell you that when someone's attacking you, you have to strike in the center. So at some moment, this isolated d4 pawn could become a problem for white to deal with. I think that black could play b5 and expand on the queen side, maybe with some pawn pushes, and also just start bringing your pieces out into the game. Bring your queen to b6, a rook to d8. This d4 pawn, it is quite tender. I don't love the look of it, and I think with the closed nature of the position, the knights feel a bit better.
And that's why that central break that we were discussing earlier was so important for black to get in. You want to trade that d-pawn for white c-pawn and leave him with that friendless d4 pawn in the center. And that all comes down to a trade-off of Sasha doubling up the pawns on the f line, moving that e pawn all the way to f3, which has caused this weakness, and that's what black needs to focus on. While white wants to get that king side attack going, you've got to create pressure on the queen, on the central isolated queen's pawn. One of the ways I'm trying to think of how you can do this is I want that knight out of the way. One plan could be to go c5 and dissolve it and get a center where you can perhaps look for trading queens. But if Arjun's more ambitious, he can actually think about advancing the pawn next to it. You hit the bishop with a tempo, not only gaining the tempo, but vacating a very key square for that d7 knight to jump in, taking control of that d5 square, and then double up on the d line, as you pointed out, Robert.
Right, and these are the types of positions where people say 2 bishops advantage, but this bishop is staring into a wall of pawns. So this light squared bishop, it doesn't have the most useful diagonal just yet, but white does have more space. Not a single piece for black is past his own 3rd rank, the 6th rank on this board, and so white, on the other hand, is marching forward with some of the pieces. It can be a bit tender. Because of the isolated pawn, where is the attack? I can push my pawn all the way up, but then black will close down the king side. So I feel like the weakness in the position is abundantly clear, and then for black, it looks very solid. The only unprotected piece of the moment is this pawn in c6, but of course we'll bring our queen out and protect it if it ever gets attacked. So I just feel like black's long-term idea is a bit clearer, but white is of course no worse at this stage.
Yes, and Grischuk at the opening ceremony mentioning that the field of players here, young enough to be his kids. He's looking forward to the fight between the generations, and this one definitely promises to be a big fight. Robert, I'm going to ask you to pick a game that catches your attention, because it's a lot of action on all the boards.
I think it's very hard to choose a game because all of them are so good. But why don't we go back to Hari against Rajabov? Those are 2 players who are not in their teenage years, but they've been competitors, and I won't call them rivals because there's no rivalry between them, but they faced off against one another so many times over the years. In this position, white's going for a kingside attack, but black's king is on the queen side. So it's opposite-colored bishops. This feels like a game that doesn't have real clarity just yet.
Completely agree with that, and I think it matches the style of these 2 players. They're both very principled, strategic players, and we're seeing that sort of a fight brew up. But right now, the big question for black is, how do you really respond on the king side? Do you keep the tension as is? Do you fix it with a move like g5, which I would not want to make right now? You've got to calculate what happens, leaving that f5 square for one of the white pieces to jump in. The queen can give a check. It can be a doubled attack. Even if white doesn't end up winning pawns, you have to always be careful about pawn moves, because you're just leaving a big hole in your position for the rest of the game.
And if you play g5, as you're saying, you might lose that pawn on the spot, but there are going to be tactics that keep black in it. And if you take on h5, white will take back, and then there's this open g-file that you have to concern yourself with. And black stares into a pawn that's well advanced, but also well protected, and white will stare to pawn that's on a starting square, and that means a rook might have to get passive in such a position, which is not how you like to place your rooks.
That rook isn't exactly super active right now, Robert. It'll just continue doing its job. And I won't be surprised if we see this kind of a decision by Raja because, like you pointed out, you've got your own targets. Once White's pawn structure is a bit separated and more pawn islands on the board, g6 could potentially be under attack right now. But I want to check that out because let's take a look if you make a very standard move like king to b8. And even though it might look like White's got a pawn and a bishop attacking g6, but I think there are so many tactics. LPDO time, loose pieces drop off. If you go bishop g6, I think that's playing with fire. A knight jump, I don't know where exactly, but even if you just fall to can you go knight e4 here?
I think so, but I guess this rook can distract the black rook. So maybe the rook had to take on h1 first, but your point is very well taken, that the white queen is in the wrong spot, and wow, Rajabo plays g5. White chooses your plan with king to b1. Black might do the same, but the eval part went slightly in White's favor, and I do see why. I think that the bishop for White is much better than the bishop for Black. That bishop is staring into his own pieces. The bishop on d3 isn't attacking anything, but at least has open space.
Yes, and we're getting a really fun fact from Rakesh, who's here with us, helping out. Shout out to Rakesh. Rakesh Bhai, as he's known in India, by the way. Bhai means brother.
I know.
Oh, okay. So I forget about all your Indian knowledge, but Robert, guess what? The first ever game between Hari and Raja was in 1996 at the World Under 10 Championship. When they were under 10 is when these two faced each other. Hari was playing with the white pieces and he won that game. And we're talking 1996. 6 of the players playing in this event were not even born back then.
1996. Yeah, I was maybe 5 years old.
I was 10.
Do you think they even remember their game from back then?
Yes, we're talking about chess players, professional chess players. They've got the craziest memory on the planet.
You think they remember the actual game, not just the fact they played each other?
You've got to ask them this question.
1996.
Can you imagine? You know, I was there at the World Championship with Hari back then.
Really?
Yeah, I've known him since we were kids, since we started playing. And if I'm not wrong, it was in Spain this happened, and we'll get a confirmation on that. But we were part of the Indian team, and I was playing under 10 as well.
Think about what was popular in 1996 and how much has changed. Like, Britney Spears wasn't even a thing in 1996. I don't know why that came to mind.
What kind of world were we living in then?
I don't know. I was barely old enough to make words sound like a sentence. So that is a wild stat to pull out. 1996 is the first time these two played against one another. But now in 2023, here they are in Calcutta. Yeah. They want to score a victory. Hari, he wants to rebound in the tournament. And Timur wants to continue his ascent. He lost the first game, won rounds 2 and 3. If he get another win in round 4, he's going to be blazing hot and people will be trailing him.
Yeah, he wants to definitely keep that momentum from day one going. And speaking of keeping things going, he's got the G-pawn going up the board. Now, that was one move that we were slightly critical about. Are we going to eat our words on this? But he did. Did he move the king first to b8? Let's just back up and see how we got here. He started with g5.
He started with g5, and Hari brought his king to b1. And Timur said, that looks like a good idea. Let me do the same. And then the knight fell back to e2, and perhaps that was an inaccuracy, although I see exactly where it's heading, to g3. I don't think that either side has any real advantage unless White can sink his teeth into that f5 square that you mentioned is weak, because you want a pawn on g6. You do have a second pawn that at some moment can go up there, but you always need to calculate, is White able to steal that pawn?
I really like the move g6. You want to get rid of your double pawns on the g line. You want to create targets. And that rook on f8, which I thought, wait, what rook am I even talking about? The passive rook on f8, you want to open up that f line, even if it comes at the cost of, well, a pawn. You've got to calculate the tactics, but I think Timur definitely has the move g6 in mind. I will not be surprised if we see it happen right now. You don't want to allow that white knight to land itself on f5.
It's such a big choice because you're trying to get pressured on the f file, but then you might hand White the h file, and things are not so clear of how exactly you regain your material after g6. It might be the fact that you have to take on g4 at the right moment because the queen will stare at g6. There's a lot to calculate here, and so we're drawing arrows, we're trying to figure it out, but Timur, he's down to 8.5 minutes. He's behind on the clock. That's good news for Hari.
Yeah, he doesn't have the eval bar to figure it out. He doesn't have the time to figure it out. And he doesn't have the chances to figure it out. We can make the move and take it back. For these guys, they get only one shot. Do you want to do a quick deep dive onto G6? Because it feels like a critical moment and a critical decision.
Let's take a look, because G6 here is a way to try to trade pawns. White could think about playing H6. That's not completely out of the question. I don't think it's a good choice because Black very quickly will use all of his forces to get the pawn. But if we take on G6, and let's say Black takes back, Rook takes Rook to distract the Rook from the line of the Queen. It takes on H8, Bishop takes G6. White has stolen a pawn, but this is what I was mentioning from a distance. Knight takes G4, says hello to the bishop on G6.
And goodbye to it as well if you pick up the knight.
Hello and goodbye, exactly right. And then this type of position, that would look good for Black because White's king won't be in a good spot. But if White just retreats the bishop, then we have to evaluate. Did we do a good thing with ruining our pawn structure to some extent? It's isolated, but it's opposite colored bishops. That should give chances to just, not chances, the likely evaluation is equality.
Really nice line there pointed out. And Raja, having a think on that, I'm sure this is on his radar. This is exactly what he's looking at. And he does reach out, but he takes a different approach, a different decision here. And I think what he wants to do is play G6, but not try to overcomplicate it with these tactics. For example, if White was to make the natural looking move knight to G3 in this position, I want to get that knight all the way to F5. I think now is the moment that we'll see G6 on the board. Also notice how the queen with the clearance on the 6th rank actually defends that pawn.
So it does allow you to play G6, but what I'm starting to get worried about is can White throw an E4? If you're going to keep retreating your pieces, I'm going to gallop forward. And if my knight gets to E4, suddenly there's pressure against the Black queen and some tactics, and your knight is a bit misplaced. So I get what Rajabov's doing. He doesn't have the time to calculate things. He doesn't have the time to take moves back. That's illegal in chess. You can't play G6 say, no, I'm just kidding, I'm going to go back. So we can do that. We can retreat, and he has retreated his knight rather than putting his pawn up on G6. I do like how this game is going for Hari.
Yes, you just got to compare the pieces and the pawn structure, and you get the feeling that White's got to have that slight edge in the position. We will find out if it will be enough for Hari to get something more tangible. But speaking of knights, we've got to rush over to the Nodirbek Praggnanandhaa board. A lot of knights in action in that one. We've got the two white knights in the center of the board, Black advancing the queenside pawn as we were pointing out. There is a lot of tension, and I saw, Robert, you leaned forward there. What is going on here?
I've just taken a lesson out of Nodirbek's book. He always leans over the board. It helps him think more clearly, apparently. So I'm going to do the same. But he looks, look at him. He's got his arms crossed. He's always confident, but here he's looking very confident. And the reason why is Black's pieces look a bit frozen. This knight can't easily move because now the b5 pawn is under attack by two of White's pieces. So I feel like for Pragg, he's starting to struggle. He's trying to grapple with this position of how do I actually progress on the queen side?
Yes, and speaking of body language, Pragg with head in hands, and last time we checked, Pragg had a 7-minute lead on the clock. He's the one who's down by a minute now. Nodirbek overtaking on the clock, and perhaps also the initiative in the position. We had the feeling that Black's queenside pawns will be super powerful, but the way Nodirbek has placed the pieces, notice the queen on e2, the rook on b1, the bishop on a3, it stops the a pawn from advancing because of the pressure on the knight. The knight, as you said, can't retreat to try and push the b pawn because then you just lose the b5 pawn. And with all of that stabilized on the queen side, White can simply improve the position next by bringing the f1 rook over to the open line.
It's hard to find an exact plan for Black. I mean, even individual moves are not easy. Like knight c6 comes to mind, but I'm already worried about tactics on this diagonal because the bishops do have a stare down through the knight. And whenever that's the case, think about what happens when the piece in between them gets out the way. So knight c6, just to put a sample line, I was thinking, let's say we trade, and I take on c6, and you take back. Maybe I have this knight f6 check to play. I can start with rook c1. I'm not sure exactly where to go, but both sides have different pluses, and that's what makes it so complicated. White eventually would like to push this pawn in the center and go up the board, and Black will have to throw these pawns forward.
A lot of tension on the board, and Pragg is definitely feeling the tension as well. And we can see the accuracy rates of the players. It's super high here. Nodirbek with 96.5% accuracy and Praggnanandhaa with an almost 95% accuracy.
So something went wrong a little bit in the last few moves, but still highly accurate play from these two participants. And Pragg is getting in time trouble. 6 minutes in this position. We've only had a couple pawns trail, 3 pawns in fact, from each side. We have all 4 minor pieces, both rooks, the queens. There's so much left on this board that means that there are going to be very difficult decisions right now and in the future.
And great call there by you, Robert. The move that you pointed at has been played to try and ease off a little bit of the pressure. You want to trade as many pieces as you can, but white can end up with a bishop pair with the tactical skirmish that you were just pointing out.
Right, you can eventually take on c6 and win that bishop once your knight moves out the way on the diagonal. And actually, wait a second. Now there's a tactic that's coming to my mind. If I take on c6 first and play, maybe the move order is important. I see the eval bar. If I play knight f6 check first, can you actually take with this bishop? Because your rook is hanging behind it. So that could win white in exchange. And if you take on f6 the pawn, well then you have this horrible structure in front of your king. So you probably have to take with the bishop, but I'm just wondering, can I get away with this capture back here, or is this going to just go in black's favor? The answer clearly is Pragg has this worked out, and he can in fact get away with it.
There are so many tactics with a potential sacrifice on d4 as well in those positions that you have to watch out for, but this is exactly what the players are calculating right now. He hasn't taken a decision whether to trade on c6 first or go for knight f6. Might even see a different approach, but Pragg has a clear idea. If he gets one move, he wants to push that b pawn. So you kind of don't want to give a tempo to white because things could just turn around.
They could, and you mentioned the d4 tactic, so I think we should show that. That rook takes b5 looks like a free pawn, but it loses white the game because knight takes d4, pawn takes, knight takes d4 again. That's a second knight with a fork. And rook takes b8. You say you attack my queen, I attack yours. Knight takes e2 is check to his king on g1. So no, you cannot take the queen back. That is illegal. That's not how chess works. If your king is in check, you need to deal with it. And once the king slides away, the queen survives and black would be up so much material. So your knight takes d4 shout, that's a really important one.
It's something you need to watch out for. This one's going to be a fun battle as we see the players really come down on the clock as well. Now Nodirbek hitting the 7-minute mark. The clocks are pretty much level, but the position looks absolutely crazy. So many tactical threats on the board. So we will jump back to this. Robert, another position that has progressed quite a bit, and I'm loving it, is the Alexander Grischuk versus Arjun board. We were talking about the h-pawn. It has marched down the board, and I say we do an action replay from when we left it last to really understand how we got here.
For sure, because at this moment, the move h5 was played. It's what you were calling for. b5, so these are the ideas that we were looking at. And then the pawn went to a5, which apparently was a mistake. At this point, perhaps black should have stopped this pawn. But then you create a hook, so it's a very difficult choice whether to allow h6 or not. The pawn goes up. It's given the great move symbol. It's just such a good idea. Let's open up a file in front of the black king. And Tanya, as we see the game progress, it still looks relatively closed. And knight d5, another move that the engine does not approve of, but nobody wants to take on e4 and undouble white's pawns.
Knight e5 feels like the most human move in the position. You put your knight on a nice square. You're always kind of got this safety net of going f5. You don't want to do it unless you've calculated all the way through, but it's something that white has to watch out for. You can kick that knight out, but it feels like a race to me where black wants to push on the queen side, white needs to play on the dark squares on the king side. And this is very Alpha Zero-esque, what we've seen, with h5 getting that pawn all the way down to h6 to create these long-term dark square weaknesses. The last move by Arjun hints at he wants to fight that dark square weaknesses by falling back with that bishop to f8 and just making sure that the squares around his king remain safe.
And it's so important that he keeps these two knights here because f6 is a weak square, g5, g7, all the dark squares that we're highlighting. And the good news is that white doesn't have a pawn to kick this knight out. White's best move would be, let me undouble this pawn to the center, get this knight out of d5. And a4, I think this is very smart play from Grischuk. And the reason why is he's trying to build an attack on the king side. Black needs some counterplay. If you can distract white's forces just a turn ago, let's say you made even the mistake of taking on b4, after pawn takes, there's pressure that you have to deal with. And that means you can't fully focus on an attack. By playing a4 instead, you say no open files for black's pieces. I wouldn't be surprised if at some moment Arjun throws in a move like b3 just to open up a rook on a file there, because they say losing pawns, that's a bad thing. You don't want to be down material, but it gains you an open file. So if he desperately wants activity, I could see in the future this move b3.
I think that's a great suggestion by you, because not only does it open a B line, it actually vacates that B4 square for one of the pieces to come to create more threats in White's camp. So an idea that Sasha needs to keep in mind. You were talking about breaks, right, which have been stopped by the move A4, which makes me think, can Black also start aiming for a potential C5? Again, the timing has to be right. You see an open D line, the pawn needs to be protected. But there are concepts like rook to C8. You can perhaps move your queen the next move and strike in the center with C5. Once I get C5 in, I will also be able to recapture that pawn with the knight on D7. Just get the position more going for Black.
It's a great idea because this pawn dominates the knight. A pawn 3 squares away always controls those knight's forward jumps. And I like the idea of sacrificing a pawn for activity because right now Black is so passive. That said, Black is very solid. There are no weak squares, no checkmating ideas that immediately come to mind. So the one additional point about c5 that needs to be looked into is that if you open up this long diagonal towards the black king on the dark squares, that could spell some trouble. So opening up the position usually helps the bishop pair, but also gives breathing rooms to Black's cramped setup.
Really nicely pointed out there, and this is a position where so many pawns and pieces are on the board, which means it's going to be a bit of a grind with players playing on either sides. I think it's a good moment to go back to the all-Indian clash, Vidit against Gukesh. One more time, fire on the board. We see a crazy position on the king side, some very committal decisions by Vidit, overexpanding on the side that he's castled with. That is playing with fire. A trade has happened, but Robert, good time to back up and see once again how we got here.
Let's do it. I think we were around here. The queen went to c8, white went f3, trying to strike in the center, and Black did it first with c5. So no e4 available to white's pieces, but we saw eventually a trade on d4. So both sides have isolated queen pawns, and then Black worked around it. Let's get some activity for the pieces. And Tanya, in this type of position, Black is very solid, but it's clear white should be better. You have a knight on e5. The black knight is on the side of the board. But because there are no immediate targets, maybe it's not so clear how to take advantage of this offside knight, which did quickly go back towards the center.
Really nice to make sure that you can get your pieces at the right square. We saw some very natural moves being played, but g4, definitely a committal one, and white wants to just go all the way forward. You want to say A, B, and C this time. After h4, get that g5 pawn, and notice that bishop on d3, which is already eyeing the h7 square, and suddenly queen f2 as a move makes sense. In certain positions, that queen can go to h4, and you're already talking checkmate.
Looking for a checkmate with that bishop on d3 is always smart to do, and Black's bishop is restricted. This pawn takes away that valuable f5 square. So what Gukesh does is he goes in the other direction. This is smart. We say when you're facing an attack, often you want to stir up some trouble in the center or on the queen side, and he does just that with knight c4. The knights were traded on d7. Gukesh has not taken back yet because he's determining if he should take with the bishop to open up his rook or take with the queen, which makes his bishop look a bit silly, and maybe then he feels and fears that white can just go forward with an eventual attack.
Really nice, because intuitively you just want to recapture with the queen. Recapturing and getting your bishop back to d7, it feels a little unnatural, but then again, that's only for mere mortals. We're talking about Gukesh here, so very instructive how he slowed down when you have an option to actually recapture with two pieces, even if one feels slightly non-standard here. Queen d7, bishop d7 could lead to different positions, but I like the plan that you're pointing out. White doesn't only have the trick of going g5 in certain positions. Notice how if you take with the queen, g5 becomes a reality. It can become a big threat because the queen loses connection with that square. But you also jump in with that knight asking big questions. And in fact, Gukesh does make the choice to recapture with the bishop. Meanwhile, Robert, we asked our chat to get involved and give us their predictions on this game. And over 600 people put in their vote, with 65% voting for Gukesh, for a Gukesh win in this one, 21% with Vidit, and 13% for a draw. I would agree with one thing on that poll: draw is very unlikely.
Especially considering the time situation where Vidit is down to 3 minutes and 42 seconds. Gukesh is about to hit 5 minutes himself. And there's a lot to be proud of when you talk about Gukesh's chess. I just want to applaud him once more for taking time before playing bishop takes d7. These are the moves that you gloss over when you're looking through games. You press the next arrow, you keep going. That's not a move that seems to stick out at all. But the fact that he didn't play what most of us would do, queen takes d7, connecting your rooks, getting your queen off the last rank, keeping your bishop in a more advanced square. The evaluation bar doesn't mind either way, but I think that bishop takes d7 is just a high-class move that, as you said, mere mortals like myself, we just don't think in that way. So to be able to back up a piece and then reroute it to c6, saying the e file is more important because now I can trade pieces. It's hard to attack without pieces, so let's start trading some rooks.
You really want to do that because one can imagine a lot of pressure against the black king. So if you can move that queen now up to d7, trade all the rooks on e1, that would be a great way to neutralize pressure. Look at this bishop retreating dance when he's recapturing. It's so impressive. Taking back with the bishop, and the point is if he would have recaptured with the queen, Robert, white has the option to actually jump over and take control of the e-line with a tempo.
Right, the queen would then have to move out the way, and it still says black is fine, but he takes it with the bishop. And I think another idea that he is relying on is that if he took with the queen, that might give Vidit the option to take on c4. So to transition from a completely symmetrical looking structure into one where white has the only isolated pawn, but it's an advanced pawn. The bishop would have to move, the queen gets into d4, things like that. At least from a distance it looks pleasant for white. So that's why in part he took with the bishop on e8, rook e1 still played. But the way that Gukesh is handling this game, I could see it turning in his favor because that knight on c4, rook on c8, there he could do some damage on the queen side, and this g4 h4 push, you can't get them backwards. I think you'd like to go back this way with your pawns.
Yes, and you've got to watch out on the queen side. You've got the queen coming on to b6 in certain positions. b2 can be a weakness. And how long can you really allow that black knight to stick around on c4? But giving up that light squared bishop is giving up a really key piece in your position. It's sort of like killing a fly with a sledgehammer, you know? You kill the fly, but you destroy a lot around it as well. So it's going to be a difficult decision.
Have you done that before? It sounded like you're speaking from experience.
I've killed no flies whatsoever, but queen d6 instead on the board, hitting that knight on f. Also, I don't own a sledgehammer.
Okay, that's the more interesting part to me. Whether or not you killed flies is that's not really fascinating. But if you had a sledgehammer,
that'd be scary.
You're just going around like, trying to catch flies.
Oh, yeah, that's my side job. But queen d6 on the board, it is hitting that knight on f4, asking questions. The knight can jump forward to h5, but it really doesn't have an assisting piece to conduct an attack. So you're sort of taking it to the edge of the board with no real idea. But if not knight h5, where else do you go?
I don't want to retreat. I think knight h5 is good, and you could also go back to g3. You're trying to wrap that knight around. He goes back to g2.
I think he wants to trade that knight on c4, but he doesn't want to use a sledgehammer for that. I think he wants to jump in with the knight to e3 and perhaps try and trade it with his own knight.
Well, it's a Calcutta Knight Rider here. The knight is going back and forth all
Nicely
around.
done.
Yeah, you know, I got this. The knight is going to go to e3 and trade off. And the thing about this position is black is more active. The queen on d6 is better than the queen on f2. We keep talking about the overextension of these pawns. And Gukesh's accuracy that we see is 98.2. Like, he is super accurate in these positions, and with the clock the way it is, that could be dangerous for Vidit.
And Gukesh just continues sliding around with that bishop to better squares, also controlling the f5 square if the knight was to jump in either via e3 or even potentially h5, knight h4 ideas. So it is definitely a very complex position, and Vidit going under 2 minutes. Clock can be a big factor in this one.
It will be, and it should be in pretty much every game at this point as the players, they're under 5 minutes. Is there another game that catches your eye, or should we stick around with this?
All of them. We will jump back to this, but I want to take your attention to the Nodirbek Pragg board. When we left it last, there were all these tactics with a potential bishop pair win for Nodirbek. It looks like he's managed to do that. There's still a blockade on the queenside pawns. Pragg running low on time. But one gets the feeling that Pragg's got quite a bit of activity going right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. The last couple moves were apparently a mistake from white with rook to c2. It looks like a very natural move to my eyes. And h5 is a move that is called a miss. It said that black missed an opportunity to have the game be equal. I guess you could think about pushing this pawn at some point, maybe trading rooks, and perhaps that is what Black should have done according to the engines. That's so difficult. You want your pawns to be connected. You don't want to throw a pawn to b3 and see them far apart. So h5, it's technically a miss. It's not the objective best move, but I don't see how White takes advantage. If this rook comes to c1, we do end up swapping. White does have control of this open file, so that would make me want to have the white pieces here.
The bishop pair control on the c-line, but once again that black knight on e6 controlling a very key c7 penetrating square in the position. The queen on d5 nicely placed, and I think b3 as a threat that is sort of better as a threat and not executed will keep white distracted from being able to create too much play. But Robert, I agree with you that it feels that if anyone does have the better chances, like you pointed out, it's perhaps going to be white in this one, especially because of the open c-line control. If you can just get these major pieces off the board, then perhaps black could be slightly happier.
Right, the major pieces go off the board. The reason why black is happy is these outside pawns are hard to deal with. Your king would have to scurry on over to the b1 square, and this knight would quickly go to a square like b6 to start pushing these pawns. So I think we're in for a great battle. Now Nodirbek down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds, counting down. So he's up a minute, but not very much time for him either.
Well, the good news for the players here is that it's a 10-second increment, which is really quite a lot to try and build up a little bit on the clock in these critical positions. We are seeing moves being blitzed out right now, Robert. Let's keep up to date with all the action. The rooks have been traded off. White's queen entering onto c6. Black refuses the trade, wants to play on the light squares. Queen can penetrate onto d6. Queen d2 coming in. I want to go queen d3, queen d2, hit that dark square bishop on b2 and create my own threats.
The queen for black wants to go d3. The queen for white might go to d6. Both sides have kind of similar plans. Attack the remaining pieces. And king g2 is played, a very quiet move.
Too calm for this kind of a position. And this does give black that tempo to bring in his own queen and really start putting the threats. Let's also point out that instead of king g2, a very tempting move would be to push that central pawn e4, but then you really create a lot of weaknesses on the light squares. Black queen can go to f3 or to g4. You've got the ideas of the knight jumping onto f4, the d4 pawn hanging. So e4 is one of those moves which is sort of giving into temptation, but long term, it doesn't serve you well.
It would completely backfire because this d4 pawn is pinned. If you move it, you lose the bishop behind it, so that would cause too many issues. And g5, I was not thinking about this direction, but it's a great choice. It doesn't get an exclamation point, but I think it deserves one, because if white takes on g5 and this knight captures back, there's the h3 square with check, the f3 square if your queen is distracted, and I think that black is more likely to win this type of position than white would be.
Praggnanandhaa, with his really strong ability to take these concrete problem-posing decisions with just minutes on his clock, and he does it really quickly. He does it with confidence, and objectively it might not be the best move in the position, but that doesn't matter because it poses maximum trouble for white, and that's what you want when you're playing on minutes. And look at that, Nodirbek immediately offering the queen trade to try to neutralize any attack against the king.
And for Praggnanandhaa, he wants no part of the queen trade. He should slide his queen back to g6, threaten pawn takes h4. If this pawn is ever captured, the knight gets in there, hitting this queen. I feel like white has some things to figure out, but the more Pragg thinks, the more I'm worried for him. He's down to about half a minute.
He plays really good chess, even with seconds on the clock. Both these players, absolute speed chess specialists. Queen g6 is one move you're looking at. It's on the board. I was also very tempted to slide the queen further down the board on d3, but I like queen g6. It keeps the h5 pawn defended, creates a threat to take on h4, because now the g3 pawn is pinned.
That's right, and you saw Pragg glance at his clock before he made his move. He was making sure that he had enough time. He's getting a bit nervous because they only gain 10 seconds per move played. And you see that Nodirbek, he's fully focused on the board, but what's his plan? If he takes on g5, he has to be worried about inviting more black pieces against the white king, and this rook may lift up and head on over to f6 eventually.
He's done it. We might be seeing this. So he does grab the pawn on g5. The knight immediately jumps in. Pragg plays it super fast, gaining a tempo on the move. Now white needs to decide a good square. You have to stay connected to this e4 square. You can't allow black's queen to slide in with a check.
So maybe queen c6, he offered a queen trade once, maybe he'll do it again. But that black queen will slide back to f5 if, in fact, the queen goes to c6. And the h3 square could be a problem. So he goes queen to d5. Tanya, what about h4 for black? Okay,
I love it. This is wild. Great call there by you. You want to open up the king side here. H4, and once again, even though the eval bar says it's level, everything in control, throw that eval bar out of the window. This is a crazy position. Nodirbek has reacted to H4. He's just gone pawn grabbing.
But that...
And it's a big blunder.
Apparently, that is a huge blunder. And let's see if Pragg can figure out why he takes on G3 first. And there's a big question of... Wait, is there an A4 coming? These bishops are in a row, and that could be a big problem in some of these positions for white.
And look at that focus on Pragg. He's leaning forward. He moves around on the seat. He knows that he's super close. There has to be something in the position. He's not only playing against the white king, but the doubled up bishop on the queen side. Does white even have the time to recapture because of the threat that you're pointing at?
I don't think so, and perhaps that's what Nodirbek overlooked, that with a pawn on f2, he can play bishop c2 with tempo against this queen. But if the pawn takes, you don't have that because rook takes b2 will pin the bishop on c2 to the king on g2. So such a big moment for Pragg, and he turned it around. It wasn't even so much, I don't think, about this last blunder from Nodirbek. I think he was already in trouble when Pragg started playing g5 and playing for an attack.
At this level, you don't get those one-move blunders. It's about incremental pressure throughout the game, which makes a player collapse at some point. It is move after move chess. He takes on g3, seeing this amazing geometry of the second rank opening up with a capture on g3. And with that being impossible, I do see Nodirbek has reached out and made a move. Robert, could you tell what he played?
I thought he grabbed his f-pawn. Maybe he did. He went f3, but there is no way that this can be satisfactory. a4 now is just a crusher. It was bad after pawn takes pawn. It's still equally bad here for white. With that move that Pragg just played, this should be game over, as Nodirbek only has 10 seconds. He might just throw in the towel.
Wow, and also I just want to point out, we won't go back, but if you... Black had all these threats on the king side, so he wanted to keep the king side blocked. A4 has happened, and now he goes one move further, but Black can actually pick up the bishop with the rook. Give up that knight. Yes, you take the knight, but I'm going to take up your second bishop on b2 with a check. This looks like game over for Nodirbek.
And there Pragg does it. He just had about 6 seconds on his clock when he took on b3. That's an extra full piece for Praggnanandhaa, and it's going to be an extra piece with an attack for Black.
And he's done it. We see this move being played out, and as you're saying, the attack is still on the board. Where do you go with your king? Yes, you can grab that g3 pawn, but Black then can get access, try and bring the queen into play. I'm looking at moves like queen to h5. I want to go queen h2, but you have to watch out for rook h1 idea, so be a little careful here. Pragg getting the bishop into fire as well. He wants to grab the g5 pawn.
He also takes away the d8 square from any queen checks in that direction, frees the g7 square for his king. So I think it was a great choice by Praggnanandhaa. If he can trade the queens and keep the a pawn, it's game over. He knows that, and this king is in a world of hurt on g3.
Big trouble. He jumps in with the rook, pinning that bishop that was just moved right now. But now you can just simply go into an endgame, grab that g5 pawn with the queen, giving a check. But Pragg wants to play on. He goes king to g7?
The rook
he
was
goes
on
rook
c5.
to c5.
Oh, it was misleading.
That was a heart attack.
Yeah, the rook looked like it went to c6. Instead, it went to c5 to keep this pawn, and that allowed king to g7. It's scary to see that from a distance, but rook f2 check. The king has to go back to g3. And where's he moving the rook?
He's got king g3, has been played on the board. And Pragg, 17 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like he brought rook to e2 to attack this pawn on e3 over here, and the king goes back up to f4. That's a big move. Ooh, he's repeating. Don't repeat a third time.
That's only to gain time on the clock. Every time you press the clock, you get an additional 10 seconds, and he needs those seconds to think about where you want to move your rook. You can even just keep it on the f line. Go rook to f1. The f6 bishop isn't hanging because the g5 pawn is defended, but white continues to pursue that rook on f1. King g2 played.
It's just annoying. You have to keep moving your rook away, but if he goes to the other side of the board, rook to b1, you keep mentioning, Tana, you're right to point out for the audience, the bishop cannot be captured because the pawn on g5 is pinned. There's a king behind the pawn, and he has brought his rook to this b file. That should allow him to deliver a checkmate in the near future.
If you fall on the back rank, you've always got to watch out for a queen sliding onto b1. Nodirbek avoids any back rank checkmates, steps up with the king to g3, but it's not a happy square because this means the g5 pawn remains pinned.
And I think for Black, you would love to take on g5, but it's defended for the time being. Play a3, play a2. You have a passed pawn. Maybe make a new queen.
I like it. You've got the time to do it, and he listens to you. Pragg says, you know what? A piece is not enough. I want an extra queen.
and that's going to distract white's pieces. If you have to take on a2, the g5 pawn will be gathered by black's forces.
And we see a repetition of a similar idea. He stepped up with the king to f4. Pragg first gaining some time, gives a check. The king falls back to g3 to attack that rook. Pragg says, I don't care about the rook. I'm getting that queen in.
Have that rook. I will get a new piece and it'll be worth more than that rook. Give me a new queen. And you see the swig of water. He takes it. That's how you know a chess player is happy.
That's never a good sign. When your opponent reaches out for the water, picks it up, takes a sip with just seconds on the clock, you know you're done for. And it does look with Nodirbek slowing down. He does realize it, that now there's no stopping this queen. You can go ahead with your rook on the A line, at least for the moment, preventing A1 from happening. But perhaps this is a good chance for Pragg to slide in with his rook. Is he going to go rook f1, give up that a2 pawn, and then just pick up g5?
That looks very... Oh, rook f5. What a choice. He says, please, have my rook. I offered it once, now a second time, and this pawn will queen at the end for black.
And it looks like this was the chef's kiss, the finishing touch of the game. Rook to f5, and I'm expecting Nodirbek to resign, throw in the towel right now, because there's really nothing more to play for. But he continues. He does take the rook. And look at Pragg, he wants it all. He's not even giving the bishop.
But this might be like the move, because if he had got a queen first, this pawn would have taken the bishop. White would have 3 pawns and a rook for a queen to pawn. That would have given some drawing chances, but with these pawns split the way they are and black retaining the f7 pawn, that was the cleanest way to secure a winning advantage.
And it just shows even getting a winning position, absolute alertness and precision there by Pragg, making sure that he gives 0 chances to his opponent. It would be so simple to reach out for the queen, give up that bishop, but that would have made Pragg's task a little more complicated. Nodirbek trying to keep both pawns defended, but this separates the king and rook, which can be really dangerous. You can lose the rook with a check. Pragg first bringing in his own king into the game.
And this king on g3 is in the wide open. If you step back, you walk into a check, losing your rook on d5. So he, once again, how many times have we seen king f4 in this game? I don't think we ever really see king f4. And this is going to be a win for Praggnanandhaa if he can just get his king into the right position.
And one player who's already won a big update, Vachier-Lagrave, continues his run as he takes down the leader, Vincent Keimer. With the white pieces, Maxime scored a win, and it looks like Pragg with black is about to do the same.
And it looks like Vidit Gujarati with the white pieces against Gukesh. He might land a victory. He is up a minor piece right now. So you want to go to that game in all Indian clash?
I agree with you. This one, I think we can say that it requires a little bit of technique, but Pragg should be able to do this. In this one, with it up a piece for a pawn, the only hope is that white's king is a little open. But the knight, Robert, it's not only a great attacker, it's a great friend of the king as well. It's a great defender as well. All you need to do is keep your knight and king connected. It's very hard for black to give checks when you get that construction in.
The knight stops the check on the diagonal, also blocks on the second rank here. But what Gukesh might also rely on is if these queens get traded, you would think that has to be winning for white. The queens come off the board. But if the white king is over here and the black king, this is what he's doing. He's saying, maybe we trade queens, but my king is so fast over here, I can try to go for the white queenside pawns.
That is very resourceful of Gukesh, because one would think, 1 second, Vidit's got an extra piece. He's even taken the pawn, which was there for the extra piece. This has to be completely winning. But it is not completely winning, because if both the pawns on the queen side disappear, a knight and king is not going to be enough, even with queens on the board.
That's correct. And we see a4 played. Great recognition by Vidit. He has full board awareness. This queen cannot deliver a check. Tana, you point out the knight is so strong. Stops the check on f4. Also stops checks on the second rank. Queen d5 by Gukesh. Is queen d6 a threat? That's a big question, because if the queens come off, you think white has to be winning, but the black king would be so close to those pawns.
And he avoids it. He says, I don't have time to calculate, but I'm just going to avoid any such questions. Now if Vidit gives a check on the 6th rank, the queens will get traded, and he doesn't. He falls back with the queen to c3, so keeping all the pieces alive, and it's not over yet.
Not even close. This knight needs to get into the game, but as soon as the knight moves away, the queen will have so many checks against the white king. So Gukesh trying to figure out where does his king belong. I didn't think it should go to b6. It feels like you're walking into a checkmating net.
But you want to keep your king close to the queenside pawn. So not having enough time to calculate, it is a dangerous, instinctive decision that is taken by Gukesh. He wants to make sure if the queens can get off the board, black can get to those queenside pawns. Queen e3 check played. Black has to again take a decision. Do you go on the 6th rank or do you fall back? He does it. He's playing with fire, but he doesn't have time to calculate. It's all intuition right now.
And he's tempting Vidit to play b5 check. He wants him to win this pawn a7. That should be winning, right? You're up a knight and a pawn. But with the black king sliding in here, white's pawns are very vulnerable. Vidit down under 10 seconds. He very smartly doesn't touch the pawns.
That was so tempting. And look at that trap that Gukesh set of giving up another pawn just to make sure that you can get to those white pawns. Let's also remind everyone the white knight has to stay close to the white king. And Gukesh playing very committal chess. He's asking big questions to Vidit, who's got 7 seconds on the clock.
And Vidit brings his knight in. There are no checks against the white king. So he brings his knight to f4, attacking the queen on d5. And after queen to f5 here, the knight's under attack. You have to figure out what to do.
And Robert, we've got a very special guest who's joining us. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave after his win against Vincent. Maxime just in time to take us through this crazy game that's going on.
Yeah, look at Vidit. You disappointed that man yesterday by...
Seems like he's coming back.
With the extra piece? No chances for black anymore?
No, I mean, there's really much chances of stalemate that I can think of, but that's not happening.
Well, you do know how to make great comebacks, and you stormed back yesterday and today with a big win. So as Vidit's about to secure this one, how are you feeling with 3 out of 4 points?
I mean, definitely good. It was a tough game. This coach, it always gives very double-edged positions. But suddenly it came to an endgame that was maybe slightly better for me. Found few ideas to regroup my pieces. I played this exchange sacrifice, which I was not sure was good, but ended up winning me the game.
Yeah, we can look more deeply into that game, and I mean, we see on camera here. There's so many fans in attendance. What is that like for you when you're playing? Do you notice them at all, or can you actually box it all out?
By now, it's already common practice. I'm focused on my games and my chess.
But how many autographs have you signed?
Not that many actually,
Yes.
because there's security. Otherwise, but I expect to sign quite a few before the end of the event.
Are you surprised at all by how decisive this round has been? Because we just have even more results. Timur Rajabov, he won with the black pieces against Mentalahari Krishna, and we saw Praggnanandhaa beat Abdusattorov with black. Vidit just won officially, so now we have all 5 games being decisive because Alexander Grischuk beat Arjun. What do you think about the fighting chess?
Yeah, it's fun. It's an uncompromising field. Very, everyone's relatively the same strengths, I would say. At least, at this exact moment, because it might evolve in the future. But right now, everybody thinks he can beat anybody. So that's why we're saying people taking risk, because I quite like the match between Ding and Nepo. You know that even if you lose, you can make a comeback. So you're inclined to take more risk.
We're seeing a lot of risky chess here, Maxime, and I remember in the opening ceremony you mentioned that you're looking forward to playing against the youngsters. You're playing against Gukesh in the next round. So before we let you go and get to that, just looking ahead at that matchup, your thoughts?
Yeah, it's gonna be a new experience. It's very, very rare occurrence where there's an opponent that I have never played, even online. So it will be a first of sorts.
We're really excited about that game. All the best, and we hope to have you back in our studio.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Maxime, for stopping by. So we had Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who leads this tournament along with Timur Rajabov with 3 out of 4 points. And I think, we're such a treat to have Maxime in, that he was here for Vidit's win. And, Vidit was upset because of Maxime. Now he should be feeling much better. Tanya, 5 decisive games.
I love it. This is the chess that we live for, and such fighting chess, dynamic play, the players going for blood in the run. And how cool was it that Maxime has a game to play? But he actually joined us in commentary.
I think it's clear that for these players, they can win without preparation in rapid chess. Because unlike classical, where there's all that time to think and work on it behind the scenes, here you just have to show up and give your best. And Maxime is doing just that. He beats Vincent Keimer. Rajabov joins him in the lead. And we didn't actually get to see Maxime's finishing touches on his game.
We didn't. Do you want to have a quick look at that? We've got a couple of minutes before round 5 action of the Tata Steel Chess India Open is about to start, and we've had such incredible games, Robert, and I think we should use this time to actually take a look at how these ended. Let's bring up the Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Vincent Ward. Maxime was one of the leaders at the start of the tournament, at the start of the day, and he continues to keep up his form, taking down another co-leader.
He gets a big win over Vincent Keimer. We will show you that because Maxime mentioned an exchange sacrifice. And while he was saying that to me, I was like, I don't think I saw you sacrifice the exchange yet. So this is going to be the first time we get to see it, which is going to be fun for us and the viewers. But Maxime clearly taking risks in this event. He was on a rook yesterday against Vidit. He still won that game. And today he sacrificed a rook, but this time at least he got a minor piece in return.
Because he's such a star for joining us in between games, I think let's take a quick look at that. Producer G, we can pull up our analysis board of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Vincent Keimer and have a quick look at that game. It would be really cool, and there we have it.
Yes, we do. So he said it's exchange sacrifice. So I figured around move 25, this knight jumps in and goes to the d4 square, and that's a huge knight. Dark square control for black. This bishop can't attack it. So Tanya, would you have taken this knight on d4 with your rook?
You just can't allow it to stay there for too long. You really want to get rid of it. And it's not only getting rid of the knight. Notice how that a4 pawn is a big, big weakness. And it gets awarded 2 exclamation marks, a brilliancy, and I think it deserves that. It's not only getting rid of the knight, as I was saying, but that a4 pawn will also be picked up because not only the rook will get to it, but that light squared bishop can start attacking. I want to show you after trading, if you were to make a move like rook to a8, trying to hold on to it, the white bishop jumps onto d7. So many light square weaknesses. White's the only one who's playing for the win here.
And I love that Maxime, he wasn't completely certain, right? He was playing the game. He had to calculate all these lines. He said, I made this exchange sacrifice. He didn't say, I was so proud to make this great choice. It's a chess player. He's calculating always, and he made a great choice, awarded the double exclamation point. And once the trades happen here, White has 2 pawns and a bishop for a rook, and these, oh my goodness, it's, you know, for anyone who likes bowling, that's a split. You're not going to knock all those down. This is just ugly for black.
It is. You are going to knock them off the board one by one. So it's definitely, it was a difficult endgame, and Maxime showing incredible technique in this one, converted this position with the 2 extra pawns, rolling down the board on the queen side, pretty much unstoppable. He made it look really easy, and this is how the game ended. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will be facing Gukesh in the next round, one that he's really looking forward to.
Of course he is, because Gukesh is such a favorite here in India. He's beloved, and he deserves that love, but Gukesh just lost that game to Vidit. So Gukesh is not going to be so happy. Maxime, on the other hand, he won round 3 against Vidit. That was a miracle. Now in round 4, that was quite convincing, but he keeps going, right? There is no easy opponent. Everyone is roughly the same strength, and I've loved hearing that from all the players.
He keeps going, and we're going to keep going as well, as we will be back with a round 5 action in just a few big matchups coming your way. Don't go anywhere. It is round 5 at the Tata Steel Chess India Rapid. In a few moments from now, 10 of the world's speed chess specialists will walk into the playing arena at the National Library. We've seen so much attacking chess today from the start. Robert, what are you expecting in this one?
More fireworks, of course. We just had 5 decisive results in that round. Some games were going one player's direction and then completely turned around. So there are going to be shocks, there are going to be surprises, and there are going to be some more winners.
Shocks and surprises, that's a lot of fun for us. Let's quickly bring up our standings before we jump into the chess action to see where we are in the tournament going into this round 5. And this is our leaderboard. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with that win, and Raja stay at the top with 3 points. And for Hari Krishna, the nightmare continues.
The nightmare does continue. He lost his game, but for Rajabov and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, they're showing that the quote-unquote old guard can still make some tricks happen. They were at 3 out of 4, and for Maxime, he's been a different player. I mean, round 3 was some fortune. Round 4 was just dominance.
And I think that's also because of the turnaround that he had in round 3. It gives you that extra confidence. Let's bring up our matchups for round 5. These are the pairings that we've got coming up going forward, the pairings for round 5. We've got Arjun taking on Vidit, so another all-Indian clash. Vidit managed to win that last game, a complicated battle. He's done it once against an Indian, took down Gukesh. Can he take down Arjun?
I think he can, especially because Arjun, who was winning against Alexander Grischuk, he unfortunately spoiled such an advantage. Grischuk won that game, but Gukesh, he's going to be disappointed. He gets Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Maxime is on fire.
He is on fire, and the other player who's on fire is Temur Rajabov. He's going to take on Alexander Grischuk, who also had a win in the last round. Exciting matchups and pairings coming up. The chess action is on. Let's go straight to our venue, the playing arena of the National Library, and get to the chess.
Let's do it. And we have so many exciting matches. We didn't even talk about the fact that Vincent Keimer is taking on Nodirbek Abdusatarov. So another teenager clash. But those two players, they did not have a good 4th round. So here in the 5th round, you can make new memories, hopefully happier for some of the players. And I think Gukesh against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, that's a huge matchup for us to watch because Maxime, he is in that tie for first place with Temur Rajabov.
And it's a matchup that he said from the start of the tournament that he's really looking forward to. Hasn't played against these Indian youngsters as much. Well, he's going to get his wish granted in this tournament for sure. Robert, we've got moves coming in. Did this start as a London?
It most certainly did, and now Maxime plays the f6 variation after bishop g5 and g6. I myself have played this before. It looks very strange for black to put your pawns in this manner, but what black is going to do is develop the bishop, castle the king, and eventually this bishop on h4 is just going to be misplaced. It's not on an active diagonal.
Lots of pawn moves in this one, and a non-standard structure by black, quite a committal one. So it is the fight and a trade-off between making these decisions and getting that bishop pair. Let's continue with our opening tour and take a look at the approaches that the players have for this big round 5. And Robert, the next game that I want to draw your attention to is the all-Indian clash between Praggnanandhaa and Hari Krishna.
Let's do it. I forgot about that second all-Indian clash. Praggnanandhaa with that very nice victory over Nodirbek Abdusatarov. He gets to play Hari right now, and Hari is really struggling. Some player has to be at the bottom of the standings, and it's unfortunate, but Hari has only a half point out of 4 games. Now he gets the black pieces, and this sort of reminds me of the game, the opening I should say, with Arjun. It's not the same line, but it's a very calm approach thus far from Pragg. He's going to try to outplay Hari, not in a deep theoretical line, but in a slower maneuvering game.
That's because you can't outplay Hari in a deep theoretical line. Hari, who's here with his second, definitely has been having a tough tournament, but it has been in those last critical moments, playing on those minutes, that's the mistakes have come in. He needs to switch that up. Right now, it looks with the kind of time he's taken on the clock that Hari knows exactly what he's doing. It started as an Italian, a quick action replay, the Italian with the 3rd move of the bishop coming out after the king's pawn opening.
The bishop comes out to c4, black plays knight f6, and for those of you who are newer to chess, you probably learned the fried liver, go right for this pawn on f7. It looks very dangerous. Black has to interpose in the diagonal with this d5 push, it gets very tactical, but that's not how this game was going. Instead, we saw the move after knight f6, d3, closed game, and now white expands on the queen side with a4 to gain space for the pawns, but also give the bishop more squares in the diagonal. And as we continue here, what happened?
Sorry, go on. Because I had my eye out on all the games, Robert, and there are two games that are identical out of the opening.
Wow. Let's do it.
We've got to do it. We've got to show this. Arjun versus Vidit is exactly the same opening and the same position that we have in Gukesh versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Yes, this is the same exact position we had, and then Vidit decides to take on d4. And there are many stories like this where people are playing the same lines, the board right near them. It happened at the Grand Swiss, where Alexei Shirov was playing on one board, and they had to move the board to this other playing hall because the players were so uncomfortable. They were sitting side by side, literally at boards next to one another, and they said, this just doesn't feel right. Let's move elsewhere.
And speaking of let's move elsewhere, I'm going to move elsewhere because you got the 5-time world champion Vachier-Lagrave joining us at the right moment, just when things are starting to heat up. Robert, really interesting, and maybe you can show the identical position that we had.
Yeah, this is just, in this game, I think, finally, they've made different moves. So that's the good news. In the other game, there was a knight on g7. But as we are joined by none other than the legendary Viswanathan Anand, I guess an important question for you is, have you had that experience where you're playing right next to somebody and they have the same exact opening, deep into the game?
Of course. I played Luke McShane once, and Kracek was playing Shirov on the very next board. So Bundesliga, Shirov was black, I was white, McShane was black. And then later, Shirov said it was very unpleasant for him, thinking that Luke was copying him. And Luke said, no, I wasn't copying you at all. I can lose by myself, something to that effect. And, but it exact same duplicate position. So we actually had the feeling that we could just get up and go and see what happened there. Anyway, I deviated early, so...
Such an uncomfortable feeling for players, but it's not intentional. Just these are some of the popular lines.
Correct.
And against the London, how do you feel about the setup that Vidit has chosen? And I guess also, how do you feel about Vidit's play in the previous round?
I think for Vidit, just very impressive recovery. I didn't catch every detail, but generally it seemed like a game under control. And he managed to squeeze out a win against Gukesh. Not an easy task these days. So at least he's kind of stabilized. Maxime has been playing this a lot. He got almost the same London against Magnus in Norway. Yeah, I think. And so it's kind of in the air.
Yeah.
It's kind of in the air.
I mean, Tanya was so shocked to see these identical positions. I wasn't expecting it, but I just know from, as you said, it must be uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
But now we've seen a bit of a switch up in those two positions, and Maxime, after his win against Vidit, feels like he's refound his form now and starting with a win today.
Yes, and in fact, it was a model game.
Yeah.
It was really a model game, something to study.
What stood out for you in that game, Vishy?
Simply that this maneuver, knight g1, h3, f4, d5. I mean, you have a really beautiful knight, and you don't want to exchange it. But they always say it doesn't matter what leaves the board, it only matters what stays on the board. So after knight d5, bishop d5, cd5, the remaining minor pieces favor white. And when the black knight inevitably comes to d4, he's able to sack the exchange. And yeah, it's textbook stuff. So
Textbook stuff for some of the greats in the world. That exchange sacrifice was very impressive. Anand, we'd love to go through the games. Which board catches your attention here?
Okay, so we have seen Arjun against Vidit. Shall we go to the next one in the series, which is Gukesh against
Makes a lot of
MBL? Yeah.
sense.
Let's see how different it is. So I'm just taking
I
a
think it's
mental
already
picture.
quite different because I mean it's a totally different wipe. It's not CD. So it should be pleasant for white. But if I take on G3, take on C4, and go back and just wobble, it should be stable.
Before we do a deep dive into this, let's just show everyone where it actually deviated from the Vidit Arjun game.
Yeah, let's go along the way. And we see that this was all the same. And this funny looking opening where the pawn structure is not protected by each other.
Actually, it's an important line. it's one of these lines that just comes up. But just go back a second. Yes, G6, because otherwise sometimes white can go knight e5.
Right,
So it is
knight-
important to protect that knight while you can. In fact, white can still play knight e5, but it's not a particularly good move.
Just playing for tactics. And yeah, in this game here, we saw that the knight went to g7 early. So I think this is a big difference. And as
Obviously, the idea is to come to f5 and force a choice.
yeah, and it's always about can black get this e5 push, gain the center. But in this game, white would decided to soon take on c5 after stopping e5 and play for c4. So how do you feel about the London system in general? Because that's a hot topic for debate, at least on the internet these days.
It kind of crept up out of nowhere. I remember Kramnik being incredibly successful with it in Berlin in 2015. So this World Rapid and Blitz. And then it transpired that he had a training camp with Magnus where they had just been playing the London system all the time. So both of them were scoring heavily in that tournament. Then it was new. And then we got this phenomenon that suddenly an unknown opening then gets studied very intensively. I'm surprised it's still topical. There's still a lot of depth in it. And this is the thing. In chess, it's very hard to tell which ones are going to peter out quickly and which ones are going to hang in there forever. So...
Were you surprised to see it at the World Championship?
not at all. It's just a main line these days.
So not
So-
just for rapid and...
Not at all. It's a line with its own theory and perfectly suited to a world championship. Just like all the others, they're just systems that you have to play. But even in fact, the London has the opposite problem. It looks overworked. So now Ding started to play an early h3 just to mix things up and come. So that's quite funny to see.
It's also funny because this doesn't really look like a true London anymore. Like at least not how you see with the pawn going to h3 and the bishop sliding back to h2. These longer closed positions. Now it's opening up, and at least my first instinct, and I said we'd love to hear your thoughts. It looks very nice for Gukesh.
Yes. Again, the big question is, should I take on d5? I would try to delay it because it is going to be an isolated pawn. If queen takes d5, bishop c4 or bishop e4 looks quite nice for white, or knight c4. But the longer I delay cd5, the harder it is for you to get that bishop on c8 out. So I might want to play a3, queen e2, rook fd1 and drag that out as much as possible. I suspect that's what he'll do. I don't know whether I should start with a3 or even queen e2.
So is it looking more pleasant for Gukesh because he's got easier moves to improve his position, while black it's not easy to find those moves which just keep the tension but also get his pieces to better squares?
I agree. It's just it's much more fun to play with white because you can play just by feeling, by hand, and that's not the case for black. Black will have to be careful the next few moves. Bishop d7 e8, all this kind of stuff. It's not stuff you play naturally, so you'll have to think about it a little bit. It's a reasonable plan to get it to f7. That way, it solves the problem what to do with it.
So a really nice maneuver from c8 to f7, how to develop your pieces, a crash course by Vichy here. Anand, should we continue on our opening tour?
Yeah, let's have a look at the other games.
And should we take a look at the Pragg versus Hari, because there's a central break on the board. Praggnanandhaa playing against Hari Krishna, and there we have it.
Yeah. What opening was this?
Yeah,
It's
see,
Italian, right? It's an Italian.
It was Italian, but this bishop went to a2 and now it's back to b3 because that knight was on a5 earlier. So just to show you where in the Italian things took off, that at this point white went a4 and black still went knight a5 and went knight back to c6. So is this common to your eyes?
He could have thrown in c5, but maybe he didn't want bishop g5, so he's doing it like this, and then he's going to reroute to b4. It feels like anything goes these days, but I can't say I approve heartily, but I can't say that I can see why it's wrong. So,
that knight moved so many times already, and I feel like when people learn chess, they're taught not to bring your knight all the way back and forth like this and just play almost like a few tempi down.
I think the things that they do, which all of us were taught not to do, this is a very big, this is an expanding field these days. Unfortunately, we forgot to tell the computers you're not supposed to do that, and so they keep annoying the hell out of us. But c4 would be interesting here normally. But I think DC4D for knight g5 might just work nice for white.
Yeah, it looks like that.
No, maybe there's some knight g4 trick, or I don't know.
It looks pretty good. Also, maybe can white take back on d5 initially here? Just
Yes, that could be. Well, cb3,
and then
dc6, and if queen takes d3, I have knight takes e5. Yes, that might be what kills it. Yeah.
so white steals a pawn. Well, I feel like black deserves to be punished to some extent for moving the same piece so many times. But yeah,
But white's also not. White's also playing bishop a2, b3 back, so they're both guilty.
Tanya, I don't
Oh,
think.
but the knight has come to b4 as well. Ah, okay, it's,
Yeah, the knight
it's really
was-
been just
A5
bobbing around all over the place.
and
Okay.
non-stop. And I mean, we're only 13 moves in, and half of them have been with the knight. Tanya, I don't think for Hari. I mean, he's really struggled this event, and he needs to be solid, I guess.
D4.
Yes, and
Oh, maybe he wants to go knight a5 and c4.
And I have a question for you. Hari, as Robert was pointing out, has had a tough event so far. What do you think is not working for him right now?
He, let's see his game. So with Arjun, he just didn't know when to stop. It's a normal position, but to lose an Italian, a very mild advantage, if anything, that you're facing, but to lose it that fast is a sign that he lost control there. The game with Taimur, he just blundered, right? He must have blundered because for a very long time it seemed, first it looked like he was outplaying Taimur, then it looked like that advantage had slipped and should be equal, but to lose that is very strange.
And against Gukesh, it was the 3 minor pieces for the queen.
The queen,
That at least was a complex game, you can't, that can happen even to a person in form, so that's fine, but the other stuff is...
And then in such a tournament, when you have that kind of a start, even if you're one of the top players of the country and Hari with his experience, do you end up becoming a bit of a target?
Hard to say. It's hard to... you notice that someone is struggling and you will keep an eye out for that, but at the same time, maybe if you've been around long enough, you also know that that person is going to punish someone and you'd rather it wasn't you. So it's a double-edged attitude. You definitely want to take a shot at someone, but you never know when is the day they're going to wake up. So
And what about this position? Does it look like one where Pragg can try and take his shot here?
my first reaction was Pragg must be better. D4 is very questionable, but now I realize that black is in time with knight a5 and c4, which would have solved a lot of problems. I can't do it directly because the e5 will be hanging, but maybe I take a step moment like queen c7 and then knight a5 c4 and plug that light square thing.
This knight can't get enough movement, so might
Right.
as well go back to a5.
That's true. I shouldn't have suggested that plan, but I asked you just how to move.
I was talking about the Kolkata Knight Riders, so yeah, this is the game that embodies that. But
Robert is full of all the Indian
Yeah.
references. He's
Just
really booked
spitting
up.
them one after
He's really
the
booked
other.
up on.
just wait, I haven't made my Vachier reference yet, so I don't know if you guys seen that movie, but it's a chess movie. Oh, it's an Indian movie, and
Which one?
Vachier.
Vazier.
Vachier. Oh, I
yes.
pronounced
No,
it.
but
Sorry.
that was good, yeah.
Sorry, you have to be on the endless pursuit to solve your problems. If nobody else will do it for you.
Is Robert the only one of the three of us who's actually seen that movie?
Well, I actually had a question about Alexander Grischuk, who now is half point behind the leaders. He won. I don't even know if you can call it topsy-turvy, very fortunate
Lost?
save. And yeah, completely lost. Game
Shall we
against
go with
Arjun.
lost?
But he's been very resilient in
Yes,
this tournament
yes.
and throughout his whole career. And now he plays against Raja. So Taimur lost round 1, stormed back with 3 wins in a row. I feel like Taimur is really finding his form, and now he gets to play an old foe in Grischuk.
Yes. Taimur was the original Blitz monster. He was the original speed demon or whatever. So, and he's shown that even online. Even when people were saying he wasn't motivated, wasn't interested, and so on, he'd come and win. I think he won one of these online events of Magnus, and yeah, he can be lethal if he wants to, if he gets around to it. So, and so far here, he seems to be very much. I think Grischuk should take on c3. and try to play for the light square. So bishop takes e3, a4 or something like that. If b4, then I'll go knight e4 because I want to stop knight d2. And then I'm going to go knight b6 and try to land something on c4 maybe. Something along those lines. I can play c5. It might not, we might not get anywhere there, but...
And we could have another Grischuk, 90 move game of back and forth shuffling. But
yes.
Well, the last 20 moves are absolutely insane. No one understands.
yeah, but I see the point. They're very slow positional play here, and Grischuk is already down to about 13 minutes. The good news is it's not so sharp, so he might not need all that time.
Alright, so this one with all the pieces and the pawns on the board, it's going to be a long battle. The identical openings that we were talking about have gone into completely different zones. And I want to draw your attention to Arjun and Vidit first. A lot has happened since we left it
Yes.
last.
It's actually become a pawn sacrifice there.
Yes. And should we just back up before we get into this position?
Sure. We left off around, before this move, so that's a big move to play. So the Eve pawn was able to go up the board for white, and hey, why not open the position in g5? So what do you think of this bold strategy from Vidit?
I approve. It's a good move. Got a lot of French angles to it. So if you play d5, it might look like a knight d2 French. Yes. Nowadays, people play g5 without the slightest need. So, shall we put it that way? This is an interesting question. So, yeah, g4, e takes d5 has to be there. E takes d5. Knight h2, or should he go knight h4?
Judging by the...
h4 I thought was a more natural square. So compensation after knight takes d4 can be many things. Knight b3, knight f1, e3. There's a f4 square as well, stuff like that. So
Tanya, I love this. I'm like, oh, didn't that win a pawn? And you're just like, yeah, just go for the crush. And this knight you don't like to fianchetto your knights very often.
yes, so that was the danger in playing g4. He might not actually needed to play g4. For instance, instead of bishop g3, h3, he could have gone bishop b4, for instance, and said, I'm going to rotate the bishop around. What's white's bishop doing on g3 really? And now I can even play h5, so, or I could even step back to e7 if I wanted, and just say.
I feel like it's hard to play these types of moves.
Yes.
Like in this rapid, you always want to be a little more forcing.
Sure.
But I think what's happening in the game, where black trades on g3 and takes or doesn't even take the pawn, goes h5. So now suddenly black has some attacking chances. It feels. Can we?
Yes, f5. There's no white knight ready to do anything in stopping on f4. In fact, I wondered why he played h5. Why didn't he play f5 first?
It's a great question. So he chose to play h5 at f5 and
Try to get f4 in faster.
Tanya, we were talking about this, that Arjun, he has had a very up and down event. His score isn't so good, but he lost that game to Grischuk from a completely winning position. That must be affecting him to some extent.
It's definitely very difficult, right? When you're dominating the whole game, or at least majority of it, and then it doesn't go your way, so you have to keep it behind. But as Anand, you said that these youngsters, they have this incredible ability to do that really quickly and move on really fast.
Yes. They, for them, the idea that I'm following a plan and therefore going backward is contradicting myself. It's very calculation dependent. If a move seems good, it's good, and then we go with that. Hari Krishna has made 2 more moves with his knight. Shall we catch up on that game?
Wow, we've got to go back to it. The Knight Rider narrative continues in this one.
We have to go back. There's been 2 more moves in the
No,
knight.
it looks like it hasn't moved, but...
No, in
Oh,
fact,
he did go back knight
so he went
f5.
queen c7, knight a5, but the point is, of course, with bishop on d2, b4 was possible.
But was this
So we
a
hadn't quite picked up on
provocation?
that.
Was that a provocation by Hari?
I think he was genuinely trying to get c4, but it feels like provocation. But rook c1 and a6. It looks quite nice-ish for white, isn't it?
Yeah, I would love to get a knight right there, but my knight's not getting to e3 anytime soon.
So can you just follow up with that plan of rook e1, knight f1, knight e3 and reroute it?
Probably, yeah, I'd love to, but this e4 pawn is loose, so
Or bishop g5 takes f6 and bishop d5 or something. I don't know.
go directly for it. Looks pretty natural. Oh, is the b4? Do we?
I was hoping that if you take with the bishop, I'll double your pawns or something. But
Yeah, this is one of those things where I feel like even if the computer doesn't like it for black, but even if it did,
Never want to go here.
oh, rapid chess. But yeah, this position he wants the
but
d5.
he might have been able to play queen b6 or something, no? Instead of bishop takes b4
So you're saying
after a6.
Sorry. So bishop g5.
You could take queen b6 maybe, and there is no way to protect that pawn easily.
Yeah, pawns that have gone too far.
Yeah. Well, the computer's happy with some rook b1, so
Computer's always happy.
yeah.
But this type of position, do you think that Pragg is a good handle? Of course, he's such a strong player, but sometimes younger players, without the direct plan, I feel like without the experience usually pays off for the more veteran players. But do you think Pragg has a good handle on these types of positions?
He plays as Ray Lopez's, and the Italian is such a part of everyone's diet these days that this bishop on the a2 g8 diagonal and the square on d5 and these pawn moves on the queen side, these come pretty naturally to everyone.
And stylistically, is this younger generation more universal at this young age?
Yes, the range of moves they consider is much broader because the computers showed everyone that there are many more moves possible than. It's hard to believe what opening theory once looked like. It was very, very narrow. You thought there were 2 forced moves, and now it looks like there are 10 moves in that position, so you don't even know what to say.
Is there any one particular opening that has really surprised you that's come back into fashion because of the computers refuting sort of the earlier knowledge?
Some really bad opening which
Is back in fashion.
The King's Indian is not really in fashion anymore.
the King's Indian in fact went the opposite way, that at some point computers started to kill it, and the range of white weapons against the King's Indian went up a lot. There, I think Fabi is hanging in there. You'll know better than me. Fabi is holding on for dear life over there in the King's Indian, but it's not.
Not for the
I
faint
think
of heart.
maybe Victor was correct after all when he said that it's not an opening, it's a disease.
The King's Indian disease.
That's right, the King's Indian disease. But let's see which one has come back. These openings like the Benoni and all, which once seemed good, now seem shakier. I'm trying to think something that went in the other direction. There are sub variations. I can't think of an opening which has come back, but there are sub variations which have been rescued. There must be many.
And usually
I would
with an
have to rack
h4 thrown in.
Yeah, that's the other thing. If you're completely stuck, play h4, h6, and then it's a new position. You start all over again. He did go bishop g5.
Yes. So we were
Just
looking
when I
at-
was convincing myself that not a very good move, he's gone for it. Okay, I don't know.
So what really happens if black goes after that b4 pawn with the trade and queen b6?
It looks so natural, but I think you said rook b1 also comes to mind as a way to.
Well, something to think, but then maybe bishop g4.
And this bishop being loose on a2 is actually.
But I wanted to get knight d4, but if the bishop comes back to e3, then I might not have gotten very far.
Yeah, because the queen is just the knight moved enough times. Now the queen is
Yeah.
joining the knight in the rotation. So yeah, this position does look very pleasant here for Pragg. But Tanya, are any other games heating up? Because I don't think I've caught a couple of them.
Yeah, we can actually all of them have progressed quite a bit. I'm gonna let Anand pick what catches your attention.
Let's go back to Arjun Vidit.
And just before we move from that, just a fun fact that, again, Rakesh sending us all the fun stuff here, that Pragg and Hari have played against each other in Rapid and Blitz a couple of times, but Hari leads that. Pragg has actually never beaten Hari. Hari leads 2.5 to 1.5.
What years were those games played in? Because that's obviously they
That's
always say
yes.
beat them while they're young, right?
Absolutely.
Like famously, Gary has a losing record against some players, and one of them is Boris Gulko. And that's because the games happened before
Yes.
Gary became that
Gary.
Gary. Yeah.
Oh wow, this has gotten really fun. So knight f1, the knight is headed to e3, and black still
It's funny.
hasn't
I
gotten
thought
the
I
f1.
thought rook c1. I was thinking whether I should play knight c1 e2 there instead of rook c1, knight b3 b6. Either play bishop b5 to kick it and then knight e2, but I might have slowed it down, or just go knight c1 as a pawn sack. If you take on d4, bishop h7, queen d4, and then knight e2, f4. The problem is white has got two bad knights, so he wants to reroute both of them, and he's gone for the other one. He's gone rook c1, knight e7, knight f1. Once again, I can't see why f5 is never on the menu.
Yeah.
Because it seems to me that the knights just can't get there to stop it. I mean, if knight can come to e4, it would stop it. But if I could get f5 in, well, let's see. f5, I go queen d2. And if knight g6, I'm not threatening f4 anymore because it's pinned. And maybe queen at 6 somewhere, or
Yeah, queen h.
just double, so rook c6 maybe. Yeah, it could.
It's not so easy to get this break
It's
in.
not easy to play this.
So
Maybe that's why.
he, yes.
So he went bishop f5 instead. He's keeping the pawn on f6. Also very sensible. You keep the pawn on f6, the position's more resilient.
In the Queen's Gambit, they say the Caro-Kann is all pawns, no hope. This position for black kind of looks like that, you know.
Yeah.
All these pawns are out in the open, but they're not doing anything because white has too many pieces staring at the black king side.
Is that the chess equivalent of all hat and no cap?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just wondering about that.
How many times did you get asked about the Queen's Gambit after it came out? Was it just like nonstop?
The whole of 2020, I was talking about nothing else, but after that, it disappeared.
Did you watch it just once, or did you have to watch it multiple times to keep updated every time somebody asks you about a new?
No, I watched it once. It was fun once, but I can't see it while watching myself. Watching it, I'm not going to binge on that one. So,
And bishop. So he puts a piece on f5, but it's not the pawn; it's the bishop.
and again, the rook on c1 is irritating because I want to play knight c1 now, and when you go bishop d3, I have a highway to f4, but he can't do that, so something else.
But what's black's actual plan here? So eventually white would like to get the knight to f4, but if black had a few free turns, besides just stealing pieces, like what is black trying to do?
Can you get your knight to f5?
Bishop g6, knight e7 to f5, even king h7 somewhere. Just it's like king h1 in the Sicilian. You just make few moves and see what your opponent does. You know.
Those are hard positions to play in quicker time controls because
Yes,
you know,
exactly because you know you can make a lot of quiet moves, but you don't know which ones work.
Exactly, so any one of them could just lose the game for you.
Sure.
And I mean, trades, for instance, black has all these weaknesses, whether c6, e6, a6. I mean, strategically, this position looks terrible for black.
Right. I don't know if white should play bishop a6 or something. It looks way too sophisticated.
That's what I was.
But again, because just like bishop d6 yesterday, I'm now obsessed with rook c3, knight c1, knight g2. Just want to get that knight to f4. I mean, for me, first of all, the knight's awful on b3. Even more so after b6. So
Yeah.
I really want to get it
Yeah.
out. And going to d2, it has no future. So either knight c1, e2, or knight a1, c2, e3 maybe.
Very committal play by Vidit, pushing those pawns.
He's
creating
gone rook
these
c3.
weaknesses. Rook c3 played. So with your idea, knight c1 coming in next.
Well, but it's too late. If I go bishop d3 now, some
you
other
understand
pieces
what
come
to
there.
move.
But that's also reasonable because he could double the rooks and bring that knight to e2 as well. So
Right. So rook d3, and you want to go rook e3 next.
no, maybe queen d3 and rook e c1,
Oh, I
and
think-
knight e3,
the
something like
c1.
that as well.
I like your knight c1, e2 to f4. It just looks even with a rook on c3, you can still do it, right?
Yes, and
Is
yes,
black
it might not be such a
in-
bad thing.
is black in time to put pressure on d4?
Maybe black shouldn't take, but if he doesn't take, then I get knight c1, and then I'm speeding up by
Yeah.
taking on d3 with the knight. So I don't know if that's a threat or whatever. But
Alright, we will come back to this. Let's continue with the games. If you want to go back to Pragg and Hari, it's quite an interesting position there.
Okay.
Yes.
And b5. So there was a trade on f6, and b5 is played, and I guess the big question always is, does
but
knight
wait,
d4?
a takes b5.
You can't take with the pawn, or you can take with
You
the pawn.
can take with the pawn, but
Can I?
I can go knight d8 and try to come knight e6 or bishop e6. Alternatively, knight d4, queen d4, but then bishop d5 might be unpleasant, no? I think you want to take with the queen because we take this. Maybe e5 is good. I don't know.
Well, can I just take it?
Bishop f7,
Ah.
queen e5. But bishop d7, you get back b5. Might not be a bad.
This, but it's a good spot. Oh, doesn't love that. What is going on? This is like getting.
Maybe queen e5, knight h5 or something was strong.
Oh, nice. Or is
Oh,
it
rook
rook
takes
c8
c8
and knight
and knight
f5
f5.
and knight
Oh.
e7 is coming.
I
as
love
well.
the enthusiasm from this corner. I'm just making the moves on the board because I didn't see any of that variation.
Yeah.
But this king is in. Oh, wow, that's also so nice because you can still. I thought you could just take this rook and. Yeah, this is a very nice line, where white sacrifices to gain it back. So he goes knight e7, and I don't think Pragg's gonna be unhappy to see these kind of retreats.
Yes.
You've got knight g6, knight f4 ideas? Or are you counting on knight h?
Knight h5 and but knight h5 right now, bishop g4 must be unpleasant. So should I play h3 first? And I can go knight g6 or even bishop e6 there. So knight h5, bishop e7.
Looks so closed.
Yes.
But I can't see white being better with this bishop coming to e6 so quickly.
I agree.
Looks like Hari's done a good job of fending off any sort of pressure.
Yeah.
And just an update, we can move to any other game, but your idea of knight c1, Arjun has gone for it, so that is happening. And
Finally happened.
Yeah.
Yes, the knight is coming back into the game. Where do you want to go to next?
Okay, have Timur and Grischuk not moved? Like, I'm just going to pull up this game. It feels like very few moves have happened in this game.
Grischuk under 6 minutes.
No, they have been playing, but it's just that not very much. They're both playing in their own corner,
Yeah.
their own half, and so.
And the vintage Grischuk clock situation, 5 minutes left in this position.
Against 14, okay.
That's a huge time advantage. And I guess, how do you consider that when you play rapid chess? Like, what kind of time deficit are you willing to accept and still feel comfortable?
Rather than the deficit, it's how much time I have. 5-6 minutes, I still have time to think, and I can think of it as a blitz game, which is, kind of reframes it. So I don't mind too much. I made a mistake when I was bidding.
Yeah, I
where
remember
I
that.
gave my opponent way too much time. And Nihal Sarin told me the sweetest thing any kid has ever told me. He told me, "It's okay, sir. You're not very experienced." So, which the biggest. Well, he means I'm not very experienced in
bidding.
bidding and stuff. But anyway, it was very funny to hear.
I think he really only said that because in his own match, he won with like a second left on his clock
Yes.
in the first round. So he ended up doing extremely well. That was, I think... Yeah, pretty good event for
Broken
Nihal,
yeah.
who's not here.
Yeah,
but
he's in the finals
he beat
eventually.
Ding,
Yeah.
he beat
the-
Kramnik, he beat Anish.
Yeah.
And he lost to Wesley in the final.
Lost to
Yes.
Wes in the final. It was an unbelievable run for him. And these are long matches, right? They were at the latest 8-game matches and earlier 4-game matches. So Nihal, just another name to add to the list of star Indian chess players.
Anyway, so Arjun has played knight e3. So
Also-
really now insisting that black take, and then he gets his knight. If bishop d3, knight d3, must be nice for white. He's gone bishop e4, has he?
Yes?
Yes, it's on the board.
But if I take knight e2, what did you solve? You just gave me a d passer for nothing. And then queen b3 check, rook e1. It must be great for white.
This looks amazing. I mean, also, black just doesn't have a plan.
Yeah.
There's no pawn pushes on the king side. F5 just makes white as happy as possible.
So knight f5 here?
Yeah, I guess
Someone asked me which one.
I'll just move one of them and see what happens. Can probably always throw in this check. You can push this pawn if you want. Knight coming to f4.
Oh, knight f4?
You don't care about d4.
Well, how are you going to take it? Queen or? If knight, I'll play knight d5, and then there's going to be a discovery on f6. Yeah.
Oh, nice. So I moved the knight. Let's just show that.
Yeah, it's a beautiful variation. So you
Yeah.
save your knight, but you unfortunately do not save your
Queen.
queen because it's a check.
So if you have to capture on d4, you have to take it with the queen.
Yes, but then queen b3 and
Yeah, gets very risky.
something is going to go wrong. Yeah.
And you can even take on f5 and maybe go knight e6.
Well, rook c8, knight f5, and queen f7.
Queen f7.
Yeah.
Yeah, with h5 hanging as well.
And just to finish that, because
Yes, I think Robert has just spotted a nice one. So.
yeah,
Ooh,
well, I
nice.
just was working what you two are given to me, so
yeah.
win of a piece. So I mean, the black king is also unsafe. Not to mention this holes in the position.
Yeah. D, he's got knight e2 without taking. That's a bit. I don't know what to say. for me, bishop e4 seems much stronger than just this.
But if
It's
you're,
also psychology. He's saying that if you didn't take it in the last move,
Exactly.
you're probably never going to take it.
exactly, if you just play bishop e4, I don't think you. But you mentioned this yesterday. Sometimes if you play a bishop move and it's not the right decision, you have to be willing
To go back,
to
yeah.
change your mind. But I think no matter what Vidit does,
But
this
Vidit is in trouble here. I don't know
huge.
how big the advantage is, but it's this is a dream for white. And
Arjun's play feels like it's better than his result so far. He's 1 out of 4, but last game he was winning against Grischuk.
the game against Grischuk, was there one more game in which he was terribly unlucky yesterday?
He lost to Vince. No, that game was not so good.
No,
on his part.
Vincent, was a good game with black. What about
I'm trying to remember. He lost the second
third
round.
game?
He beat Hari in the third game. So
Yes, and who was his first loss to? Was
Not
Abdusab,
Yeah.
that was.
Oh,
That
but
was a beautiful
also-
performance by Abdusab.
that was-
so
yes.
no question. Okay, so it's only today morning that he's been unlucky. Today first game.
So it's the recency. Well, it's not even recency bias. It's just true. Earlier
Yeah.
today, he was maybe a couple moves away from winning. But in this game, if he spoils this advantage, that would be quite problematic for him, especially because this f4 square is so juicy, and black has no actual plan but to try and
Yeah.
shell up and survive. So Tanya, do we have anything else going on in the other games?
I'm just amazed to see that every plan that Anand's pointed out is on the board in most games. And yesterday we had this poll about how much chat would want to see you on the stage. And Anand, there was a massive majority. I think over 90% of the people said they'd want you there and not in commentary, but we're lucky that we get you here instead.
Well, I think they want him in commentary and playing, so maybe you can do
Oh.
both next time.
Noted.
But like I was saying, it's every single plan, even knight h5 with Praggnanandhaa against Hari. It's exactly the line that we were looking at. In Vincent, the bishop a6 idea is on the board, and Hari, which one do you want to go to? Anand, which one do you want to go to first?
Hari's tried every square on the queen side with his knight. So
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say that he's come up with more plans than I have in that one game. But finally, that knight has ended up on g6.
Yes,
It's quite a piece.
yes, it's
Yeah.
It went to a5 3 or 4 times. It went to b4 2 times, and then it's gone to g6, and it's just chilling there.
Yeah, it's going to
not
stay.
moving.
It's tired. But this knight on h5 is also going to stay put, which is
Yeah.
this is a pesky piece. You can't get your knight to f4. There could be some threats against the black king. So I mean,
I think Kaima's position must be good for white, because now if he plays knight g5, then
Yeah,
black
let's-
has an unpleasant choice.
so Vincent
Let's
Keimer.
take a-
Yeah.
yes, let's
We haven't
take a look
even
at that.
zoomed in on that one.
Yeah.
So Keimer against Abdus. Ooh.
Against Nodirbek, and maybe we can just take it from the top because it's a game that
Yeah.
we haven't looked at.
So so this was what is called the Schlechter Slav, right?
That's right. And slow approach thus far, but Bishop e6. That's one of those moves that
One of
look-
those moves you're not supposed to play,
exactly.
which people do not respect anymore.
They do whatever they want. But this setup here, it looks like white gets the first initiative on the
Yeah.
queen side with the a5 ideas. And, well, as we saw the game continue, this position just looks like a borderline free hand for white because this bishop on g7 is...
He went rook
completely-
c1. I'm wondering why he didn't go knight g5.
Is he threatening knight b5?
That is true. It's but if I go knight c7 here, what are you doing? Bishop f1 or?
Bishop b7 traps the rook?
No, I have rook d6.
I thought I...
And how are those trades after bishop b7, rook d6, knight b5?
That's the maybe knight e5 actually instead of knight b5, because if you take, then pawn takes, and again the rook is getting trapped.
Apparently the bishop gets trapped.
Ah, okay. Yeah, even quicker.
Yeah,
right?
even quicker. But no, I mean, I think this bishop b5 move initially after knight c7 that you mentioned looks very good, because if you take it, then I can just take back with the pawn, and it looks like these bishops are completely useless in the position. And actually, your knight g5 move looks great on the next turn.
Yes, I mean, if knight takes e6, f e6, and I play f4, then this is the famous clamp against the bishop. So
And if you move the bishop, you just lose a pawn in the center.
Correct.
This looks very promising for Vincent, who lost the first game today.
By the way, knight c7 on the board.
So wait, Nodirbek lost 2 games in a row now? Is that right? He lost to Timur
Yes,
in
yesterday, the
round
last
3.
game.
And then earlier today he lost to Pragg, and he's in a very tough position here against Vincent.
so he's bit of tilt.
Knight c7 and the choice
So maybe
here.
bishop b7, rook d6, knight b5 is at least it
Tempting.
saves the bishop. And if you take, I take with a pawn, and then play bishop c6, and maybe rook,
Rook
a1
and go for that
go
file.
for that.
It's one of these positions where I see the eval and I'm thinking that white wins this type of position such a high percentage of the time. It's so deeply unpleasant for black. For everyone watching, this bishop on g7 is also watching. It's not participating. You could,
It's really not participating in the game. I think that's the right word. It's there, but it's not there because it's hard to see one thing it's going to do. Whereas white's knight, which is its counterpart on the side, could go to b4 and c6, and so there are all sorts of plans for white.
Alright, so Vincent looks like he's the one who's pushing in this one, and Nodirbek is on the defense. And meanwhile, even in the Arjun Vidit, as we've been pointing out, that knight has come to f4. So Vidit also feeling the pressure there. Anand, which position catches your attention?
We can point out that MVL has probably neutralized anything Gukesh had.
okay, bring up the Maxime game against. Oh, this looks.
There's still a little pressure on d4, but let's say I go queen c5 or something like that. Is there some knight c7 stuff? No.
Yeah, it's always going
Well,
to be.
white can try knight e2, d4, knight e2, f4, and this kind of stuff. I don't know.
I can't tell. Do you like the knight e2 to f4 ideas today? But this is, of course, perfect. Just going right after. And another bishop. The bishop on b4 looks very good, but it's not threatening anything.
Well, it should be on c5, never allowing that white knight to come to d4 or something like that. But okay, no, then this is still maybe just a wee bit awkward.
We got a shocking, or I say shocking, but a kind of surprising Twitch poll result on this game. We asked them who wins, and 90%.
The tournament or the games now?
This game.
This round, okay.
90% for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, 6% for Gukesh, and the rest that this will end in a draw. But I think the 4% got it right, no?
That seems statistically impossible.
90% for Maxime? Is that a
Unless you define a draw as a win for him. So in which case, 90% is reasonable odds.
90% draw would seem like an accurate, closer to an accurate prediction in this one. So this is pretty level, with that d5 pawn compensating for the bishop pair that black has. So probably we can head back to the Vidit game. To me, it's the one that's the most exciting position, but it looks like white's having all the fun.
Yes, so he's gone rook e8. There must be just a huge move here. What could it be?
Feels like
I could go queen g6.
Yeah.
That's so tempting.
Rook queen g6.
Is he relying on queen f7 there?
We might get into like a Capablanca style endgame where
Yes.
you have to.
Then I might be able to play rook takes
Also, d5 is hanging in a lot of
e8,
lines.
yes, and simply d5 is hanging.
So queen f7, let's just show that you can't really offer trade here because you lose control of the d5 pawn. You can trade everything and pick up on d5.
Right?
Wow, I thought the eval bar would jump a lot more than it did.
So
When you won a pawn, what were you expecting? But it's true, it feels like black's position has collapsed, but
it's one of these positions that I remember, like when I was improving as a player, I would always just take the pawn and then hope to win after that. My coach always said, like, sometimes keeping that pawn there, it makes it even more difficult for your opponent because black is completely tied down to these two pawns. So I'm trying to figure out, is there a queen, can I double on one of these lines and just sort of freeze you? Maybe queen c2, is that possible? Because you won't so easily be able to take this rook and I dominate the c file.
might be just a very good move. Queen
Queen
c2,
c2.
what am I doing? The question is, after rook c3, if rook e1 doesn't bother you at all, then it's fine. But rook e1 check, king h2, but I'm going to have rook c8, so
Right.
you're never in time for queen b5, f1 or something.
Ooh, queen b5, queen f1 would look really scary.
But we are nowhere near, because the rook
Yes.
c8 check runs on the very first move,
Yeah,
and
the
that's it, yeah.
c2 queen just covers the 8-7 square.
And I can always then bring my rook back to c7 and queen to g6, and white will be first to the punch.
Has Kaimer blundered something?
Uh-oh.
Ooh, let's take a look.
I mean, I'm
Vincent
just
versus
remembering the
Nodirbek.
famous queen b8, so...
And again,
No, he hasn't. It's b3 he is going to play. And then it's black who has lost.
let's jump in.
He's
So
gone
this-
queen
Whoa.
b8, but b3, and it's resigns.
What? Oh wait,
Takes.
the rook.
Yeah,
Oh.
takes. Oh, there's a twist. Hang on. Let's b3.
Rook
Yeah.
c3.
Rook c3, rook c3, queen thing, queen takes
E7.
e7,
Rook c8.
rook c8, and the problem, I thought rook c1 was game over, but there's
Bishop
bishop f8.
f8.
Yeah.
But you're not in time to pick rook c7,
No.
bishop e7, and the rook on c1 is hanging.
It's actually, this is one of the things that people miss all the time, right? You go for it, I'm completely winning, and you're like, oh, I take your queen, but that
He's
one
gone b3.
so it's a blunder?
Wait, what?
Well, then we should
No,
see if.
it says b3 is good.
So what is the line here? Queen e7, rook c8, and then what, knight g5 or something?
But knight g5, bishop f8 anywhere?
Maybe this bishop f8, you're kind of tied down regardless. There could be
Yeah.
a queen h4. So instead of taking the...
Yeah, so bishop f8, queen somewhere strong, h4. If you go knight e8, I can go knight g5, knight takes e6. That must be something.
Exactly. Yeah, this is...
Can I start attacking the white rooks instead of knight e8? Can black actually go bishop a3 and...
But knight g5 is...
Is
at
anyway
some
coming
moment
in,
it's
yeah?
going to hurt.
Yeah.
Also, I can always... sorry, you're
Yes, rook c7, you're right. And queen d8 check.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what he meant.
I didn't...
Oh, yeah.
The position was wrong. So I was like, wait, did I miss that? No,
Yeah,
this
queen d8.
check
This is
comes in.
nice.
Seems like black is in big trouble. That's what I...
Yes.
and queen h4
So
is...
quite a crisis then for
And
Nodirbek.
This
Yeah.
is on
Third
the
in a
board,
row.
so bishop f8 played.
And it just feels like it's difficult for black to make any single move because there's a tactical
And he's
flaw.
gone queen h4 instantly. So
So Vincent's the one who could rebound because he lost the fourth game just now to Maxime, and as you said, that was a model game from Maxime. So when you lose a game like that, of course you're disappointed, but do you just praise your opponent or do you kind of kick yourself?
I'll kick myself first. And my...
And if you get the chance, your opponent do.
I'd kick them as a compliment to their great play. No, it takes a while before you think, okay, that was a really good game on their part, and maybe you come to terms with it faster, but you kick yourself first.
Yeah.
Have
I
you ever
agree.
played one of those games where you just have to applaud your opponent, or are you always just, as you said, just struggling to accept the defeat?
Have I played a game where I want to applaud my opponent? No, maybe it just didn't happen to me. I don't know what Topolov did with Kasparov. That would be the obvious question. But he took it well enough.
Yeah.
And has there been a game that you want to applaud yourself after
Oh.
playing?
Oh, yes, all the time. Oh, yeah.
Which one comes to your mind first?
Too many. That's
There are quite a few, but there are games, my book, my 40 best games, had
Yeah.
most of
Right.
them, this kind of, I mean, those games I picked for a reason and so on. But equally, the last game that clinched me something, it might be a meaningless game, but
Yeah.
when the result mattered as much as
The
the,
whole
game, then you
tournament.
just, yeah.
To me-
So there are infinite number of games like that, which a solid
game
last
against
round
Levon
and you feel good.
Comes to my mind
That's right.
instantly.
Yeah.
It's a
I didn't. I was
classic.
trying not to say it. Because that's kind of my default answer for everyone, and then I was trying not to say it. But yes, that was a good one.
It looks like, not to take attention away from happy memories, but I think for Alexander Grischuk, he might be making some in this tournament and in this game because he won earlier today. That was fortunate, but now it seems like he might be outplaying Timur Rajabov. It's a closed position, but it might not stay close for very long if black can swing to the king side.
Yes. How is white going to open this side up? He can't play f3 anymore, and that's white's big problem.
Bishop a1.
I think it's just a pass.
Wow. This kind of reminds me, Timur beat Ding Liren in the candidates tournament, and I felt like Ding was at some point just struggling to find a single move. But Bishop a1,
Yeah.
it's a pass, but it seems like black is maybe ready to pounce on the king side.
Well, there you go.
Oh, he's lining
He's
up.
gone rook h8.
I'm a little speechless because I feel like black just has the absolute freest of hands here to you can
Is it-
take on e5 at the right moment if you want, play
Yeah.
h4, play h3, and
Is it time
Yes.
to retreat with the knight to f3? And try and at least get rid of the queen from there?
yeah, the queen just
Maybe knight of 3 d2 is not a bad way to go, right? But queen f5 and I can't go knight d2, so I have to
Oh,
go somewhere else. Knight e1 maybe, and,
just,
but that doesn't help. And knight h4.
This is a very sad feeling position. I mean, they also don't have the engine, so they don't know exactly how good or bad it is. But this position really feels deeply unpleasant.
And we've been seeing these really high accuracy rates by the players. They're usually above 90%. In speed chess with such little time, how do you explain that?
I don't know. These high, it might mean just the long sequences are just known and they're reasonably good, and it says it's pretty accurate. So we're talking very few moves that decide. I mean, in theory, you could play a game with very high accuracy, blunder your queen in the last move and resign.
Yeah.
So there's a bit of that. I don't know enough about these statistics. How much to take away from that, because it's a question of how many mistakes you need to make in a game and how many good moves you need to make in a row and so on. So I don't have a feel for this kind of statistic.
So
I'm
you
not able to
wouldn't
make
pay
something
much attention to...
It tells me
numbers?
something in the same thing like an ELO rating. It tells you something. It's a good approximation, and because it's happened over a lot of games, it has a value because of that. But you're not supposed to read too much into every single thing, and I think it's the same with this. At least I find it hard to judge because quite often I see games that people lost and they had high accuracy rates, and I think the problem is you can get into a lost position and then play the best moves, but they no longer change the outcome. So, but the computer takes them seriously, so that could be a factor.
Yeah, context is always important. Actually, Fabiano has spoken about this with respect to Alireza, who gambles a bit more. So his accuracy may not be as high as the other players, but he also causes his opponents to be inaccurate. And that's
Right.
you taking your opponent to your territory, and that could be a winning strategy. This game, they're both down to nearly a minute on the clock. If Timur can swing this around, he could even be in a clear lead for first. And for Grischuk, he can join the party because Maxime looked like he was going to draw.
Yeah, and
So
actually,
queen f5 now?
Looks great.
he first decided to put that queen on g4.
Oh, unless Timur will go queen f3 and get rid of that. Oh, yeah,
Knight-
knight g3, fg3. Probably don't want to go there.
Yes, I
But
tricked
then
myself.
f7 is hanging,
Exactly.
right?
So, and apparently that's okay from black, but I
Queen
did not-
c2, queen f7,
Oh.
king h, and maybe I have nothing better than a perp.
Yeah, I'll take it. Queen f4, queen f7.
Yeah.
what a wacky sequence that would be, but
This is like the mouse slip, and then you realize that the mouse slip you made also draws. When you're
Yes.
analyzing with an
Queen
engine.
f5 on the board, and maybe that's why Vishy, your move of going queen f5 after knight f3 was more accurate because white doesn't have the option to put the queen there then.
but
Yes, I did. I don't want to allow queen g4 for exactly that reason. But
and
has he
here-
gone queen f3?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, we might be seeing this played out. Is knight g3 the... I mean, does black have anything else except knight g3?
I think you put bishop takes e5, right? Like these endgames are going to be very good for black regardless. And now I might have knight takes g3 tactics if you take back initially. So I feel like this endgame has to be.
It has to be queen f5, gf5, takes, and now are you going to play h4 maybe?
Yes, and you also can't kick my knight out of here. It's the fantastic piece. So maybe that's what Grischuk is going for, where he's saying that some of White's problems might be solved. It's not going to get checkmated necessarily, but positionally you're in trouble.
Alright, we will keep an eye on this one. Meanwhile, black also has a lot of problems to solve in the Nodirbek Vincent game.
And Hari is a pawn up now.
Hari's a pawn up, so maybe
An
let's
endgame with us.
let's check. Oh,
This is very good compensation, but still, it's a pawn.
and
Pawn's a pawn. It's a
the
pawn.
clock. Pragg is
Pawn
down
is a
is down to just about over a minute. And I mean, how do you make decisions in endgames like this when you're playing whether to trade pieces?
I would take it here because I can't see that my second knight is going to get to a good square. So, and the black bishop is clearly a majestic piece. So I'll take, and then whichever way you go, I'll go rook a3. Yeah, whichever way you go, I'll go rook a3, and go somewhere. Rook a7, rook a8, somewhere.
Yeah, that looks
But rook c8, b8 again.
looks just like a free hand, right? It's
Yeah.
one of these positions where you give him all the time in the world. Maybe Pragg holds this easily, but in the time trouble, not so
He went
simple.
rook c2.
Oh, wow. And Vincent Keimer looks like he's got an even bigger advantage. This game will probably last for a while,
Yeah.
but Vincent, ooh,
It's not even going to last very long. I'll tell
Yeah.
you the problem. If you go rook d7 now, I'm going to go knight d8. And there are folks and this one I'm just going to take and knight
But what's the material? White is... but your queen C... That's your whole point, is queen C7's coming.
White just had a really nice tactic there, knight f7, attacking the rook. Yeah, maybe
Well,
we can just see it from
But
here.
this was the position, right? We had
Yeah.
two minor pieces for the rook. He gives up his rook for just one of them, but seeing knight takes f7. So black's up a piece for two pawns here, but as you're suggesting, and as Vincent is certainly finding, queen takes,
And knight d8.
knight
And
d8.
queen d7, queen c7.
Exactly.
Oh, wow.
And that knight's kind of trapped back here. Like some of these positions where
Yeah.
you try to trade queens, your knight could get stuck. But he goes queen to c1 with check, king slides away, and the problem is queen c7 is a threat, queen
So
e5
the
is a
bishop
threat.
has to move now.
Where do you go? Okay, g8, and you come in with a check.
Yeah.
Where's the mate? There is no mate.
Where do you go with the king first?
h7, I hide.
Queen
Okay, queen e7 check.
This is all happening. So queen e7, king
H6.
h6.
Queen f6.
You're trying to
Queen
checkmate.
On
h8
H8.
is your idea.
Yeah.
And if you go king h7 back, I'll play knight c6, and then I'm
Mm.
threatening to win your knight. So I might be improving my position.
That's a good point. So you're trying to
Or
get.
some g4 style stuff.
This is such a wild position.
Like queen e7 check, king h6, maybe some g4 thing works. I don't know.
Oh, nice. Both players under a minute now. Has Vincent made a move yet? He
Nope.
does go for he gives a check first on e7. King goes back to h8. So maybe now you can come on with f6. The same idea, but you get queen f6 with a check.
King h7 and knight c6. Yeah.
Can I ask him maybe a silly question? What's black's next move?
Always have to ask the embarrassing questions.
Yeah,
don't you?
no. I'm just trying to figure out
Yeah.
because if could I have just like push pawns and kind of improve my position another way? I
Maybe
don't,
even b4 and a5 just to see what black.
before
threatening.
b5 and the knight would entrench itself
that
there.
could be sure. But why did all this happen? Actually, let's go back a second because I thought with the two rooks you didn't even need to bother.
Let's bring up our analysis board while we also keep up with the live action.
h5 happened,
Yeah,
and then
Also, Anand, just really quickly on the live board,
Maybe
the
knight
plan
g5 I could
is
have done,
there. Queen f6, knight c6 has been played.
and knight 6 apparently was a
okay.
mistake
Ooh.
according. So we'll get there in a second.
oh
but
wow,
yeah, let's go to the live position. Oh,
is it maybe knight e8? Then I'm kicking your thing out somewhere, knight e8 or something.
the knight just goes to g7 and all of black's remaining pieces go to.
It
save
looks
the game.
equally horrible on g7 to be honest. But,
Yeah, but there's no way to get in with
yes.
your knight.
So you're right now threatening to not only give a check and pick up the black knight, but knight e7 attacking g6 is also a threat. He finds
But this is
the
the thing.
defensive resource.
What we were speaking about, they defend tenaciously. They defend like computers.
And this
They're able to find many moves without a mistake, and that's the secret of good defense.
Black does have an extra piece in the position, so
Yeah.
white has to keep the momentum in the attack. So knight e5, that looks good. You're
Grischuk has got made serious progress here,
Wow. Yes. Well,
and Arjun is a pawn up and probably winning, but
let's go to Grischuk's game, right? That,
yeah.
The queens are still on the board. How did that
and
happen?
how did white's
Right.
king get to e2?
So much is
So the
just.
king and the queen just castled.
Yeah, we saw queen f3 just to zoom through it a bit. F6. So he didn't trade queens, and black kept giving the opportunity. So some dancing with white's pieces back and forth, but avoiding the queen trade was clearly not the best
Well,
thing.
queen h7 because queen g6 is bad.
Yeah, that's
So-
true. Queen g6 would always run to
Oh,
those
yeah.
95
Yeah,
shots.
let's just point that out.
That's a great point. That 95 check would have, in fact, won
Yes.
white the game. But queen h7 is the square you would like to go to anyway. And, well, this looks like a very easy attack for black, but where is the finishing blow?
Because white has started his counterplay b4.
I love moves like that.
Rook a8.
Yeah. Went right back over to the queen side, because if that opens up and this rook can land on a2, then
But he could have gone for rook h8 instead of a8
right, and just gone for
and gone for g3, f3, rook takes h2, rook takes g2, and something like that might have finished the game also.
wow. It looks like
Vidit is defended.
yeah, he's keeping in there. Vidit, he's only down. No, he's not even down any material. So we're gonna have to.
With just 4 seconds for Alexander. Let's wait for his move here. Rook b4 played. Wait, what happened?
He moved. I saw. So the DGT is just taking a second to
I
catch
can
up.
play, I
with
can
speed
play
of play.
b6 here. Not anymore, but
B6 is such a
well,
nice
because
move.
of the pin and
yes,
everything I
and
want to
rook
do.
b6, rook
Yeah.
a4. Wow, nice move.
But wait, let's see. Oh, he's got king f8. This I didn't understand.
So, wait, knight f4 hits the queen and the pawn, so you have to go queen f5.
f5, yeah, which he has done.
And there have to be tactics available. Rook takes b7, still allowing this rook into the game. Is just
yes.
Arjun's about to win his game against Vidit.
Okay.
Should we quickly switch to that one?
yeah. All these games they
Yeah.
decide to end at the same time. So go
Oh,
to
that a pawn is still there. I thought somehow
Arjun?
the a pawn had disappeared, and then Vidit's position looked a lot better. So then it's just then he's just lost. Knight f4, and you don't even have the b1. Oh, queen takes e8 and knight f6. Yeah.
Yes, and you
Ooh.
just go into a winning king
Okay.
pawn ending.
And yeah, that's a beautiful final touch there. We see the players, they're just making their last moves. But the queens are off. White is up 2 pawns. It's kind of 1 pawn because those double G pawns don't help so much. But it's easily winning this stage for Arjun.
It's a really important point for Arjun, this one, because he really needed to get going on the leaderboard. So the king is coming to the center. And can you actually give d4 and just go for the g4 pawn? But that would require a bit of calculation and could be tricky.
Yes, better to go king c4 when you have 2 g pawns, so it's much more. And just d5. You don't even need to win any a pawn or g pawn. You just go d5.
The
Yeah,
safe
that-
approach, and he's
Everything
doing it.
wins now.
Yeah.
So
Oh, and yeah, it looks like Nodirbek has turned his game around. I was expecting that to happen once he survived. And Alexander
Oh,
Grischuk, he's...
Grischuk, I think we have to. I mean, that board is just... look at that last move as well.
Oh my goodness.
91, it's not over.
Yeah, and this knight is hanging. So if you leave that there too long, maybe it can be captured.
But he had to go 91 first to defend g2.
No, but knight f2 now had gh3. Did you?
Oh, he blundered his queen!
He blundered.
Alexander Grischuk blundered his queen.
And knight h3 runs into queen h2.
Oh my.
Oh my god.
And Grischuk, you could see it. He didn't. He was so
He
shocked.
forgot that his rook was spinning.
Oh, what a game he just played. He resigns. And Taimur Jabba goes to 4 out of 5.
In a winning position, Robert, can we just see this? What happened with knight f2? So, Anand,
So what was the winning move then? Knight takes c5 or what?
but was it just a blind spot of forgetting about the pin?
Yes. I mean, your queen hasn't been taken for so long. You forget why it hasn't been taken for so long. Happens all the time. Another common mistake is a square has been off limits for so long that when the piece is clear, you forget that square is still available, can now be available to your opponent, and these kinds of blind spots, maybe the most common ones even. So
it wasn't him missing queen h2 in the end, but just forgetting that the queen hangs
of course,
out to knight f2.
he's not calculating
Yeah.
some
Oh,
ending a
God.
pawn down. He just forgot that he didn't want knight g5 because he thought it's not enough. Went for something even better, and it turned out to be.
And sadly, knight g5 was enough. It keeps
right.
the huge advantage here.
Sure.
Knight f2, just unfortunate instant replay. It deserves probably, I think Grischuk will give more question marks than just 2. He gives up his queen, unfortunately, because there is no check.
Yeah.
And he instantly
so
resigned.
quite a few. Vincent lost.
A lot of games are just wrapping
Vincent
up.
lost.
Yes, because he was down a piece and couldn't convert the attack.
Why don't we go to that in a second? But Hari, all of a sudden against Pragg. So Hari, players who have been struggling, they are showing that they still are giving it their all. And this is clearly great for Black because these
King
pawns
c4 bishop takes thing.
are all on dark squares. He took it.
Oh, nice. So you can't recapture because the b pawn just... You have knight c3
He'll-
there?
he'll th-
Yes, but I'll go. First of all, I can play rook b3.
Rook
there.
b3 is nice, yes.
King c2, rook c3, king b, but I take on g3.
Let's
Can
just show
yeah.
that.
Rook
Well,
f2.
but sorry. But rook b3 runs into rook f1, right?
Oh, right. Okay. So then b1, but the pawn is.
Yeah, we just queen, and the problem is White's pawns are very poorly placed on.
And you can't defend them easily.
So this 4 versus 3, Black would have real chances.
Yes.
Black is probably just close to winning, but maybe not. The engine doesn't seem to.
Rook f2 on the board. We might be seeing this.
Oh, rook f2 is there. Interesting. Why is that bar so far down?
It's been
Interesting.
played.
Okay, let me update that. Sorry.
Yeah, they've gone quite far into the ending.
Yeah, the moves are just updating. Maybe we can go full screen on the players and get a clear look at the board. It is this 4 versus 3 that has happened.
Yes. So here are the
I
moves.
see. He's just waiting on g1 and might not be so bad.
So he queened here.
Let's just go back to bishop f2 for 1 second. I want to see if there was a better way. Rook on b2.
Yeah.
Oh, that is careless because bishop d4 is probably just winning. Bishop f2 is not necessary. You can play bishop d4.
Just kick the rook.
And if knight c3, you're pinned for life. And if not, something is going to go.
Yep. And
So it was bishop f2 was impulsive. You finally see a move, and then
but
they agreed a draw already.
wait. Oh, he checkmated him.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, that's
how
so.
did this finish?
He went g6, and of course Pragg took, thinking, all right, the pawns are coming off the board, and Hari was king e6. That is a
Yeah.
majestic touch.
And f5 is.
So what was the way to hold this?
I don't think. I think the engine was just taking a while to catch up because now this is -4.
Okay. Anyway, so
Yeah.
there's no defense to g6 and king
No.
e6. So
What-
this was fine as well. Yeah.
Well, what I mean, I wonder how far away Hari saw this g6 idea because that's really nice.
Really nice.
Checkmating the king in the center of the board.
I think king takes g6 might be
no,
king takes
not
g6 might be
G4.
winning as well. Okay, but
G4 is
then
rook
I'm just
D4,
waiting.
right?
Yeah, rook g2,
Yeah.
rook g2, and you keep
Yeah.
hanging in there.
But king e6 is super nice,
Yeah.
and if you stop the mate with rook f1, you just lose the g3 pawn.
Oh, you just this
Oh,
too,
f5
right?
and you lose the rook.
Everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and rook before. That's very nice.
Yeah.
Whew. So Hari, who was, we're talking about.
And once
half
again,
of
we
the
have
floor.
4 decisive results.
Everyone wants to win every single game they play, and Timur Rajabov is the biggest recipient because
Of a
Winning
very nice
that
gift,
game.
yeah.
4 decisive results, and Gukesh ending in a draw against Maxime. Anand, for you, which was the most exciting game, the highlight?
I think the tragedy at the end for Grischuk.
I'd have to.
Hari, just a very good win.
King e6 at the
King
end.
e6, but then it would mean that all his technique working backwards. And it's not easy with that knight on f5 against knight on g6. I don't think white's disadvantage is a pawn. It's much less because the difference in pieces is quite big. But it made the win seem effortless anyway. So that was nice. Another huge turnaround was Vincent against Abdusattorov. And Abdusattorov might have just
Yeah.
rescued his tournament.
Yes.
His tournament had the potential to go into free fall.
Yes.
But on the contrary, now he's right back in it. And it shows what Resilis can do. A player who could have ended up on what, -3? Would that be would have been
I
a
think you're
score?
at -2. I think it's
Minus
back
2,
even,
okay,
yeah.
now.
He really
Suddenly
knows
his
when.
tournament rebounds because he's able to keep making moves. Very similar to his game with Gukesh last Olympiad.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
You're in a worse position, you're losing.
You're
then
losing
you
and then you hang in there and actually
move back
yeah,
when
this sort
things
of thing.
turn around.
Sure.
Wow, it's been a very dramatic round. Let's bring up our standings on the screen going into the final round of day 2 of the Tata Steel Chess India.
So Taimur is leading.
We've got Temur on pole position, and we've got one more game, Anand. Are you expecting some leapfrogging, some turnarounds at the end of the day?
What are the pairings?
Let's bring up the matchups that are coming up for round 6.
Also, just no big separation between Timur and the third place.
Yes.
It's 1.5.
4, 3.5, and 2.5.
That's huge. And these are the pairings. We see Maxime. He gets Nodirbek, a resurgent Abdusattorov. And there's Timur Rajabov with the 4th slot. He gets the black piece against Vidit Gujarati. So
Had
Vidit,
a tough loss, by the way, right
Yeah.
now to Arjun.
that's a huge matchup. But the white pieces should help Vidit's cause.
If we can just have the matchups on the screen one more time, the pairings of the upcoming round. Anand, what is your take on this action that's coming up? And again, what turnarounds are you expecting?
I said from the beginning with these pairings, anything can happen because they're all very strong. So what we can see is that who's really suffering? Vincent is now very vulnerable today. Third game, it's gone. First game at least he could live with, but the second one he was just
He was winning. He was
winning
close to
it,
winning.
close to winning. So Vincent will have a tough game.
And he's playing against
And he's playing Hari, who's
who's
also not
just-
having the best, but he's just won, so
He's
slightly
doing a
better
comeback,
position
yeah.
to think.
Raja
I think
versus Vidit.
Grischuk, that's tough for him as well.
Hmm.
I mean, what a way he would have been joint leader.
Yes.
So
And
instead
so
he's in the middle.
close.
Yeah.
Just
I mean, to be fair, his earlier win with Arjun was a heavy dose of luck, but it doesn't work that way. You don't.
Yeah. And it's so
You don't mentally
brutal.
cancel these things.
When you play this, yes.
You are resourceful, and then your opponent was lucky. That's how it goes, the sequence. So, with it, I know how you feel inside.
Yeah.
You may try to say I got lucky, I think, but you.
Yes.
Anyway, Vidit is playing very much the informed Taimur, but he has white. That should. I'm curious. Will he go for e4? Or?
Vidit,
But
the E4 boys.
Temo tends to be very solid in most lines anyway. So, and Gukesh Arjun will be a heavy clash as well.
Yes.
Arjun recovered nicely. Gukesh stabilized a bit. That's a heavyweight encounter. It usually is. So.
It's a dramatic round 6, final round coming up, going into day 2, and we will take a short break as the players are also getting their rest before this big round. We'll be back with all the action in just a few minutes.
Welcome back to the 6th round of Tata Steel Chess India. It is the open rapid event. We do have one sole leader at this point, but Tanya, it's been a roller coaster of emotions for the players.
I think it's been a free fall of emotion, especially for Alexander Grischuk. That move, knight f2, I'm still thinking about. It's going to be a hard one for him to get over. So close, so far, but that seems to be the tagline for a lot of games that we saw.
Yeah, there's so much action. When a player is winning, they make one bad move, and the tides turn completely in the other player's favor. And Timur Rajabov was the recipient of that good fortune. Alexander Grischuk earlier in the day received some himself, but Rajabov, 4 out of 5 after a first-round loss, he has been invincible.
4 back-to-back wins. Let's take a look at our standings before we get into the action of the final round of day 2. And here they are, Raja with 4 points. You know it. You know the moniker for Rajabov. Baku Ka Daku.
Baku Kadaku. I couldn't remember the exact second part, but he is crushing it right now here in Calcutta. But Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he only trails by half a point, but that's where the separation starts to begin. 3rd place through 6, only 2.5 out of 5. So there is clear leaders in this field.
Yes, and Hari Krishna at the bottom of the table, but some respite there for him in the last round. I think it gives such a confidence to know that you've converted that endgame with that king e6, a beautiful checkmate at the end of that game. And let's take a look at our matchups before we dive into the chess. The pairings for round 6.
Some great matchups indeed, because we know our leader is Timur Rajabov. He is going to take on Vidit Gujarati, who suffered a defeat at the hands of Arjun Erigaisi. But the players, they have their work cut out for them. Every matchup, as always, is mouthwatering.
Is mouthwatering. The one that I've got my eye on is once again the all-Indian clash between Arjun and Gukesh. And we also see that the players have made their first moves. The National Library, the center court, the hall, the playing arena, it is packed with audience and the players are ready to go. Let's get into the openings.
Let's dive right in, because the players, there's very little rest for them. They go to the lounge during the break.
It's a cool lounge though.
It's a great lounge.
Oh, yes.
And this is a great stage, and there are so many fans in the audience who get to see the players making their moves and get to catch up on the screens there. So it is a fun environment.
Did you know, Robert, that legend has it that the National Library in Kolkata is haunted?
By who or by what? Do you want to tell me this story?
I'm not sure what the story is, but I have been advised and told in all these years of the Tata Steel that you should leave the building by 8 p.m. IST. It's I don't know what's true, what's not, but noises have been heard. But right now, all the noises on the chessboard.
So I have a few questions. What happens if we have tie breaks? You're going to do it by yourself, right? I'm out of here.
Why do you think they start the games at 3 p.m. in the afternoon? Just to make sure that we're all out of here by then.
I thought it was just, a normal time to start games, and now I'm a little worried. So, Tanya, it's been fun. I don't want to come back anymore. So this is my final day commentating.
You still got 2 hours. Don't worry, Robert. We've got this all under control. It's all been thought out. And right now, it seems like some of the nightmare is continuing on the board. Some of the horror stories for the players still at the bottom of the leaderboard. So an important round to kind of get those points back up again. Robert, you feeling okay to get into the chess?
Yeah, I think it's time.
Okay,
that way I can
let's do
stop
it.
thinking about all the scary things that could be streaming into this environment. But we do see the players, they are focused on their games. That's Pentala Hari Krishna. He had a great game, a nice finish to that game with his Raja going to e6, and now he's playing against Vincent Keimer.
Yes, he is. And we see the players there. For Alexander Grischuk, it's as much of a fight on the board as it is an inner battle, getting over what has happened in that previous round. And for Praggnanandhaa, that could be a big opportunity to try and strike in this game.
Yes, for sure. And there's Vidit Gujarati, who had a very happy first game of the day in round 4, an unhappy round 5. It's been an up and down event for him ever since he lost to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and he takes on the leader, Timur Rajabov.
And these two are really good friends. During the pandemic, they started streaming a lot together, and they're known as the Wolf Pack. It's 3 of them who make up the Wolf Pack. Raja, Vidit, and Anish.
So there's a wolf pack, but you often hear about the lone wolf. And when you're playing chess, you are a lone wolf. You don't have friends. The only friends you have are maybe the pieces on your side of the board. But Vidit, he wants nothing more than to sour Timur's tournament, because Timur at 4-5, if he can keep winning, there may be nothing to stop him.
This might be the most critical game to try and get the standings to shuffle up. So it's going to be exciting to watch how Vidit handles it with the white pieces. Will he have ambitious play? And the position that I see, it's a slow start. Let's bring up our analysis board and dive into the chess. All of White's pawns have been placed on the dark squares. So a really interesting pawn structure, and we often see the battle, the tension on the queen side.
That's right. And with this position so locked up, we typically like a bishop pair, but what is this bishop doing besides staring into a brick wall of pawns? White's setup is harmonious, it's safe and sound, and this has been played by all of the top players. I mean, all of them, whether it's Hikaru Nakamura or the legendary Viswanathan Anand, the 5-time world champion, Magnus Carlsen, you name them, they played this exact opening. So it just is something that's been tried and tried and tried again.
And did you say Viswanathan Anand?
It's almost like, he can hear me, I guess.
I don't know how, but he just knew. I don't know. With chat, we do have Vishy Anand coming in to give us his insights in a position that he knows everything about. So just in time.
Well, that's every position.
Yes,
At
that's
least that's how I feel, enjoying the co-commentary here. Just every position we bring up, it feels like coming up with the great ideas. And these two players, as Tanya said, they are friends. They have streamed together online during the pandemic, but right now there are no friends at the chessboard, and Vidit wants nothing more than to take down Raja. So
Is that the new definition of friendship? They have streamed together.
well, that's what Tanya told me. They're good friends. They're called the Wolf Pack.
Okay.
I learned
Anish,
that.
Raja, and Vidit.
Okay.
Also, wait, before we go on the chess, can you tell me about this haunted house thing?
Yes.
that
Did
is-
you know, Vishy, that the National Library is haunted?
No, I did not.
I didn't know either. She told me that's why it's...
But it makes a lot of sense.
And you say that because?
Of 2019.
Oh. Yes, not going to bring up that memory from the Grand Chess Tour, but right now, and in this position, what can you tell us about what's just happened and the plans here?
So you see the big clamp. The only thing is, instead of the pawn being on E3, it's doubled on F4. But that gives an extra clamp on E5. Most likely you'll play Rook A B1, Rook FC1, swap both the pawns. So A takes B4 and followed by B takes C5. And no further exchanges are possible. It's very difficult to get F6 E5 going. So it's more likely that you just stay there as it's a response. If white plays F5, then you play E5. There are lines like that. So once the pawns on the queen side have been cleared, what happens is black dominates the A file. Rook F8, for instance, and white is trying to make a lot of useful moves, something like Queen E2, Rook FC1. How I remember it is that, and typically black will play Bishop F6. If white plays Knight E5 somewhere,
Okay, I'll just put some... White's maroon. I don't want to steal a turn.
yeah, so Knight E5, you're probably better off taking it with the bishop rather than the knight. Because if you take it with the knight, then afterwards when white's knight attacks the pawn on C6 in some endgame, black's bishop is helpless, can't defend that pawn. And it's much harder for the black bishop to attack D4. So you're probably better taking on E5 with the bishop, and then you can maybe bring the knight out. You can play F6, or you can go Knight F8, G6, E7. So these kinds of ideas. It's one of these setups that you just play. Both sides delay critical decisions. They just keep the pressure on for a while. Keep probing. Yeah.
You're right, because he's gone for Rook F8, so still not trading, but it's in the air. It's the way the game would advance.
Okay, but now this is interesting. This C takes B6 is an extra option, maybe. Because if you go Knight B6, I have Knight B5. No, but you have Queen takes B6.
Wait, Queen takes B6
Instead of Knight
Knight
B6,
B6,
and
yes.
that Knight A4, maybe even Queen B5.
That's nice.
And that's a nice little trick to have.
Is there any argument for a b5
Yes, you could
push?
go for b5.
Because it makes the rooks look a little silly.
Do you want to play c5 in these positions, or that runs into knight a4?
Yes, that one, c5, knight a4 looks very strong here. So maybe you play a4 here. But if you play a4, again I have... Yes, you can play a4, sorry. Because... No, wait. You go b takes c6, queen takes c6, knight b5, queen a6. Yes. And just like that I save myself. And if queen f1, I go rook b7, something like that.
Wow.
So maybe black wants to play b5, a4. And here white will include some f5 somewhere, and you keep loading things onto the position and see what happens. I don't know.
We don't get to have that kind of fun because Vidit chose to play what you said is the traditional way of going about it
rook
with
AB1,
AB1.
So he's just going to pull back. I think that other line might just be well known.
Trading.
I remember seeing it somewhere. I don't remember the exact position, but something like that. So rook AB1, because after all, black has still got a space disadvantage, even though he dominates the A file. You're punching air. So unless you actually are able to do something.
Alright, we'll see how this one plays out. So far, looks like we're heading into the plan that you mentioned. Anand, action on all the 5 boards. We've covered the Vidit one. Where do you want to jump to next? Maybe the Grischuk Pragg board? Does that?
Yes, because h4 has happened and g4 is almost certain to happen. So I think that decision's been made for us.
Wow, this is a fun line. Let's just go back and see how we got it. I know you love to verify the opening moves because we get some novel play at times. So early a3.
So solid same-ish Nimzo.
Yes, it's so funny you use the word solid because then we're going to see h4, g4, and it's going to get hectic.
Well, I was meaning the unadulterated pure same-ish rather than solid. Solid was the wrong word.
Yes, and knight c6, rook b1. So the inclusion of this rook move, white is delaying development on the king side to play rook b1. Vijay, what's the big purpose of including that move?
I don't know. Quite often, rook b1 is played because the computer suggests it or something like that. But then the follow-up question is, why does the computer suggest it? It could be there could be some specific tactic. Let me try e5 instead of h6. What he played. Let me try e5.
Okay.
Because if you go d5, then I can. That's it. d5, e4, dc6, ed3, and cb7 wins the bishop. So that's why rook b1. And so though the position looks like they're just shuffling their pieces out, there's an underlying thread. Had I gone knight e2, then e5, d5, e4 was available.
And this looks like that perfect moment where if you're seeing it with a computer, you just keep pressing the spacebar, you see rook b1, but you don't really understand that concept.
Very much. You can easily spacebar rook b1, and then you might play some b6 or something, and then you just play knight e2, and you stop paying attention. But some crucial things have happened. First of all, b6 means there is no more queen a5 thing. But equally, white has got some benefits. On the other hand, black bishop comes to a6, move faster. So every move, there are lots and lots of trade-offs, but the computer picks up on these points very nicely. So rook b1 is very clever, just to delay e4.
I feel like I have a notebook here, and I actually want to take notes because that was super instructive even for me. So I'm really appreciative. I'm glad I asked the question. But Pragg goes h6, so he plays on the opposite side of the board, and it kind of invited.
Again, what he's saying is that instead of h4, you go e4.
Okay.
I mean, you go, sorry, knight e2, what was it? Yeah.
Knight e2.
Then e5 is on the menu again, d5, e4, dc6, e3, and then you take that bishop, but I take the knight on e2.
Right.
And because of this miserable pawn on c4, your extra pawn isn't worth very much. So h6 is basically passing, saying I'd still like to get an e5 e4 if I can, something like that. So h6 and then h4. So, and at some point they'll play d6 or some b6 or something like that, but we'll see. But b6, I guess g4 already, so...
And we see Sasha there, he's walking around after that move h4 on the board. Vijay, how difficult is it for him right now to forget this knight f2? Is that something that you think he might be struggling with at the moment?
He looks like someone who's forgotten like it happened last year.
Yeah.
I mean, He's a boss. He's just gone
He's a
for
boss,
rook b1
I
and
love it.
h4, and he's going to play g4. That's the spirit.
Yes.
This looks so fun to play. Like I want to play my games all like this. None of the closed maneuver position. Give me this position.
I know. I also feel like bouncing
Yeah,
back in and you know, Sasha, do you want to get some rest?
The chat would love it.
Yeah, do a quick swap. You know, a tag team. So yeah, this G4 G5 looks very pleasant for white and very dangerous for black.
Yes.
And what's the clock situation? Okay, Pragg is thinking.
So in other words,
you have
Grischuk is
to-
doing really well in the clock because he is.
Now, I'm wondering why he went h6 and not b6. Because what?
Maybe there's.
There is one more trick. I could go e4 now. And now if cd4, knight d4, I can go e5. And now if you go knight e8, bishop e4, and your rook and knight, so knight c6,
Bishop c6.
and bishop c6, and that queen is, it's pinned against the queen.
Oh,
So you can skim through these things very fast with the computer, but there are so
Exactly.
many details.
Wow.
And
This is a masterclass in this opening to really
I should take some notes
understand.
myself.
Yeah.
I'm on fire. I mean, trying to interpret the computer here.
But thankfully, this is recorded, so I'm going to rewatch this later.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, everybody else can rewatch it. So.
Sure.
But no, this is beautiful stuff, just showing the nuances of every single move.
Okay, and Pragg has gone for d5, which is the most natural move.
Yes.
No more subtlety. But what's Pragg saying? He's basically saying, you've played h4. So now I don't care about all the normal setups because you have that pawn on h4. I'll have a lovely square on g4.
Right.
So classical stuff. You push on the king side, I'm going to blast open the center and fight there.
Traditional chess wisdom.
And the way to fight pawn thrusts is development. Very, very, very
Very nice.
pure. Capablanca would have understood this.
But
He would be. But it's, again, when you play ed5, can white play f3 and start again with g4?
oh, this would be so.
The
fun.
nice, the cozy Nimzo.
And I guess the thing is, the pawns are undoubled. This means there's more hope for this bishop on c1. So, yeah, sometimes you'd wish you could push your pawn back in some more strategic ways, but it's always a trade-off. You
Yeah.
can force black's hand, so at least he gained something for it. And now Pragg has a big decision to make of how he's going to take back on d5 because perhaps he's tempted to
Maybe it's
take
queen.
with the queen.
Because if. But then would I play f3 or will I play knight f3? Knight f3, you can play e5, right? Can you? Yes, you can.
Yeah. Big threat and so much.
Oh, wait, I
tension.
have e4 here. Because of knight e4, I have c4.
Oh.
That is looking good for white getting a piece for just 2 pawns because the queen can't stay in contact with.
Yeah,
this
but you
knight.
can go queen e6. And if you go d5, then I go queen g6, but this is probably looking like a bluff. Yeah. Or queen g4.
Yeah, something like that. It's pretty adventurous stuff, especially for quicker time control.
Yeah.
But it looks like he is decided to take with the queen after all.
Yes.
What a fun game to start off the round.
So knight f3, I could also just make a move like b6 because again, what is h4 doing? So there are positions where h4 looks very good and the position where it looks ridiculous.
All right, like you said, Robert, it's a fun one. Queen d5 played, and we'll come back to it. Let's continue with our little tour. A lot of action in the Maxime game again.
Okay.
Maxime against Nodirbek.
Let's go to it. I feel like this opening has been all the rage for these youngsters. I know Gukesh plays with these structures, but this knight on h6, we probably should go back to see what we got here. That does not look like a very good piece. I feel like white has had a very successful opening.
Sure looks that way to me, and knight b3 is coming so fast, and then that whole queen side is collapsing, so I don't see why Abdusattorov
Maybe,
went for this.
maybe we'll find the opening inaccuracy. He went for...
It wasn't a
Right.
Rosolimo. I thought
Yeah,
it was
me
some
too.
sort of Rosolimo.
Me too.
Well, it became a Rosolimo after the fact, but
So here's knight h6. So, apparently bishop g7, which is such a natural move, is technically inaccurate.
probably knight f5 is a mistake as well because I'll go e6. Oh, and queen a4 as well is winning. So,
Oh.
yeah, queen a4 is winning. So knight f5 is a mistake.
So he-
So So if bishop g7 is a mistake, what exactly does the computer want him to do?
Yeah, that's a great
Maybe
question.
just take on f3 and then play e6 or knight f5, and computer accepts that it'll be slightly worse, but it doesn't.
So you remove this big tactical shot
Yes.
against. Ah, okay, that's a huge deal. But it looks like Maxime didn't even make the most of it because he went bishop g7. He probably could have taken on c6 and h3. So he takes on c6 now, and this pawn, of course, on e5 is immune from capture because it's a silly knight on h6. So
Yeah.
Tanya, I feel like we've seen a very rejuvenated Maxime today. He could have had a totally different tournament, but he won yesterday against Vidit. He won a very nice game. We called it a model game against Vincent, and I feel like if he wins this game as well, he is just going to be raring to go.
It's definitely ambitious play here by Maxime on the king side, really clamping down that knight. But the clock situation as well, under 15 minutes for Nodirbek. Nodirbek has been shaky a little bit in this tournament so far, and is that Maxime as well?
I feel like
When in a rapid game, your opponent starts walking around with little time on the clock and, looking at other games, is that annoying at all?
25 minutes is a lot of time. Even 15 minutes, there you have enough time to get up once or twice.
Yeah. Blitz is when you need to get worried if it happens.
Yes, but now the fashion is to come late for your blitz game. And,
Ooh, I wonder who you're talking about.
it's already more than one person, right?
yeah, but I mean
It
the
was-
famous one. of
Famous
course.
one is
Yeah.
Magnus,
Yeah.
but
Yes.
certainly someone else also came late recently. Pragg.
Pragg, yes.
Pragg, and for
against
and for
Arjun.
his candidates qualifying
Yes.
thing.
Yep.
So
But he mentioned like it wasn't
soon
intentional.
they'll say,
he
"Oh my
totally
God, he's on
forgot."
time for his game," and that will stand out. So
That will be the surprise. But in Pragg's case, it wasn't intentional at all. Like in the sense he said that he went to the washroom and completely forgot.
it's happened to
him.
Grischuk plenty of times too. Anyone who goes for a break in between the games,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
they just
Yeah,
They just
forget
forget,
how much
yeah.
time they actually have and the countdown running down.
Yeah, I think maybe Wang Hao as well in one of the World Cups, was running back into the playing hall and they're starting the clogs.
he wasn't forfeited or something. Yeah. No, it wasn't a zero tolerance story. No. But yes, these things just happen all the time.
So they turn the chess players really into athletes because they have to sprint, and Magnus made it with 30 seconds remaining. But this position, ooh,
Yeah. Wait, I was just thinking, speaking of speed chess and just how many of these rapid tournaments we've got going on, and you're like the OG lightning kid. Is that one that you worked on? Was it a natural talent? What happened there?
It was mixture, probably natural, and growing up in this chess club where we just played blitz all the time. So it is a combination of those two things. But I think it is
The chess club
natural.
in
It is
Vidit.
how I am. The chess club and the Tal chess club where
Oh, okay.
we had this conveyor belt system. You lose, you get up, you get back on the,
Yes.
get back in the queue, and then that kind of thing. And that was an habit, but I think it was my nature to play fast. Still is my nature to play fast. Whenever I think these are learnt habits, things I've acquired later. So my natural reaction is to play something very fast. But now over many years I've moderated that.
And is that intuition? Do you have to have a really strong intuition to be able to do that?
I think it's impatience or something to that effect. But
Impatience.
I think it depends on the results of the game, right? Because Jan
Yeah.
Nepomniachtchi, sometimes we applaud how quickly he plays because he gets hugely in the clock. But I think a game against you at the Singfield Cup, didn't he move too quickly?
yes,
that time?
and quite a few games where he just loses the game in 3 moves somewhere in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
So there's a huge fluctuation.
Speaking of fluctuation and different results, I just at the core match saw Hari's game, and we have to go there because he was struggling in this tournament. But Hari suddenly he feels like he's a different player, and Vincent, unfortunately, he's been a different player, but in the opposite direction. Vincent's really been struggling, and look at this position where Hari with the white pieces in the
Could he have
pass-
gone knight before? I was thinking.
Instead of 97?
Yes.
Yeah, night before is
Lightning kid?
Because I was thinking bishop h7, king h7, queen e4, king g8, queen takes b4, and just bishop takes d5. And if you try to double on me rook d4, I'll go rook c5 and queen a8. So I get out of the pin. And I couldn't see what was wrong with knight b4, though it felt like white should have something, maybe bishop f5 or something like that.
But that's this is the exact reason why knight b4 is acceptable, because you can take the d5 pawn as well, And here, knight b4 is bishop f5 is definitely a move
Knight
to
takes
consider.
d5 or what?
That looks so risky.
But wait, bishop c8, knight e3, rook d8, bishop b7, knight f1, king f1. That's okay. I can live
Yes.
with that.
But it's hard to assess these positions.
Yeah, but 2 against 1, and my rook is free. It's going to go to d1, b1, b2 or something.
With knight d5, can you go queen d3 in that position?
After bishop f5, right?
Here, queen.
So let me play rook c3.
Hmm.
Or
Yeah.
rook c5, because I have coming very quickly with queen f6,
Can I
h6.
have queen
so it should be
e4 instead, maybe? Just same idea, hitting.
rook c5 then.
You're giving me h7 because you say your king is not.
Well, I'm threatening g6,
right.
and I'm threatening queen f6, h6 or something.
Isn't this
as
one
well.
of these moments where we all celebrate that we're commentators because you're missing a pawn right in front of your
Yeah,
king and it looks scary? And as I have two related questions here, that endgame we were looking at where, with the queen here, just to put this back on the board for a second, from a distance, especially for a younger player who doesn't have as much experience, maybe it's harder for him to assess this, whereas when you have a feel, having the experience of playing positions like this, maybe it's easier to quickly grasp that it's okay for black.
Yes, I'm taking in very little. It's just 2 minor pieces and 1 pawn, and my rook is not trapped anywhere, so I might have jumped the gun. But I see that white is often returning to d5 with the bishops and protecting a2, so it might not be quite so trivial. Nonetheless, for the bishop and knight to be better, it usually takes something more.
But knight e7 is a big inaccuracy. Knight b4 was the path to go, and we see
Knight
that
e7, what is the thing?
Yeah,
is it
what's
knight
going
g5?
on?
Is it bishop h7? What is it?
Can we check
Try
out
bishop
bishop
h7.
h7 because it's fun, and then knight g5.
Oh,
Really
Yes,
fun for
but then king
commentators.
g6. I mean, if king g8, queen h3 is over. But king g6 and what? Queen g3, you have knight g5, knight
knight
f5.
f5, right? The queen. This somehow survives, but this is one of those maybe where I like the knight g5 suggestion because I didn't have to sacrifice a piece, even though it's not mine. And then can I play d6 now? Because
No, then knight d5? We want to go queen e4.
I want to go
No.
queen e4.
And
G6, I assume knight e6 or something.
Knight,
Knight
yeah,
f7.
knight e6, knight e6. Is,
Yeah, and all these moves, you just king is.
Yeah.
Just to finish the variation for everyone to see, the king gets checkmated in the corner.
knight g5 on the board.
Oh, so Hari, I mean, he is back. It would,
So h6, but is it knight, is it d6? Hang on. Well, it's hard to see something else, right? After h6, I can't go. Can I go queen e4?
Queen e4, but now
g6?
I have knight f5 in these. Oh, I can't go d6 anyway.
It's actually defended, right? No, then it works.
I was gonna make this move, but that's
No, that's not working. Yeah,
We-
so you have to go d6.
and I feel like Vincent. I mean, he's no choice. So g6,
It's ugly.
queen
Yeah,
h.
queen h3 maybe.
Yes.
Oy.
It looks very dangerous now to create these weaknesses on the king's side.
So it has to be h6.
But then h6, d6, that line looked
And
very strong
Vincent
for
has
white.
had a horrible day, right?
Yes. He started with 2 out of 3. And
Yesterday and today he's lost both.
he's lost both.
Yes.
And he's in deep trouble, yeah. Okay.
He started as a leader today,
Right?
one of the 4 leaders. All right, knight g5
Wait,
on
so
board.
h6, d6, can I go... I can't even go knight g6 because you play knight e6 or something.
Or maybe take a knight e6, is that an option?
Take what? F7.
Bishop g6, you'll take on g5 first.
Bishop g6, even then you end up with a pawn on d7, which is no fun. But at least I'm not losing on the spot. But knight e6 might just clinch it.
Right.
All right, this looks like it's going to be quite critical for Vincent. Tough times ahead. Also on the clock, under 10 minutes. So big advantage to Hari. Hari bouncing back.
And some very sophisticated stuff happening in Grischuk versus Pragg.
Let's
So
jump straight
let's
to
have
that.
Sophistication. Okay, well, that's why you're here. To help us remain sophisticated. b5.
Yeah.
Can you make sense of that? Is it just to gain some
Just to
activity?
be fast, bishop b5, rook b8, and he's saying, again, he's willing to tolerate a lot because he's already got white to commit h4, which means that g4 square is always available. It's just white can't settle down nicely into this, I think. and that's what he's trying to point out.
And we see the players on screen. We see Pragg head in hand, and for Grischuk, he does take that pawn. So it is offered and taken.
Yeah, taken. I mean, by no means is it clear that it's. No, he's just playing calmly. He's playing bishop b7 and taking. Why did he feel the need for that? That's kind of curious.
That's a great question. What was the rush?
Can't he just go b6 or something?
Was he afraid of some e4?
Maybe.
This is looking pretty worrisome at some point.
Yes. Okay, so there was a specific problem, and then there was no quicker way.
And so is his claim that after b5, e4, he's going to throw in... I can't throw in a c4. But I guess what exactly does this change? Is my question.
Maybe it is c4. e5. Queen d5, I can even go bishop c2, right?
No, this is the light square problem. I mean, this bishop is
But
bad.
I go knight e4 and f5, maybe.
It's getting spicy. Now, this actually looks like a huge fight because if white doesn't have anything fast, it's just complete light square control. So
more that bishop on b2 looks like a strong pawn on b2.
A tall pawn is a
tall pawn.
I've
A
often
pawn
heard.
that can go to c1. I think is about it. So
Once it goes back to c1, it will be back to being a bishop.
yes.
But not until then.
Yes, not until then.
Yeah, the problem is again because you need to keep defending
C3,
c3. It'll be
yes.
quite convoluted for it to move.
To move around. All right, and speaking of pawns and big pawns on the Maxime Vachier-Lagrave Nodirbek board, it's absolute chaos.
Grischuk has gone a4, so he's trying to poke him with bishop a3.
Yes.
And that's a nice detail. Okay, just finished. Vincent has actually gone g6. He says, the hell with it. Now let's say I go queen h3.
So he didn't
We'll
want
go
to
h5.
go ahead with that h6 line.
I think we should stick back in this game just because it could end. I mean, the bar is so high right now for Hari. So queen h3,
h5 looks like the only move.
h5. So
And
where
what
is
is the win here? Bishop e4 or is it d6? Queen d6, I don't see my... then bishop e4. Or bishop a6 even.
bishop a6?
So what do you
So
have
you
in
sack
mind
the queen?
for queen
What?
c6?
No, then take rook d7 or simply rook c7. No, it doesn't work.
There's this,
Yeah.
yes.
So then it's not that. Hang on. What does he want to do after h5? Some knight e6. Or maybe just bishop e4.
Bishop e4, is there a queen?
d6 and then what did I get, right?
But what about your idea of d6, queen d6 and bishop f5 and just picking up exchange, or is that enough compensation for black?
I could go some
Looks
queen f4, queen e5,
Yeah,
something.
takes.
Take with the bishop, but yes,
Mm,
it's
queen
still in the end
g3.
it is an exchange.
Yeah, but it still goes on. At least black isn't getting checkmated.
okay, but
But
this
we're
is
missing something. There must
Yeah.
be something.
this
nice
is
in the
how I
position.
commentate. I see the bar all the way up. I think of things I never would think of myself. Queen h3, h5.
h5. Okay,
Does this
now
work?
let's see how this.
Yeah,
Ooh.
no, you see the you see the bar go. This is not. I'm not gonna pretend like I would have ever found this on my own.
Oh, fg6, queen e6 check, and that's
Exactly.
it. Okay.
But-
Wait, you have to show it to us.
So
Yes.
if knight takes, just to
Queen
finish this,
h5.
queen h5, and the only way to stop immediate checkmate besides sacking your queen is to move the rook.
Get
But that's
checkmated on the
checkmate.
next move.
And king g7, the king is getting dragged all over the place. So
Pawn takes looks.
and then
natural.
queen e6 check. That's very nice.
And this king is in trouble. So,
So king g7.
And then queen e5 check. And knight e6.
And
96.
knight e6.
Yeah, it's really beautiful.
And if I move the king back, anyway, knight e6, threatening the queen and a mate on g7.
Yes.
But I see the eval go all the way to the sky, so I'm like, there's some crazy tactic.
Bishop g6 is very cute, and
Yeah.
and Vincent can't stop it anymore. Even
But did he play queen h3? Is it? No, he's
He's
still
thinking.
thinking.
But think about how difficult that is to find. The g6 square is defended by two separate pieces. I will be 0% surprised if Hari does not find that.
you might be right. And if nothing else works, then g6 was actually a good gamble, maybe.
But queen h3 is the natural move, but it's the follow-up, which
Yes.
is the question here. Will Hari spot bishop g6?
But the variations that we were looking at, where you can just get an extra exchange, so just to put that on the board once more, I think that this looks very, very good for white. So you get some
Yeah.
position here where White's up in exchange.
We're going to find out, Robert, because Queen H3 has been
Has
played and
happened,
H5
and
is going to be
H5
blitzed
well,
out,
H5
right?
is, yeah.
Because
There is no other move.
there is no other move.
And I like to explain this to people because people love puzzle rush and things like that. But that's someone's tapping you on the shoulder saying you have a tactic. So if somebody gives a Hari in puzzle rush, he would probably solve it relatively quickly. But he has no idea. He's got no eval bar telling him that there's something. No one giving him a hint.
Yeah, wow. So is Bishop G6, would it be overstating to say that Bishop G6 is game over on the spot if Hari finds it? Yeah?
Yeah, there is just nothing else.
He's ready to move.
Oh, he's going for it. I think he's heading for the bishop.
Oh.
Oh! We will see what happens. And Hari hasn't yet made a move. So he was about to and then he pulled back.
Well, it's a big moment.
Yeah, let's see if we can zoom in on the players and get a close-up of the players. Because this is a critical moment. Bishop G6 would be game over. Hari reaching for the D pawn.
He's going to
D6.
D6. Bishop takes G6. This is going to get a question mark or something. Yeah, there, an X. It's a miss, so a missed opportunity. That's what chess.com evaluates it. But the engine doesn't care who you are, what the situation is. They say you missed Bishop takes G6. But how do you just find that without any hints?
And Queen D6, Bishop F5, Knight F5 is respectable.
So sacrificing the queen.
It's not a hopeless endgame. There are many fortresses you could end up with.
Yeah, it's a bishop, a pawn, and a rook.
Yes, for a queen. So
yes. All right, D6 on the board, and but Vincent has to recapture on D6. Has to capture on D6, right? A knight move would just invite Bishop G6 with more power. It looks like.
Poor Vincent, he's thinking, and this
Ooh,
was
he does
and this
go
was my
95.
plan B or something like
Yeah.
that. But wait, now Queen G3.
Just protect your passed pawn and go for an even bigger attack with all sorts of knight ideas.
Alternately, I don't know if some Knight E6 works, but
Also, I just want to point out that first I thought Bishop G6, but that knight moving has opened up the queen on D8.
Yes,
So we
Queen
have to
G5
be
will
careful
happen,
that
yeah.
Queen G5 is hanging.
So D7 is also very tempting in some of these positions. So I feel like you're have many options here for white. So this gives Hari room to go wrong. I think that's why I like G6 more than H6 a few moves ago, because H6 would have been too clear cut for Hari. Here, there are some tactics that need to be worked
let's
through.
finish Knight E6 and see what's happening there.
Knight E6.
Because maybe there's some simple solution.
He didn't. He just made a different move. What was Queen G3?
Queen G3 is sensible,
But
yeah.
again, the engine sources didn't like it, which means that if we can analyze this move that was not played was Knight E6, but the engine approves of that because pawn takes, queen takes E6, king here.
Queen G6.
Yes, and
so
taking pawn
tempting.
number 3 as well.
Yeah, this.
If you go
looks
Queen
too
D7,
much.
but you're more likely to play Knight F6, right? And then what is it's over because of Rook F1.
Yeah, just a
Oh, quiet but strong.
Yeah.
right because this pawn can be captured, but a very
And
forcing
bishop F7,
sequence wins this queen on the spot, and that wins white the game. But this was not played by Hari. But
So
Queen
Knight D5
G3.
was a mistake.
And Queen
Knight
G3 was.
E6 might be good. Queen
was the
G3 was not approved of.
because the knight
Maybe
E6.
Rook C3?
Oh,
I'm wondering. I'm throwing something out. I don't know. Or maybe just Queen F6, but then I have Knight E4.
well, Queen F6 is. I think that's the move that I would certainly play because at least I don't get checkmated.
Yeah.
And the knight comes to E4. I maybe move my queen back somewhere, or even up to F4. But the D pawn is very strong. But at least I'm not lost just yet. And I think Vincent's doing a great job of at least muddying the waters.
Yeah.
Alright, so Vincent not getting checkmated anytime soon, which would have been a different story had Hari spotted that Bishop G6 sacrifice. We will come back to this. Anand, out of all the games, where do you want to go to next?
Let's stop at Gukesh versus Arjun.
Sort of a queenless middle game, as we call it in the commentary.
And Gukesh and Arjun in an all-Indian clash. I was about to say teenagers, but only one of them's a teenager because Arjun just celebrated his 20th birthday.
3 days ago, I think we can overlook that.
It was actually very nice talking to him after his birthday because he said he was had 3 different chocolate cakes.
They were at the training camp, and I think a lot of cake was had that day. But let's quickly head over to Gukesh versus Arjun. Let's bring up our analysis board on that.
Okay, so where are the queens? Is my first question.
We've been
The
traded.
youngsters, they gotta go for checkmate.
So what Gukesh is doing here is because normally he would be worse, but by playing a4 he is provoking a decision. If you go b4, then he'll play bishop b2, and if a5, then that gives him the option to put the bishop on b5 somewhere, and that's an extra thing for black. I don't know if black can play bishop e4 here after this instead of a5.
I was just about to say that bishop on d5 is a beautiful piece.
Yeah, well, but this bishop on d3 is harassing that pawn on a6, and that's just a bit annoying.
So if we trade, your claim is that black with complete control in front of the isolated pawn and this outside pass pawn should lead to at least a...
It feels like black is better, but I don't know how much. Maybe because white's pieces are still very active and white is very far from lost or something.
Big decision by Arjun here. He trades that bishop for the knight. Does that surprise you, Anand? Bishop f3 on the board?
Maybe very slightly. Well, I'm interested in the follow-up. Is he going to go knight d5?
Tempting. Hitting the bishop on c3.
He hasn't he? Okay, so ab5. But I think Gukesh should be very happy if he's not worse. Because I think a few moves ago his position looked much worse to me.
So now does Gukesh fall back with the bishop or bishop d?
No,
Where do
come
you
on,
go?
just ab5.
Just ab5 first. Okay.
No fear.
Wow.
AB5.
Giving up that rook on b1.
Knight
Nice.
c3, bc6. I mean, white's got to have enough here. You could go back with the bishop because black still can't play b4, but
I like this with the c6 pawn, a6
Yeah.
hanging.
And it looks like I thought he moved, but I think he just hovered over a piece, and now he decided to move his bishop back. And I
went to
think
d2?
he went
Yeah.
to d2.
Ah, okay.
So there's still tension on
But
b5.
d2 I didn't, I was thrilled. I don't know, maybe knight cb4 and then just bishop e4.
I feel like
Nothing
this
much happening.
at least is a position for Gukesh where this game could turn in his favor at some point if Arjun is a little bit sloppy. His position, of course, is perfectly
But let's say I
solid.
go bishop f6.
You just want to trade everything?
In a sense, it's asking Arjun to recognize that might be time to equalize and get home.
Right.
So let's just do this thing. ab5, bishop b5, knight d4, bishop d4,
Everything is hanging.
rook a4. And now I think the nicest would be knight c3, bishop c3.
Bishop c3?
Yeah, bishop c3, bishop e8, rook e8, and this is a forced draw.
This is
Because
it?
forced draw, because you have these double def pawns, I have a fortress.
I love how you just call it a forced draw.
Well, it is, but it's. I don't think Arjun's looking in that direction. But that's the good news: is even if you give up an exchange because of the bad pawns, then you will be able to make a draw.
So if you have these, if that pawn was in the g file, so you had a not deformed pawn structure, then if you trade a pair of rooks, it is supposed to be winning. Slightly technical, but it is winning. This one is slightly, okay, he's taken on a4, which is perfectly playable. He could play bishop g5, try to swap the bishop in that direction, or he could play bishop b4. Again, I don't see how white is going to avoid exchanges. But white's well positioned to take a draw, and maybe they'll both take a draw. Yeah, bishop g5 has happened.
And you don't care about the a6 pawn because you have knight b4, bishop g5, hg5 if white does pick up the a6 pawn.
Well, bishop g5, h5, I might play bishop e4 first. Oh, you'll have knight c3, and then I have bishop c6. No, that works for me.
yeah, this is now better for white, I imagine.
Yeah.
Take 6.
Not much, but... or I could take something on a6, rook a6, and then if you play some knight to b4, come back to a3. And
Trade everything. This pawn structure is so weakened for white that even if you lose a pawn for Arjun, or as you showed, even if you lose an exchange, it should still hold. But
yeah.
this one looks level. Tanya, any other games looking a little less even?
Quite a few of them, and two catch my attention, but I first think we should go to the Maxime Nodirbek board.
That's the...
Okay, so Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Nodirbek Abdusattar. We'll leave these two Indian youngsters alone for now, but this will be a clash that we will see for a long time. And what is this?
It feels like MBL could have gotten more than this, right?
It looks so locked up.
I mean, I thought Emil's advantage was bigger, but
Should we just back up and quickly get to this point?
sure.
Okay, so where we left off around here. Oh no, even before that. Wow. So we left off with this knight getting stuck on h6, f5, and he went g5. That side of the board gets closed up, but black is trying to focus attention in the center. So black's pawns to me look overextended, and he didn't take on h6. I like that decision, but you stop me where you think that white could have improved, because so far it looks really, really nice. All this looks. Is he just
No,
gonna...
maybe it's fine. It's just that I thought he would have even more, and
That last move, is it hinting at bishop a5 and getting rid of that defender on d8?
bishop a5, queen a6 is slightly awkward. So
Can he play his rook up to c4 to get that bishop a5 idea? And the good thing for white is black has nothing to attack, at least
Yeah.
not at the moment. But we saw how resilient Nodirbek is, the way he beat Vincent from first a very bad position and then a one that apparently was equal. But he played c5 and the engine does not approve. And I think Nodirbek's clock is going to hurt him. He only has 4 minutes remaining.
So what is it, knight a5 or bishop a5? Bishop a5 doesn't make sense. Queen a6, whatever. Or queen c4, that's the point, yeah.
So
But even then I don't see why it's so great.
Yeah, because now you're not threatening any pawn on c6. So instead, maybe can you double up on the c line and try and target the c5 pawn?
If I play knight b7,
What are you targeting?
The more interesting thing is, can something be done on the h file?
sorry.
Also, just one question: is queen e8 a move? No, it's not really, because you at least have knight
Oh.
f7.
I wasn't even
Yes.
looking in that direction, but that's one of
Yeah.
those moves you just completely missed, and then it wins the game.
Just had to point it out.
Well, actually you're right. If I go bishop a5 now, you cannot play queen a6 because now your queen e8 works.
Because knight f7 is no more an option. Rook on b8 is hanging.
Well, that's huge.
So after bishop a5, you'll have to play queen c6 maybe. Or queen b5, one of those two.
And then this queen. I guess I don't really want to trade because it feels like black.
Oh, bishop a5 on the board, by the way. So queen a6 would lose to queen e8 on the spot.
Yes, so it's either queen c6 or queen b5.
Big moment here for Nodirbek, who's down to 3.5 minutes. This feels like an extremely tricky position to play with no time on your clock. And I think that if I'm Maxime, if the queen trades offered, I'm just going to move my queen back and try to barrel at the c5 pawn. Does look pretty pleasant for Maxime, who, if he wins this game, he could find himself in even clear first, because actually at the corner of my eye, I'm looking at Vidit Gujarati against Teimour Rajabov, and I think that Vidit has a huge advantage. He's pressing the tournament leader. This position, King f8 was the last move. This looks like a dream come true for Vidit.
Yes. And again, he's so far restraining him from playing knight d3 because he's going to take on d4. But even that is an exchange sack if I play knight b4. So knight d4, knight d3, if bishop takes d4, I have knight b4 and you'll have to sack the exchange, rook takes b4.
Oh my god, I think Nodirbek played queen a6 and queen e8 was missed.
Oh,
Because
wow.
he went queen c4 instead.
Wow, let's...
Queen e8 was winning, right?
Yes, it was. Let's go just show that again, because we saw that...
I didn't spot queen e8 till you spotted it, but then I spotted the improved version.
Yeah, I
So,
spotted
I mean,
one where
he could have missed it as well. Again, queen e8, you simply forget that the knight and rook have inverted themselves.
Because you're so
It's not
focused
there.
on the queen side and all the moves on one
queen
side
e8
of the
is
board.
over.
Yes. Just... How do you even protect the g6 pawn?
What happens after queen d3? What is it so excited about?
Queen g6, you go bishop,
Bishop
g7.
You know, it's not pretty, but what's... Oh, just bishop rook e2 maybe, yeah.
Oh, but this isn't easy to understand.
And then rook
No?
h1 is coming, and then... Yeah.
Looks like-
So he missed a chance to, as you say, be in first place.
I wonder
Yeah,
how...
to go on 3 out of 3. He's
Vidit
already
has
won
gone for g4.
2 games today. So queen c4 was played and now it looks like... Okay, Nodirbek still is under some pressure because of that c5 pawn.
Clear advantage for white.
Not even, I think more important, put the knight on c4, get the rooks to the h file, and
Dark dark square bishop. The bishop.
Yeah,
is just
if the bishop goes to g7, the knight on c4 will have square on d6. If that bishop hangs
nice.
around, and you have all the play.
That's
You know,
sort of,
nothing to.
yeah, it's like a weird case of that dark square bishop being overloaded, defending the king side, but also key squares. You were looking at the Vidit board, Vidit against Raja
Anymore,
board.
and he's gone g4.
Yeah.
Why not? Black can't do anything.
Yeah.
The only thing that black can do is if white steps in front of the d pawn, can take it. So why not?
I can go bishop d8, c7 maybe, and that's
Even if g5's coming?
yes.
Rook a3.
He's gone rook a3. He's decided to stop knight d3 at all costs. So let me play g5.
Okay.
I think I have to take on
Will he sack the exchange or what?
That's what I was assuming he was going for, but after takes,
Ooh.
Takes knight d3. No, that's
No,
no
this is-
compensation.
also there's going to be at some point probably an issue for the king no matter what.
Yeah.
This looks like Vidit is,
Winning this one.
he's very back and forth in this tournament. Just his ability to rebound has been great, but then his ability to be consistent and get a winning streak has not been there. But if he wins this game, he'll go 2 out of 3 today. That's a very good result, of course. So
So g5 is what we're expecting here. And
is
with
there?
it spending some time.
Yeah, is he thinking about some kind of patient move? That's g5 is not going anywhere, but it's more forceful at the moment because the bishop's on f6.
Wait, so g5, I go bishop d8. What is your move?
Yeah, it's
Is rook b3 a move that you want to consider just to get knight d3 in next?
So rook takes b3.
I was saying queen b3.
Queen
Maybe it's-
c4.
so queen c4 trying to get these queens off the board. Yeah, because without the queens, there's no attack obviously, and even this d4 pawn will be feeling much looser.
Yeah.
Oh, this looks like Timur is fighting very, very well at this stage.
We have, as usual, too much action. Hare Krishna against Kaimer is once again.
But at least according to Evalbar, it feels like the worst is over for Vincent. But
Should we-
the position is chaotic.
Should we head back to that game? Okay, so Hari with the white pieces against Vincent Keimer. What is going on here? It looks like black has everything defended. And black has 25 seconds. That's the biggest problem.
Oh, wow. So the last move was rook e7. And are you threatening to take on maybe some ideas
Okay,
of
he's gone rook takes d6.
sacrificing on d5?
Now just bear with me. Rook takes e7, f7.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Bishop takes f7. Rook takes d6. Knight e2 check.
Uh-oh.
Didn't even see
Bishop
knight
e2. Rook c1 check. Oh, you have rook
Rook
d1. I
d1.
thought bishop f1, queen a1, or bishop c4. I was trying these ideas. There is simply rook d1. Okay, so it doesn't work.
Uh-huh.
And this move, rook takes d6, apparently
Maybe rook f7
a
though.
fatal flaw. Rook takes f7 has to be
You
the
have
choice.
to take back,
Yeah.
no? Bishop f7,
And then rook d6. And then I'm threatening to take and g6 is crumbling.
So queen...
f5. Got to stay connected to the g6 pawn.
But I'm looking at Vincent's clock, and that's what's worrying me.
Even
Yes,
even have
15
move like
seconds.
h4.
Yeah.
It's just lovely here.
This is a position where even if the engine
On the board, by the way.
says it can hold, I think with Vincent's clock, Hari is well on his way. And that's the thing. He missed some immediate wins, but he kept up the pressure. He's a bit relentless here. And for Vincent, he starts losing the clock if the time's accurate.
It's over.
Yeah, queen f5. So at least you're not losing the g6 pawn immediately.
Yeah, but I thought even h4 was just very unpleasant.
Yeah, just defend the...
First of all, give me some lift, and then just go for bishop
And
d3.
then you're going bishop d3. Nice.
It'll be a good finish to the day for Hari because he won round 5, even after losing round 4. And to get 2 wins in a row, he'd only be
Yeah.
-1.
Quite a comeback day for him after a tough start
Or
on
bishop
day
d3
one.
as well, right?
Immediately. Back ranks.
There is knight e2 check, but after bishop d3, I'm threatening h4.
You're threatening h4. I was going to say, is there really a big threat at that moment? But h4 does look like a good one. Yeah, black is just...
Well, after h4, knight e4, suddenly I wasn't sure if it's all very smooth. So take, bishop d3, I have rook c1, queen e1 or something. And then you must take on g6 with the rook.
With the
and-
rook.
Yeah,
Or
it
maybe we
gets
can just
messy.
show that. Okay. Quickly, these options that exist.
What else? Queen e3.
Hari
maybe here?
having a deep think
Then
right
you have
now.
knight d5.
Yes, so Vincent, he's been resourceful thus far, but this is a good moment for Hari to think, and the players are in huge time trouble in some of these boards. Vincent in this one, Hari plenty of time. It's a blitz versus bullet at this stage, so anything kind of can happen, but I do love Hari's chances, of course, with the initiative.
Yeah. And he's reaching out. He's about to make a move. I think h4 would be a very Hari move to play. He's keeping everything as is and getting out of danger. Anand, what do you think?
I'm just enjoying a very hurry move.
He hasn't moved yet.
He
So.
doesn't. Hari doesn't need to hurry
Hop
up just
bishop
yet.
d3.
He's got 4 minutes.
No, bishop d3, maybe knight e4 or something.
Oh, wow! That,
No, you have knight e4.
yeah, that is a.
Oh.
Rook c1, bishop f1, queen takes e4 or something. Yeah, it's messed up. No, you can't do bishop d3. What are you going to do?
Still thinking.
I liked h4 a lot.
h4, yeah. h4. No, I was thinking knight e4. So let's see that. Knight e4. Takes, queen takes, bishop d3. Rook c1 check.
King
King
h2.
h2, queen. And even some move like queen f4 is a signs, isn't it?
Oof. That's the cold-blooded one because rook takes g6. You see the eval bar still likes white, but says black has a much better chance. Extra material and no checkmate against the black king. So
Yeah.
Yeah. And what do you
So
think?
h4,
Is Hari
h4.
going to go for h4? He doesn't. He takes on f7, but now black
Okay, maybe
takes
that
king.
works. I don't know. Bishop d3. But then knight e4.
Ooh.
the bar really just shot back down towards the center, saying that black has chances. But I'm still looking at the clock. That's what's bugging me most about Vincent's position is he only has 20 seconds and his king is out in the open.
And his bishop d3, knight d4 resource is so important for black using the back rank, so he has to. Maybe he has to play h4 now, just to create.
Wait a minute. So bishop d3, knight e4. I go queen e3. What's exactly happening?
Okay, let's take a look.
Rook c1 check, queen f1, queen f2 check, and knight takes d6.
Wait for it. Queen
That
f2.
way I get out of the pin, get out of everything.
The
and-
knight goes backwards. Easy for me to forget. That is.
Black ends up with an extra pawn.
That is.
Why are you going to get g6?
Queen c7 check, yeah.
Yes.
So h4 is 94. Bishop d3 is still 94. Can I move my. Is rook d4?
Rook d4.
Oh.
That's what
a
his
good one.
idea.
That makes a lot of sense. But
Can't you sidestep with the king? Where is the
can.
question? King g7?
But then I have this bishop.
what
bishop
about knight e4?
Okay,
Yeah, knight
he
e4.
goes for it.
Okay,
Queen
so
e3.
the engine approves!
Queen
Exclamation point.
e3. I'm not able to see how black is going to defend after queen e3 because rook f4 is coming, and if you go rook e8, I go bishop d3, and I'm winning the house. What is the move?
I'm waiting for Vincent to either find it or collapse because that's really the two options. Knight back to f6.
And does this hold? I can't believe it. Wow. It just feels so lost. But I mean, bishop c4 check, but you have rook take. No, you don't
The
have
king.
rook take c4.
No, but the king just runs. The knight covers any d7 stuff. The queen comes in d7. King h6.
I see. Also, he wants to play rook c7, which controls the.
Vincent.
Yeah.
Really nice defense thus far. And you see Hari's getting ready to move. Maybe he can't believe that Vincent's still staying in this game.
Is he reaching for the bishop?
It looks like he is. Sorry, Tanya.
No, it's a very tense moment, but it also feels like the worst is behind Vincent, and I'm just wondering some of the other games are being played on second. Might be a good moment to switch.
Yeah. Grischuk, Pragg has gotten his pawn back, so he's happy.
Okay, just to show that. And Grischuk's in huge time trouble, but this looks liquidated.
Yeah. Well, this is a draw. So.
Yeah.
So you're going to swap up the D pawn for the A pawn?
No, he'll be a pawn down. He'll go rook d4. It's why I must have made the
it's
same
black's
mistake. It's
move.
black's move. But you will get a meaningless a pawn. I'll get rook takes d5, f6, rook d7, and keep your king on g8. And this is the easiest draw. f6, rook d7, and just
Rook will come to A7 and just stay there.
yes.
Okay.
Okay, so, and, Vidit against Raja, the leader at the point. I think that's an important game. Rajabov under a minute. So, everything that we discussed has happened. G5 on the board, the knight has found itself on D3.
And Gukesh is actually struggling.
How do we evaluate this position before we move on? What do you think about...
I'm dying to play f5.
Just give up a pawn.
It's Vidit's move. So F5 takes, and what's that? Yeah.
GH, Queen D1 or Queen C2, Queen D1 or C2, D2 or C1.
Oh, yeah.
Excuse me, that doesn't make any sense. D2 or C1, attacking H6. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
trying
for
to
sure.
do.
Oh, because you're inviting king out to go
And
knight.
then, yeah, Knight H4 and things like that.
Oh,
so.
nice.
This looks deeply unpleasant. I love F5. That would be
Yeah.
a huge opportunity for Vidit. Yeah, no, that looks very good. And actually, you could maybe play Queen D2 first, just sneakily lining it up.
Yes, yes, and then G6 and F5, yes. But Queen D2, maybe Black plays F5 himself, I don't know.
Yeah, it's you don't want to let it linger for too long. You got to go for it. So Tanya, this game looks good for Vidit, but still plenty of moves to go. Any other
Alright.
games?
Let's
Gukesh
get
in serious trouble.
Yes,
Okay.
let's jump over to Gukesh versus Arjun. And why it's level
Let's
material,
see.
but why do you sit? The pawns are hanging.
I'm not 100% sure, but it feels like... what are my options here? I can go Rook A4 check.
Oh, this king. Is it? It's not checkmated if it takes, or.
Then I'm going to play Knight E5 afterwards.
Uh-huh.
Oh, there's a pawn on H2, in which case King G3 might not be that bad. So no, then Gukesh is not in that much trouble. I mentally removed that pawn for some reason, and then
Wow. So this one looks like it should
Hari
be.
is winning now because he's got
Yeah,
the
let's head back
queen,
to that
yeah.
one.
It looks like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave also is winning against Abdusatarov. So we'll go back to Hari's board.
Yeah.
Okay, Hari has an extra queen for a rook and minor, but there are too many weak pawns in this
I'm
one.
just wondering how he even got this material when we left it last. It looked like for Vincent everything was fine.
But no, the clock was not fine,
Yes.
so that's exactly
Uh-huh.
how this happened. So immediately after we left, he tried queen c5, which apparently is a mistake, because after queen f3,
and Rook
there's rook
C4.
c4.
Oh, nice.
Very, very nice. Well, nice for one player, not for the other, and that won the rook here. That's why the queen was given up, and that's how we got to the live position, or the live material imbalance. Great for Hari. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, let's go right over there. All these players, they're going down to the wire. But Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Nodirbek
It's
Abdusatarov.
not going to the wire. Queen takes G6, and there's just too many pawns.
Too many pawns, and you're gonna lose the f5
Queen
pawn
takes
as well.
G6 is, I think, all the pawns you need.
Yes. It's
Yeah.
good. Wait, can I just check? No, it's not checkmate. I thought I played knight h4, knight takes g. Well, that
Also very tempting.
it's not
no?
mate,
Yeah,
but
that too, yeah.
Knight h4 is very tempting. He's.
oh, he's
Oh wait, that's.
that's Hari.
Yes.
He's also winning. So between Maxime and Hari, they're going to score a full 2 points with the white pieces. And
Let's get Maxime and Nodirbek on the screen. Still having a think. He hasn't decided whether to go for Queen G6 or Knight H4 there. And we will pull up our live camera from our playing venue, and there they are.
but it's
And
just-
Vidit has finally gotten in F5.
Oh, your
Oh.
move, it's in. But a different position. He's already attacking H6.
Yes, so it's not even a complicated version.
in fact, Rajabov is down to a few seconds remaining on that board, so Vidit might just score a victory.
Wait a minute.
Second.
EF5, now G6.
Let's quickly go over to the Vidit versus Rajabov board. It's a crucial one for the
So
standings.
G6, F4, exactly.
With the
Uh-huh.
And I have
H7,
this one, H7, Fe3. H8, Queen, King E7. So,
Wow, and F2 spin.
so you play Knight F4 now. And then I can play Queen. I can't play Queen E4 because you'll play H7. I can't play Queen F5 because you can.
well, but the queen covers.
Queen
trade.
E4 I'll take and go H7 is what I
Right.
mean. But
So-
Queen F5.
He just took
He
on
took
G7.
on G7.
Oh,
Oh, and Queen E7, okay.
But he's
Ah,
taking
of course,
on
of course.
D3.
This is winning.
the bishop.
We take on D7 and there are no checks.
Yeah.
So, and either Knight G5 or
Knight
Queen takes
E5,
C6.
yeah.
Queen takes C6 also.
Yes.
See, I love positions like that where I was fixated on the H pawn going up, and he just let me go take on G7 and win the game in this manner. And this looks completely hopeless for black. Is H6 now?
H6 is over. H6 is resigns.
He plays it.
On the board, and now you just give a check with the knight. Where do you jump in? H4 or E5?
E5.
Resignation.
Why even
That's
bother?
it. And wow, the tournament leader, Rajabov Vidit, after 2 losses, takes down Temur Rajabov, which means we're going to have big shuffling in the standings after this round. And meanwhile, action is still on the other boards. We do have a result. Maxime
MVL
Vachier,
won,
his
yeah.
third win of the day.
No, he drew one in between, right?
He drew
drew
one
with,
game.
One against Vidit. Oh no, sorry.
He
He drew against Grischuk.
Grischuk. That was in the first game, but he also drew today.
No, that was yesterday.
against Gukesh.
Gukesh, yeah.
And he beat Nodirbek. You're
Right.
right. So, but it's been a good day for Maxime.
Oh, for sure. He started the day tied for first. Now he's in first place. He just jumped over Timur Rajabov. And what are the other two games? Which one should we head to? The Hari game? Is that closing the
Grischuk
fixture?
Pragg is
Grischuk
looks
and-
just like a draw.
I haven't even.
Nothing much happening there.
Okay. And so it's Hari against.
Yeah, you can't defend these 2 pawns forever. So okay, let's go back to Hari against Kaima.
How simple is this? Or is it actually not that easy?
I don't know how to do it. Queen d4, king f7, and then if you play f5, that pawn will be blockaded.
Right.
You don't play f5, how are you making progress?
I think he's going to.
So you could play a bit of a4, you could keep the king around, either trying to go to g5 or trying to go somewhere else. There are plans, but it's not at all easy to make progress.
In fact, Vincent's moves are super easy, rook back
Yeah.
and forth. But the problem is, when you have easy moves, you may make one of them at the wrong time.
Yes, also just throw this one out. I go king h4, g5 check.
Can I go rook h5?
Whoa, fancy.
That is even
You
nicer.
gotta show it though.
It is even nicer, yeah.
Then knight f5. So I'm just going to kick your king back. But you were going to say g5. That also actually might be.
Yeah,
an idea.
g5 check, fg5, and rook c6. But the thing is, you might play king h5, and then at some point g6 in such a way that you can sack
Sack.
the queen for the knight, and then win the pawn and win or something like that.
That makes sense.
But if I wait, where do you enter? You might enter on g5, try to go to h6 or something. Let's try that.
And it's on the board. King
Yeah.
h4 has been played, but he first went queen d7. There was a check, and now the king is coming up.
It was given an exclamation point. But okay, the king wasn't going to go backwards, so it's one of those obvious great moves for players of this caliber.
So if it's white's move here, what do you want next? You want to go in with king g5, king h6?
I don't. What other plan is there? I've got to do that.
And then what? Just to understand
great
how white
question.
is improving.
Alternately, I can play rook c5, f5, gf5, g6 or something.
Yes. So you're going to give up the pawn at some point,
Yeah,
and
and
if
try
the
to make a
king-
g passer and see if that works. But
You might get yourself checkmated.
but no, but the problem is rook c6. Then the rook is again. The rook and the knight combine very well to cover g6
Defend
and
g6,
b6.
yeah.
So you don't want to allow that. Yeah.
So even if white was to achieve that, it's not an easy conversion.
But you may be able to check this king. That might be the goal for.
Let's try king h4, king g5. Sorry.
Yes. I think. Queen b7. So he's giving up f4 for b6. Sorry, I thought he just blundered pawn. But so king g5. Yeah, king g5. And.
And we're getting reinforcements for this position.
Yeah,
We're being joined by Vidit after his win against Raja. Vidit, congratulations.
Thank you.
yes, we have even more reinforcements. Now I get to just sit and make the moves that
Model
you.
game. Model game.
Yeah, at some point it started to feel
Model
very
rapid game.
competitive.
There might be details, but mostly.
I mean,
Oh, do I
it's all
have f5?
relative.
Yeah. f5, gf5, queen takes b6.
And queen b3 after
Yeah.
rook c6.
Yeah, we've been fascinated by this ending. Of course, we want to talk
but
about your
it's-
win too, but you don't even want to talk about your win. You want to focus on the chess.
Maybe after the live games.
So what's the winning plan here, Vidit, for white?
I'm not sure. f5, queen b6, gf5, queen b6, rook d5. It could get tricky. I mean, I'm not sure I want to push f5.
But if I play a4, fg4, king g4, it's
yeah, this way.
You king d7. You'll have to play king a d7, knight c6 to reconstruct a fortress. I think you're not in time somehow.
He went. He went his.
He went king h6 or?
He went brought his king back, and he went pawn to a3. And I think I understand this. In time trouble,
You
don't want to
wanna
make that
any
commitment.
decisions. Yeah.
Maybe you put pawn on a4 and do the same. Maybe.
But what if black just moves like this? That's one of my. What if black just moves the king?
King f6 is a nice move. Yeah.
Keeping the king out.
But you can still go queen a8 and
Right.
ask him if he's going to, or queen b8. So let's try this one. Queen b8.
It's not so
It's
easy.
queen d7. He chose.
Okay.
What a fascinating endgame. Yeah, you just need to somehow spring for a passer, but so king g5. I think that's what.
Actually, this f5, which you pointed out, was probably the best chance. Like very clear.
Yes,
But you know, you
but he
see
kind
all
of
kinds
hesitated.
moves,
Yeah, he kind of hesitated.
But is
and-
black kind of running out of moves now?
I don't even think Hari looked at that point. He was just making moves and pressing his clock because he also doesn't have a lot of time.
True, true. And I'm worried about some 3-4. You know, a queen d4, king h6. No, it's too fancy.
Because the king goes
Queen
h6,
d4. You know what this guy did? He played rook c5.
And rook
Luckily, I
h5.
went king h4.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight
Because he went
knight
rook
f6,
h5.
yeah.
No, rook h5.
It was fine. So that's it. Like here, for example.
Oh no, well, king h6 it works because I have king h7.
No. But
Yeah.
So
you
yeah,
can't-
so it's only after king h4 it
Yes.
works. Yeah, here you
Because-
can't do this.
exactly,
But
because
knight-
takes knight f5.
But knight
Knight
King
j8
h7.
was winning.
knight g8 was winning.
Exactly.
Yeah, so okay.
But that's
Anyway.
That goes to show that the king can't just. Oh wait. That was,
I'm
Oh, he went
worried
back,
about
he
some
went back.
threefold.
he threw in an a3 at some point. So maybe he just. did
There's no
everything.
threefold. He threw in an a3.
And Hari's now down to
Though
under 20 seconds.
Gukesh would try to claim 3-time repetition when the position has happened once.
He did that?
He did.
Yeah.
It didn't happen twice.
Yeah.
He's made a move after which his position had happened once, and he claimed with the Grischuk yesterday.
Yeah.
And the result, the very next move, Grischuk said, "Okay, draw."
You got an extra minute also.
Some things are done for content.
He actually I talked to him about it. He really thought it was a 3-time repetition. He asked me, and I said, "No, on chess.com it tells you," and I was like, "There were no wheels showing that," but we haven't seen any progress just yet from.
It looks really hard, by the way, to win this.
I thought the only convincing plan was king g5 and this f5 and queen
Yeah.
takes b6 because
He seems
come
to
on,
be
the
going
pawn on
the
b6
wrong way.
is a gift. Yeah.
King
King f3, please.
King f3.
Why king f3, please? Why not king anywhere else? It is
E3.
okay.
You know, he was
95,
basically e3.
Ah,
as well.
okay, okay.
No forks. I mean, king e4. I just still don't see where he's
I have a
going.
feeling it's more likely to end in a draw than white win.
By now, it's not. It's been no progress for a while.
I guess queen on e5 you put, and then you go. There's only one plan, king to g5.
Anyway, maybe you want to show your game?
I would love to, but I'm also curious how.
That's
Hari
true.
will-
We
Yeah.
can.
Maybe we just wait for the end of this one.
If Hari doesn't make any progress for next 30 moves,
But Hari not making progress when you're playing, is it that you're also figuring things out along the way?
yeah, it's like you're winning and you want to keep control, but at some point you just have to go for this f5 as Vishy pointed out. But you have to just.
But
you
here
don't know
he's
which
gone
is the
king
right one.
f8. So now he plays king g7. There is no question of king. Oh, there is still king g5 is available. Because of rook c5, I have f5.
Constantly. I think
And
that's
the
trick.
problem is the king is getting pushed further to g7, then it will need to run to the queen side at some point
True.
to create a new fortress. So,
True, true. Yeah, I think this is the way probably now. Next move, king g7, king g5. He has to do it.
but there's nothing wrong with king e8, right? Oh, king
But will
g7
he
is the
do
wrong
it?
direction. He should have gone to e8 and d7. Because he doesn't need any more of a
So you,
fortress here.
so you both want to play king g5 now?
Yes.
And then
F5,
after
rook
check,
c5.
Rook c5 check f5
Did
Yeah.
he play king g5?
and queen takes b6.
queen takes b6. Oh, and this is even better because you're just.
Okay,
Yeah.
rook
Okay.
to d6. Now how do you get this f5?
See?
So queen c3,
King f7,
queen c7,
rook c6.
queen b7. I'm not or queen d8 or
I
queen
choose-
b8 or something, and then whenever you play rook c5, there's f5 queen
No,
b6.
but
No, this
queen
is it.
b4 is
Queen
clever.
yes.
It's really clever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, because after rook e6, f5 is winning.
Yeah.
Then it's it resigns.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
No,
just
very
resigns.
nice. Very nice
Yeah.
geometry actually.
Oh, wow.
Because
Wow,
he-
tons.
He wants to rely on rook e6 and rook e5, but he doesn't have it because the queen pins. And now f5?
Yeah, f5 just.
f5 king f7,
Knight f5.
Wait, oh, knight
Knight
f5.
f5.
but gf5.
Yeah,
Rook
rook
f5,
f5.
king g4, b5. Could be a fortress, no?
No, queen e7 check. Isn't this
Oh.
the one
He
that's
just
losing?
comes back with the king instead.
But okay,
Ah,
king
he-
h4 was clever.
Of course, yeah. He
Because
brought his king
e7
back.
and b6 both were hanging.
Yeah,
Yeah,
two.
and knight
But
c8,
now
queen
he's
c3.
played g5 check.
King h3, rook
Ooh.
d3, king h2, knight d5, queen. Ooh.
I mean, I think fg5 is probably very nice also. But,
Yeah, actually just fg5.
yeah.
He
But
goes
he's got
back?
King h3, yeah.
But rook d3,
He'll just move back again.
King
Right?
h2.
knight d5.
There's a check on
Queen
Queen
B2
B5.
check. Queen B2 check.
Queen B2 check. Oh, I missed B2 check. Okay, that's easy.
Yeah, as long as you can, I guess, just to translate this, super gem's next to me, that as long as you can establish these pawns forward, it seems like white should be winning quite handily. And he's going like that. So he's retreating every turn.
I see some panic by the.
Some panic.
Yeah, both were like.
And
hitting the
FG5
claws.
maybe, no?
FG5 and Queen E5. King G6, Queen E5. Yeah, I would not be sure with F5 actually. I would take the pawn.
Yeah.
Oh, but he doesn't seem certain.
Yeah, take it. I think F5.
Goes
But
F5.
F5.
So what, knight F6?
Yes.
Or
Knight F6. Yes.
but then Queen B6,
Knight G4.
King G1.
Can,
I can't really stabilize, can I? He goes Knight F6.
and so we're likely to see a
King
position
G1.
just like this.
I don't even know if something is wrong with King G2, but anyway, King G1.
Yeah, this looks.
He took. Now I was only worried if he doesn't take, then there could be some kind
Yes.
of
Yeah, fortress.
bind or something.
Sure, so King G1. Now it's winning. You have two
Yeah.
passed pawns.
Yeah,
and-
yeah. He can't even stabilize. So
Yeah, this exact position. So King G1 looks.
we go G2.
He has not moved yet. He's about to grab his king though. G2.
Yeah. Knight E3.
King F3.
King F3. Knight F5.
Oh, then Knight
Oh.
C4 check. No, you don't want to do
Uh-oh.
King F3.
Uh oh.
But wait, King F2.
But why King G2?
Yeah, King G1 was nice, no?
And now I think King F2, Knight F5, A4. That's the way.
G4?
Oh no.
Getting messy again.
Queen B5. Now. Queen B5.
Queen B5, Rook F3.
Rook F3.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, it's happened.
Oh no.
Oh my god, Rook F3 on the board. Can't
Okay.
take.
Oh, look at
You wanna
Hari.
show it with
And
your-
look at Hari's
Yeah,
experience.
yeah, yeah,
Right?
Oh, has he just slipped?
Just to show everybody that the point is the rook is not hanging. That
No,
would.
FG5 was the way. F5
Yes.
was a bit ambitious.
But F5 was fine if you went King G1 actually. Because
True.
if you go back to F6, I'll play A4. Come on, I have F5 and A4, no?
True. But FG5 there is no G pawn. Same
Correct.
position.
We
What
ha-
about this position? Is still chances with the A
Just
pawn?
don't play G3.
King.
Don't play G3.
Oh, Queen D5.
Or yeah, one of those checks is going to be a problem.
I didn't even see Queen D5. I was
Yeah.
looking at Queen D7.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Both work.
How do you play here actually?
King G6 and then some
A5.
Rook A3.
A5, Rook A3.
Yeah. No, here I
no.
can't do because he put it in a dark square. But
Yeah.
one.
Oh, but how do you progress
Oh.
actually?
Oh, what?
Every move there. So wait, can
I
you
don't
just
get it.
No, now it's winning with some. I can't be so relaxed, no? King F6, King G5.
But Rook on A3? I don't know.
So
how-
A6 I go. What do you do? Oh, this is beautiful because if Rook A3 has
Queen
Queen
C1
C1.
check. Nice.
so Rook E3 check?
Yes, Rook E3 check now.
King F.
F2 Rook
One.
E2 check. Our
No,
favorite
no.
move again.
No,
So
King F1.
King F1, then some G3 and Knight H4 maybe. I don't know.
Okay,
some
so
stuff like that.
so which way?
G3, A6.
Which way are we bringing?
Yeah, it
King
seems to
F1.
work. So King F1
Okay, King F1.
It looks like it could be.
should be over, no?
Rook A3 on the board. He's gonna.
No, King F1 I go Rook F3 check.
Yes.
You have to go to D1.
Oh, yes. True.
You have to go to D1.
True.
Oh wow, tricky.
And
He's
then
gone to F1.
yeah, so then just check and I will check all along the third rank till you go
Yeah,
out.
King goes to D1.
Once again, please don't go to E2.
Yeah.
So King E1
To remind everybody, there are knight forks to watch out for. So King E1, okay.
and
Check.
now Rook E3 check.
So, do you want to?
well,
go
if King D2, then I can go Rook A3 because you don't have Queen C1 check. So that's why I was
Right,
holding
right.
King D1.
King D1? So
G3, A6.
there's no Rook A3 because there's.
What's happening? Rook E7.
Wait,
No,
but
wait,
there
wait,
is
wait.
no-
I got it. Now I go Rook A. Sorry, you're going King D1.
Yes.
I go G3.
A6, Rook A3. Yeah? You have to
A6,
go-
Rook A3, Queen C1,
And
Knight
93
E3 check,
Yes.
King E2.
Oh, by the way, King D2
Oh.
was the only move, apparently.
Sorry, I.
Oh,
Yeah, this
For
was.
some reason.
Yeah, this was the mistakes. You're saying sorry. G3, A6, Rook A3. Check here. Knight. Okay.
no, the computer
Doesn't
went
like
to the
it.
moon.
Probably
Okay.
because some king.
Yeah, E2 or something. Okay, so this doesn't work. Let's go back.
Okay.
I don't know what they have done yet. He's gone to King E1,
Yeah.
which looks like he's trying to gain some more time because after
Oh,
Rook
he
E1
claimed something? He stopped the clock?
Oh yeah,
No,
there's a claim.
Oh, it is a draw.
It's a 3-4 he's claiming with Rook E3.
Yeah.
Can you?
It
check?
it showed.
what?
Yeah. Rook E3 is the third time.
And the
it
claim
would be draw.
stands.
But
And
wait.
look at Hari.
But after Rook D3, why didn't he go King C1?
But Hari realizes it.
Yeah. I mean,
Wait, they repeated one. Oh no.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Wait.
And he knows. I think Hari knows right now that it is a 3-4
Yes.
repetition.
And-
Oh no. This.
Yeah. That's a very alert claim. I mean, in these things, I'm never sure, but I think he just made his claim.
I mean,
and
it's
brilliant
better than
defense, yeah.
Gukesh's claim.
Also, no, I thought maybe it happened 2 times. Then they clarified, no, it happened once. I was amazed by this. But again, big difference for Vincent's day. Had he lost his 3rd in a row, it would be a very different day. But
Oh, he-
saving such a game, I think will give him some optimism tomorrow.
Oh,
Because again,
he
it,
lost
you know,
2, yeah?
he lost
Lost
2
2.
already. So he could have gone.
But, on
All
the
the-
other
But you
hand,
did
Sad
you
for
did
Hari.
one better, which is after 2 losses you won. So maybe we can finally hear your story.
Yeah, sure.
So
But also for Hari, after a tough day, to not convert this.
Yeah.
in-
There-
this
yeah, it's a
to
draw.
reverse, and that's it. The claim has been granted, and this one ends in a draw.
how was Hari's day so far? He
ju-
lost one for
He
sure.
won one game.
He
against
lost the
Pragg.
4th
He
round?
he beat Pragg and then he won.
So
lost.
50%
Correct. Yeah.
to 50.
Okay, so Vidit, now's the time
Yeah,
to shine.
sure.
You can finally dive into your game. So, do you want? Would you like the mouse? You
Yeah.
like that?
You want
on
to go
it?
here?
No,
No,
sure.
no.
Like you can.
Here you go. No, yeah, take this.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
So this.
Oh, why don't you sit down here? Unless you want to stretch your arms, but I think.
Thanks. Yeah.
Musical chairs.
So this is like the most classical QGD line. I mean, thousands of games have been played here.
So, first question is, why did you choose this opening?
I was not really thinking much, and okay, I mean, I was just playing normal opening, and I thought, okay, I have played this once with black, and I thought that it's not so easy with black, because it's very close to equal, almost a draw, but in rapid or in blitz, it can be slightly uncomfortable, and okay, there are many plans here, but I don't think I picked the best one. Probably. Generally, they like to bring this knight to d3 somehow, but I was a bit too slow in the game to do that, because constantly now there is pressure on this knight. Like if I go queen d2, I was worried like takes queen a5, and again there is threat of knight c5. So I was not getting time to do that, so I misplayed a little bit. But here, I was wondering if he could just take knight c5, and I thought maybe this is just great mouse, by the way.
It's Rakesh's.
I thought this, I don't know, it looked like some pressure, but not really. Yeah, he can just go back to a7, and then yeah, it's completely equal. But he played queen b7, which gave me chance to again bring this knight to e2. I think this was a big mistake to take on c5. Big strategical mistake.
Fine, why don't you take it?
I think this.
Okay. Thank you so
Thank you
much,
so much.
Anand,
Yeah.
for your
Sure,
time.
thanks.
See you
See you.
tomorrow. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good content.
Thank you. I think he should just keep the status quo here and not take on c5. But because once he took, I have this b file,
Mm-hmm.
plus I have this idea of bringing my knight to b4.
Right.
So here I started to get optimistic. I just tried to improve my position as much as I could. And here there were a lot of ideas like rook b8. For instance, I was thinking at one point, I think I'll use the touchpad.
Yeah.
King h7 and knight g5, but hg queen h5 is made, but he has bishop g5. So such ideas were not working, but there were like tricks in the air. So I played h5. Now again some back rank issues. So he went king f8, which was I think a bit too slow. He had to bring somehow the bishop to c7, queen c8, and go passive. And g4. I think this was the game changer. I go g5 next move, and it's very unpleasant.
Do you think he overlooked this plan, or he just didn't know what to do? I mean,
No,
king
it's
f8
just unpleasant. Like, even if he sees it, how do you stop g4, g5 from happening? And he was already low on time, I think.
right.
Not really. He had 5 minutes. Okay. Apparently, this was a mistake. Yeah. I wanted to get my knight to d3 because next move is coming bishop c7. I don't know how else to do it apart from rook b3.
I mean, you know how harsh the engines can be.
Yeah.
You make something goes from +2 to +1.
Yeah, and it gives a mistake.
And
Chess.com.
also, this was the plan that we were looking at. This was exactly the plan that we were discussing here.
Yeah, it
So we
looked
thought
most
was so
human to
natural.
bring
Yeah,
knight to d3.
But just I guess
I actually thought here, in time pressure, he could try to complicate the game. I mean, I don't know if it really works. Like e5, something. And you see, queen h1 is such a hard move to find.
Right.
And if I don't play that, if I play like d, knight c5, and he has so much counterplay. I thought this was a very good chance, which he missed. He played bishop c7, knight d3. Now I have complete bind.
'cause E5 is never happening.
Yeah. Here, the most logical move is queen a4. But I did not see what to do next after queen a4. And somehow I got tempted with a kingside attack. Queen d2, I have some threat of g8, gh, f5. He played queen b1. Okay, I should have gone f5 immediately, but I played like a lazy move. Queen e3.
You call it lazy. Do you think it was in part influenced by his time trouble? He only had 14 seconds at this point.
I also had like a 1 minute, like I couldn't really evaluate the consequences of g8, gh, f5. Probably it's better, and there is some miraculous defense with king running away, which of course I did not see. And here f5 was nice. Takes, and for a second I was like, oh, what is this? Because h7, fe3, h8, he has king e7, and now his complete collapse. Queen d3, queen d7. Thankfully, he doesn't have check here, and okay. Now I just collect all the material and should be winning.
Yeah, it was really an awesome game, and from the start it felt like you were in control in this one with it. It was a tough day in the beginning, two games and then winning against Raja.
2 games because you don't remember
He
the
won.
result.
No, I do. You lost.
He won.
I do. Oh,
He won round 4.
yeah. I apologize. Well, I apologize for that. But finishing the day on the high, I want to ask, how do you switch between games, having a tough result and then getting ready for the next one?
I think yesterday was very tough for me
Yes.
because I had like plus 11 against Vachier and like 1,000 ways to win. And after that loss, I was completely shaken. So today I was playing more relaxed, more lighthearted because, okay, I mean, if I just thought, okay, that's the way to do it. If I take too much, I don't know, yesterday something was off. I was just tired and physically tired. Something was not working right. Even though I got great position, I was missing like simple tactics in the end. But I think today I was much more fresh. So that's why I could finish off the 1 game. So otherwise it could again be like yesterday.
And you've got your mom and dad here with you. Is that something that helps and keeps you in good spirits?
Yeah, for sure. Because I see chess players all the time. And my family I see much less. So to spend like some time with them over dinner and lunch, it gives me a lot of positive energy. Yeah.
And you mentioned about that game against Maxime being completely winning plus 11, as you said. But when you're playing, it's still a very complicated position.
I mean, it is complicated, but like it was a complete oversight. I mean, there are like 10 ways to win, and I chose the 11th way to lose. So it was terrible.
But after that, do you, in a way, feel like the pressure was off you a bit? Because since you were towards the bottom of the standings, now you're right back in the thick of things.
I don't even want to know the
No,
standing.
but okay, the point is you went 2 wins and a loss today. Like, coming into today, did you feel a little bit like easier because there's not much
Yeah.
pressure?
Because there is, I mean, you're already at the bottom, so it can get worse, of course, but it doesn't really matter if it's like 7th or 10th or 5th. So, as you said, there was less pressure probably, which helped as well.
And actually, I just checked to confirm now. But you took down 2 players today who were at the top of the leaderboard,
Okay.
Gukesh and Raja. How are you feeling about your form, leaving the Maxime game aside, your general form coming into this event?
Yeah, I feel good because I'm outplaying players. Like Raja is a very strong player, and to outplay him in such a game gives me a lot of confidence. And also Gukesh is very tricky, but in time pressure where we both had seconds, I managed to play better. So these things really I'm taking as positives from today.
Yeah.
I mean, you had a great day of chess, 2 wins and a loss, but now you're back to an even score. So heading into tomorrow, you still feel lighthearted and easy, or you're gonna put more pressure on yourself?
No pressure. I just because it doesn't really help. So just hoping that I play well, like how I did today.
And with it, I know you said you don't want to see the standings, but we are going to bring up the standings at the
Don't look.
end of
Okay, then probably I can leave.
day 2.
It's a good cue for me to leave.
And there it is. But Vidit, you've really leapfrogged into it with being at actually number 4 going into the final day. 3 games coming up. Anything can happen.
Yeah. When I see Vachier, it reminds me of my game, and if we could just switch or flip it, it would be nice.
You've got 3 games coming up to be able to do that. And if we can also just quickly have the pairings up for tomorrow for the final day of the Rapid, where the players will play 3 games, the matchups. Producer G, we can have the pairings for the final 3 rounds. Alright, we will try and get that up, but with it, all the best for that. Do you remember who you're playing tomorrow?
No.
Oh,
We
and
did.
there it is, we did it. So with it, you're playing against Pragg. Okay, I know chat is going to be super excited about this one. Your thoughts on this one?
Pragg is in good shape, so it's a very good time to play against him. Okay, what else to say? It's. I think if I play better, then I can give more opinion. But the game is yet to even begin.
We wish you all the best with it. Thank you so much for sharing all your insights.
Thanks,
Thank
Anya.
you.
Thanks, Robert.
And save some of the chocolate ice cream.
I'll try.
We had Vidit Gujarati here for an interview going over his game, and it was a fantastic game. I mean, you heard Anand say it felt like a model
Flawless.
way to defeat Black in that opening.
It felt like the perfect combination of a strategic battle, the maneuvering that we saw, trading off the heavy pieces to get the knights into the middle of the game, combined with tactics and aggressive play on the king side, and a stunning penetrating finish with the queen at the end. So just all aspects of the game, really nice play. He beat Gukesh today. I do stand corrected, that's 2 wins. He beat Gukesh and he beat Raja. So a bit of a comeback moment. He's bounced up to the number 4 position. A big game coming up at the start of the day. Robert, before we say bye to chat, I'm going to give the floor to you. Final thoughts on day 2?
Well, before I can say bye to chat, I have to say hello. So hello, chat, and goodbye. But day 2 was another excellent day of chess. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, we know he was the recipient of some good fortune against Vidit in round 3, but that has turned his tournament into a great success because his wins over Nodirbek today so nice. His win over Vincent in round 4, that was a real true model game. It was a masterpiece where he was rearranging his pieces to the best squares, sacrificing some material, and I think he deserves to be in the lead. And Rajabov, he won against Grischuk because Grischuk blundered his queen.
Yes.
We can't forget
knight
about that.
F2.
So he was in first place, but he did receive some luck. In this last game, well, Vidit showed that he was heading in the right direction, and for Raja, it's some missed opportunities, but it just happens when your opponent plays as well as Vidit did.
That's got to be our moment of the day, no? Knight F2. It was just such a shocker, blundering that queen. He's one of the best players, and that just goes on to show just what our internal battle chess is, and even the best in the world can make these mistakes.
And we saw the look on Grischuk's face. He was so
Devastated,
shocked.
yeah.
He was so upset. But all these players can beat each other. We keep hearing that, and it is true. It is a pretty evenly matched field. There's no weak link in the field, and there's no a superstar who's just crushing everybody. So for Maxime, who has the lead, he needs to watch out for players who were struggling a bit, but righted the ship today. They still have a shot as well, like Vidit Gujarati. So it's not anybody's contest, because some people are a bit out of contention, but there are many people who can make it to first place.
I think one player who might be feeling a bit out of contention might be Hari. You know, he had this winning position against Vincent, being in driver's seat throughout the game. Really an incredible play, but at the end, the 3-4 repetition that happened, and such presence of mind by Vincent there. But that's one's got to hurt Hari.
Hari looked heartbroken.
Yeah.
You saw it on his face. He just didn't register that it was a 3-time repetition, and you could sense that he felt that it was a completely winning position, but then suddenly it wasn't so easy. And we had both Vidit and Anand here going over the game with us, and they were saying, this is winning. Oh, wait, but that looks tricky. And even once the winning position was obtained, there were still tricks left to overcome, and tricks are for kids. Vincent's a teenager. He was able to use it to great success.
Love it. So much drama, such action-packed, thrilling chess, a scintillating day of chess with aggressive play, ambitious play. It's been fantastic, Robert. And really, the Tata Steel Chess India, it is a celebration of chess. It is a chess festival. We also have concurrently running open events, tournaments running for the local talents, and hundreds of people coming and playing in the National Library of India every day. We're having so much fun here, and we're going to wrap up for the day. We will be back tomorrow with the final day of Rapid Chat. You don't want to miss that. A lot of leapfrogging in the standings. And before, it's a goodbye and a good night from Robert and I, but we leave you with a really fun video celebrating chess, celebrating the city of joy. Take a look.
Who do you think will win the Rapid in the men's section?
I haven't checked yet. Means I know who is playing there, but yeah, my best wishes goes to Praggnanandhaa. I hope he wins, and after that, I hope Gukesh scores it.
Pragg. Vidit. Maxime. Gukesh.
Gukesh.
Praggnanandhaa. Praggnanandhaa.
তোমার ফেভারিট প্লেয়ার
Vidit.
কেন ভালো লাগে
খেলার স্টাইল, বডি ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজ, নমস্কার। ট্যাকটিক্যাল মুভস করে, মানে অনেক ভালো মুভস করে, মানে যেমন মুভস, মানে ওর নামই এমন কি অত ভালো খেলে, মানে এভাবে খেলে কি আমরাই বুঝতে পারি না কেউ কেমন মুভস করে।
Praggnanandhaa ভালো খেলে। Magnus Carlsen, because he is a top-rated player and mostly his playing style is so different from others.
Anand. My idol, Magnus Carlsen. He's won the World Cup this year against Praggnanandhaa.
First of all, champion হয়েছিল।
Magnus Carlsen. এই গেমগুলো খুব ভালো লাগে। Praggnanandhaa, ও ভালো খেলে খুব।
Why do you love chess?
I love chess because my parents got me into it and I just started to like it. এখন এটা মাইন্ডের জন্য ভালো, কম্পিটিটিভ একটা গেম, লাইফে এফেক্ট করে।
Career, I have taken it too passionately, and I mean I don't even go to school.
আমার প্যাশন, আমার জন্য চেসটা ভালো লাগে। চেস ভালো লাগে কেন কি ওটা বেশি দৌড়াতে হয় না, বসে খেলা যায়, তারপর খুব এক্সাইটিং খেলাটা।